the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Nageshitan, Part 1. Siriu. After most of the bandits on the mountain were killed, the surviving bandits immediately knelt down and surrendered. Will, who was wearing the black armor of the noble chariot, immediately stopped attacking. Lan and Haitong on the side also stopped, but Siriu ignored them and continued to slaughter these bandits. Will was about to step forward to stop Siriu, but was stopped by Lan. Facing Lan's silent shake of his head, Will immediately fell silent. Not long after, all the bandits were killed by Siriu. Well done. After Siriu killed all the bandits, Dr. Fashion immediately stepped forward to praise Siriu, and at the same time began to check the situation of Siriu and the Imperial weapon, the 100-armed giant Xiaobi. Siriu's body was modified by Dr. Fashion. This was the first time Siriu used a modified weapon, and it must be said that the effect was very powerful. Although Dr. Fashion cannot create Imperial weapons yet, the Siriu he modified is more powerful than ordinary Imperial weapons. Faced with Dr. Fashion's praise, S.H.I.E.L.D looked sheepish. She now looked like a shy little girl, a stark contrast to the previously laughing, slaughtering spree. Boris, take care of this scene, and we'll move on to the next one. S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines, was clearly pleased with the progress of the group. After ordering Boris to use his Imperial weapon to incinerate the bodies, she led the group to another bandit stronghold near the Imperial capital. For several days, S.H.I.E.L.D and the hunters dealt with the bandits near the Imperial capital. As the hunters' reputation spread, other bandits quickly fled the area. After most of the bandits were eliminated, S.H.I.E.L.D led the hunters to eliminate the dangerous species near the Imperial capital. This is mine. In the hunters' break room of the Imperial capital guard, as Shen Fei approached Haitong, who was enjoying a snack, he immediately hugged the package tightly to himself, looking as if he would never share any. Will, standing nearby, watched Shen Fei approach Haitong and his expression grew tense. Born into coastal fishing family, this Imperial artifact user seemed to have fallen in love with Haitong at first sight. During previous operations against bandits and dangerous species, Will had constantly lingered by Haitong's side, protecting her from harm. However, Haitong showed no appreciation for his kindness. Will's nervous expression was immediately noticed by Lan, who sat across from him, reading. Lan glanced at Shen Fei, Haitong, and Will, then shook her head slightly. In terms of appearance, status, and strength, Shen Fei was undoubtedly far superior to Will. If you keep eating this, you won't live a year. What was Haitong's snack? Shen Fei had used the surgery fruit to examine it the first time they met, and it wasn't a snack at all, but medicine to maintain Haitong's function. Having controlled Minister Ernest and Nishimiya, one of the minister's 4 trusted subordinates who had met him, Shen Fei had a deep understanding of the Empire's special assassination forces. To counter the increasingly rampant activities of the revolutionaries, the Empire secretly formed a special assassination unit. They recruited numerous children from across the land and, after a brutal screening process, divided the surviving into 2 groups, the elite group and the enhanced group. The elite group consisted of 7 individuals, all equipped with vassal armor. These 7 individuals were the focus of their training and were led by Gazachi, formerly one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts and the former owner of the Imperial armor that could kill Murasame with a single strike. The enhanced group consisted of the remaining 7 individuals who had passed the selection process. Unlike the carefully trained elite group, the enhanced group was completely expendable. To quickly prepare them for combat, the Imperial High Command administered a large amount of drugs to enhance their combat effectiveness, resulting in a significant depletion of their vitality. From the moment they began their mission, few in the enhanced group survived more than 2 years. Currently, fewer than 5 of the enhanced group members, including those from Akame's class in Kurome, remain alive. Haitong is able to live until now, in fact, thanks to her sister Qitong. Qitong's betrayal, killing Gazuki and the leader of the Imperial assassination force, made the Imperial high-level officials very panicked, so they decided to use Haitong to contain Qitong. However, today, Haitong's health is getting worse and worse. From taking only 1 pill a day before, to taking medicine all the time now, it has become a vicious cycle. What did you say? As soon as Shen Fei finished speaking, Will immediately shouted and stood up. I know. When He Tong said this, her face was very calm, as if she was not talking about her own life. You can't eat anymore. Will was about to step forward to snatch He Tong's snack, but the next moment, he was punched away by He Tong. This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. He Tong, who knocked Will away, glanced at Will coldly and said so. But, Will, calm down. Just as Will leaped to his feet, ready to attack again, Lan stopped him. Then, looking at Shen Fei, he said, since you, Vice Captain, have spoken out about this, I think there should be a way to resolve it. While there's no way to completely resolve her problem right now, there is a way to prolong her life. Shen Fei swiftly appeared beside He Tong. Before her expression could even register, he placed his right hand on He Tong's neck, and the next moment, He Tong's body slumped. She can't fight anymore. He Tong's obsession was her sister, Chi Tong. She had always wanted to compete with her, which was why she had persisted until now. However, for Shen Fei, both sisters had the problems. In fact, a proper discussion between the two could easily resolve the issue. There was no need for the two sisters to kill each other. So, to prevent the two sisters from killing each other, Shen Fei simply let He Tong faint. When she woke up, the matter would likely be resolved. The problem with He Tong was a serious problem in this world, one that even Dr. Fashion couldn't solve. At best, it could alleviate. However, for Shen Fei, it wasn't a problem at all. It was simply a matter of excessive life force depletion. Once he could replenish it, everything would be simple. As for the matter between Will and He Tong, Shen Fei would not interfere. From now on, you must practice rigorously. You're too weak. He Tong's coma hadn't affected the hunter's operations. Will and the others continued to eliminate the dangerous species, but S.H.I.E.L.D, on the other hand, was receiving special training from Shen Fei. In terms of physical fitness, S.H.I.E.L.D was far superior to what Shen Fei had experienced when he first entered the pirate world. After all, the Zanmei world could be considered a weaker version of the pirate world. This is the training method of the Royal Fist Temple. While it may not be much for you now, it will lay a good foundation. Shen Fei didn't have S.H.I.E.L.D practice the 6 styles right from the start. Instead, he presented her with a soup cooked by Kraken and the training methods of the 4 Rakshasa demons. With S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, even without the use of Tigu, using Taijutsu alone would be no match for the 4 Rakshasa demons. However, their ability to control their bodies is crucial. If S.H.I.E.L.D could reach their level of unfettered control, the subsequent cultivation of the 6 styles would be significantly more effective. This is water breathing. In addition to the training methods of the Imperial Fist Temple, Shen Fei also taught S.H.I.E.L.D the breathing techniques of Demon Slayer. While Demon Slayer's breathing techniques couldn't generate energy, that didn't mean they were useless, as they could significantly increase lung capacity. For practitioners of Taijutsu, Demon Slayer's breathing techniques were arguably more valuable. Even in the Qin Dynasty world, Demon Slayer's breathing techniques held considerable value, but Shen Fei didn't teach them randomly. Demon Slayer's breathing techniques were numerous, but after careful consideration, Shen Fei felt that water breathing, with its combined offensive and defensive capabilities, was more suitable for S.H.I.E.L.D, who possessed an ice attribute. With S.H.I.E.L.D's current strength, breathing techniques are the most suitable for quickly increasing her power. As for mind skills, Shen Fei plans to teach them to her after S.H.I.E.L.D has further strengthened her physical skills in the One Piece world. Was it quick to get started? With S.H.I.E.L.D's current strength, it took her no time to master water breathing. A month would be enough to master it. This isn't to say that S.H.I.E.L.D's talent is higher than Takedo's, but rather that she possesses considerable strength. With this superior perspective, her training is naturally rapid. What breathing technique would be best for Akame? How about teaching her fire breathing? As S.H.I.E.L.D practiced, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of Akame. In terms of talent, Akame's was no less than S.H.I.E.L.D's. If Akame were brought to the One Piece world, she might become a powerful admiral in the future. Those night raid guys are killing innocent people again. In the hunter's lounge, Will's face was grim. Last night, many more people had died. Traces of cursed poison had been found on many of the bodies. It was undoubtedly the work of Murasame, the Imperial weapon single strike kill. Innocent, Will's words made Shen Fei laugh. Those killed by the night raid were not innocent. Will's words reminded Shen Fei of a scene in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, where Melinda mentioned the deaths of several innocent civilians, whose machine guns and bazookas were ignored. Deputy Captain, The night raid is so rampant, we should act now, Captain, we have things to do now. As for the night raid, we'll deal with it once we find their base. S.H.I.E.L.D was busy training, so she wouldn't care about the night raid. If Shen Fei didn't need the Empire, S.H.I.E.L.D would have urged Shen Fei to take her away. Oh no. Sarayu and the others are in danger. Just as Will was about to continue, several brilliant fireworks suddenly lit up in the distant west, signaling the hunter's call for help. Upon seeing the signal, Will immediately boarded his Imperial Noble chariot and rushed in its direction. Ran then activated his Imperial flying technique, instantly surpassing Will, who was running on the ground. Although Will and Ran had their own opinions about Dr. Fashion, Sarayu, and Boris, they were still the hunter's companions, and when their companions were in danger, their first concern was their safety. The hunters, excluding Captain S.H.I.E.L.D and Vice Captain Shen Fei, originally had 6 Imperial flyers. However, with Haitong being placed in S.H.I.E.L.D's mansion by Shen Fei to recuperate, there were now only 5. These 5 Imperial flyers were divided into 2 groups, Boris, Dr. Fashion, and Sarayu in one group of 3, and Will and Ran in another, with Shen Fei sometimes joining them, making it a group of 3. The 2 groups took turns patrolling, and today it was the turn of the Sarayu trio to act together. It seems that Night Raid has taken action, as they've put the 3 Imperial artifact users in danger. After Will and Lan set off, Shen Fei, while thinking, disappeared, apparating. Over there, Shen Fei appeared in the suburbs. His observation hacky immediately discovered where the battlefield was, but he didn't rush over immediately because, according to his observation hacky, he could tell that a familiar figure was rushing towards them. Deputy Captain, you're here. It was Boris who appeared from the front, and the Imperial artifact purgatory summoning he was carrying had disappeared. What happened? Shen Fei asked softly. Night Raid ambushed us. I detonated the Imperial artifact, which gave me a chance to escape, but we were separated, Boris spoke, panting loudly. Then let's go and take a look, Shen Fei said as he walked forward, with Boris following closely behind. The two had not walked far when Shen Fei suddenly stopped and looked back at Boris, who was following behind him. I've told you before that relying too much on Imperial equipment and being too weak is very dangerous, Shen Fei looked at Boris and said softly. Shen Fei's words made Boris's eyes change immediately. Without waiting for him to speak, Shen Fei continued, Gaia Foundation's transformation is indeed very perfect, but there are some things that Gaia Foundation cannot change. Boris's muscles, the way he exerts force, the way he walks, the sound of his footsteps, these are things that even Gaia Foundation cannot imitate. As soon as Boris appeared, Shen Fei realized that he was fake. In this way, he knew who the other party was at a glance. Just like the weakness of Gaia Foundation that Shen Fei mentioned, not to mention Shen Fei, anyone with more strength and experience can find out that the other party is wrong. Back then, Gazizi had discovered something was amiss with Chelsea using the method Shen Fei had suggested. While Gazizi certainly didn't have Shen Fei's ability to listen to footsteps, he could determine it by observing the way a man and woman walked. There were significant differences between men and women. As Shen Fei spoke, Boris vanished, and before him appeared a beautiful young woman with long, orange-red hair, Chelsea. I didn't expect you to join the Empire, Chelsea, now transformed back to her original form, held a poison needle and looked at Shen Fei warily. Shen Fei's appointment as the Hunter's deputy captain wasn't exactly a secret. The Revolutionary Army's spies in the Imperial capital certainly hadn't missed it. In fact, because of Shen Fei, the Revolutionary Army abolished their entire intelligence network in the capital and activated backup methods. Because of this, Chelsea was severely criticized by the Revolutionary Army, who ordered her to assassinate Shen Fei to atone for her crime. It's not that I want to join the Empire, it's that I want the entire Empire. It's hard to explain this matter in a short time. I'm sorry, Shen Fei said as he suddenly appeared beside Chelsea, directly pressed the acupoints on her body, and then took away the Imperial weapon Gaia Foundation from her hand, and used an incredibly convenient large wrap to wrap Chelsea up and take her away. Chapter 327 Najeshitan, Part 2. Don't worry, everything will be over soon, and the Empire will be a completely different place by then. Shen Fei said this to Chelsea, whose eyes were filled with anger before putting her away. The final moment was approaching. If Chelsea continued to serve the Revolutionary Army, it would be too dangerous. Although Haitong would not attack her now, Sheila would return with many villains. With the Imperial weapon Gaia Foundation, Chelsea would be able to assassinate ordinary people with ease, but assassinating experienced and powerful individuals would be extremely dangerous. For example, if Chelsea tried to assassinate the 4 Rakshasa demons or even S.H.I.E.L.D, she would definitely not succeed. Not to mention their instinct for danger, the murderous intent of your attack would be undeniable. Not to mention, even if Chelsea ambushed them, their strength and poison would make it difficult for them to kill them in one blow. And with Chelsea's strength, even seriously injured individuals could easily kill her. Boris, what a pity. Following Chelsea's path, Shen Fei found Boris, already breathless, behind a large tree. There was a black spot on the back of his neck. Not surprisingly, Chelsea must have exploited his character flaws and plotted against him. Boris looked terrifying because he always wore a fire mask, but he was actually a very gentle person. Everything he did was ordered from above. In fact, Boris had once saved Qitong's life. Back then, Qitong was seriously injured in the battle with Merid. It was Boris's incineration unit who galloped to get Qitong to the imperial capital, where she received the best treatment and recovered. No, it should be the quick rabbits. The incineration unit's mounts weren't horses, but a dangerous, level 1 species called flame rabbits. After being tamed by the Empire, they became mounts, primarily used by troops that needed to move quickly, such as the incineration unit and messengers. The flame rabbit's endurance and speed far surpass those of ordinary horses. After all, while it's only a level 1 dangerous species, it's still a dangerous species. It's not just fast, it's also adorable. It's like a larger-than-life red rabbit. Its red fur resembles a fiery flame when it runs, hence the name flame rabbit. It also tastes delicious. If food is scarce, it can be used as a backup, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Shen Fei learned about this dangerous species, he considered taking a batch to the Kin world and equipping the 6 gates. After gazing at Boris's body for a moment, Shen Fei shook his head gently and left. While Boris's death was unfortunate, his actions were well-deserved. Countless people died directly and indirectly at the hands of Boris and his incineration troops, the vast majority of whom were innocent civilians. Even if he survived now, once the empire collapsed and a new government was established, his actions would be investigated. Unless Shen Fei deliberately shielded him, he would inevitably die. Boom. Just as Shen Fei was sighing, a deafening explosion erupted from the distance to his left. Just as Shen Fei was about to rush over, another roar echoed from the distance to his right. Then, Shen Fei spotted a massive, dangerous creature, over 10 meters tall, appearing to his right. Dr. Fashion, even though they were quite far away, Shen Fei could still identify the over 10-meter tall, dangerous creature on his right, Dr. Fashion. That's Dr. Fashion over there. The one on the left should be Siryu. Did she self-destruct? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Fei rushed to Dr. Fashion's right. He didn't care about Dr. Fashion's life or death, he cared about his imperial weapon, the Divine Hand. If Boris's death was a pity, Shen Fei didn't care at all about Dr. Fashion's death. It could be said that many events in the world of Kill Your Sister had Dr. Fashion's involvement at their source. The Empire's assassination squad was involved from start to finish. Dr. Fashion bears at least half the responsibility for Haitong's condition. He was also behind all the other experiments, including using ordinary villagers for virus testing. This is why Boris burned so many villages and innocent villagers. As for Celia, if she blew herself up, it would be a good thing, saving her trouble later. Celia is so righteous and paranoid, it's impossible to reason with her. It's impossible to expect her to change, just like you can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Oka, is Celia really unaware of what Dr. Fashion did? That's impossible. She just glorified the two of them in her heart. In reality, Shen Fei's desire to save Celia isn't impossible. A spell of oblivion, allowing her to forget everything, and then slowly nurturing her, could very well change her fate. Unfortunately, before Shen Fei could make a decision, Celiac's forces were already facing an enemy. In truth, Celiac's survival in the Empire was entirely due to her status as an Imperial artifact user. Had she not been one, she would have long since fallen victim to the Imperial capital's darkness. Lightning Flash, Susanoo, Lubbock, Akim, Brand, what a formidable lineup. By the time Shen Fei arrived at the scene, Dr. Fashion, transformed into a massive, dangerous being, was under siege by several of the Night Raid's Imperial artifact users. While Dr. Fashion's transformation into a massive, dangerous being was immensely powerful, wreaking havoc with every move, it was a shame that this time, he was facing the Night Raid's main force. Lubbock's ever-changing, cross-tail technique blocked Dr. Fashion's escape route. While the cross-tail's threads couldn't cut through the massive dangerous being, they could still bind its legs. In a flash of lightning, Susanoo and Brand were able to withstand Dr. Fashion's attacks head-on. Tatsumi was clearly far inferior to Brand in terms of his ability to combat demonic possession. While these two withstood Dr. Fashion's attacks, Akame sought an opportunity to attack Dr. Fashion with a single, decisive blow to Murasame. Judging from Night Raid's coordination, it's clear they had a plan in place. The reason they hadn't previously targeted Lan and Will was likely because they weren't known to have committed any evil. Before attacking, Night Raid would gather intelligence on their targets and, if they were good, would even deploy protection. Just a few days ago, a civil servant was ordered to be executed by the young emperor, and his daughter was rescued by Night Raid. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, the woman from the Imperial Fist Temple, who was destined for a tragic death at the hands of the three beast warriors, escaped. Even Shen Fei's control minister Ernest didn't change the situation in the imperial capital. Several reputable officials were still executed. The empire had become utterly rotten. Minister Ernest had only hastened its demise. Even without him, the empire's fate would have been the same. As the saying goes, one should be close to virtuous officials and avoid villains. Now, those around the young emperor are practically villains. General Bud is a good person, but unfortunately, he was born a military officer and therefore cannot interfere in civil affairs. The first emperor of the empire had a good record of this. The civil and military officials were not subordinate to each other, a far superior result compared to certain dynasties where the civil officials ruled over the military. General Bud was well aware of the situation in the imperial capital, but due to long-standing rules, he remained faithful to his duties. He was about to restore order, but unfortunately, he did not return alive. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why hasn't anyone come to our aid? The besieged Dr. Fashion's attacks became increasingly haphazard due to his panic. Originally, killing Akame, Susanoo, and the others with the enormous, dangerous creature that Dr. Fashion had transformed into would have been difficult, but escaping was possible. Unfortunately, Dr. Fashion wasn't a combatant, but a researcher, unable to fully utilize the power of his transformation. This was why he was stopped by Night Raid and the others. Another reason was that Dr. Fashion hadn't brought his direct subordinates with him on this trip. As a researcher, Dr. Fashion had, over the years, amassed a powerful cyborg unit named after chess. In the original story, they nearly inflicted heavy casualties on Night Raid, were it not for the timely arrival of Nageshitan and Chelsea. Dr. Fashion, increasingly panicked, finally gave Akame an opportunity to strike Murasame, striking a fatal blow and inflicting a wound on his face. As the curse spread, Dr. Fashion collapsed, his body stiffening. With a loud bang, the enormous dangerous creature fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Recover the Imperial weapon immediately. Enemy reinforcements are probably arriving, Nageshitan, observing the battle, said immediately. Understood, Lubbock said, gathering the surrounding silk threads and preparing to retrieve Dr. Fashion's Imperial artifact, the Divine Hand, a crucial Imperial artifact for the Revolutionary Army. Lubbock, but at that moment, Akido's expression suddenly changed, and she called out Lubbock's name. Akido's reaction instantly alerted Lubbock, and he immediately deployed his newly retracted Imperial artifact again. Looks like I'm too late, Shen Fei's voice slowly rose from the dust. As the dust cleared, Shen Fei was revealed standing not far from Dr. Fashion's head, who lay prone on the ground. Deputy Captain, help. Upon seeing Shen Fei, Dr. Fashion's eyes immediately lit up with hope. Having transformed into a dangerous creature, Dr. Fashion's resistance had greatly increased. Even with a curse coating his entire body, he lingered on. One strike will kill Murasame. This sword can't be used for hunting. Looking at Dr. Fashion, covered in the curse, a sudden thought crossed Shen Fei's mind. The prey killed by Murasame are all cursed with poison and cannot be eaten. I'm sorry, I can't save you. Facing Dr. Fashion's call for help, Shen Fei said calmly. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Dr. Fashion wanted to say something, but this time he had no way to say anything. He just opened his mouth slightly and completely lost his breath and died. After seeing Dr. Fashion's death, Shen Fei immediately went to take the Imperial weapon, the God's Hand, from his hand. Shen Fei, the deputy captain of the Hunters, why are you on the side of the Empire? I heard from Chelsea that you hate the darkness of the Empire. When Shen Fei took the Imperial weapon, Lubbock was about to take action, but was stopped by Najesh with a look. I hate the darkness of the Empire, but is there no darkness in the Revolutionary Army? Shen Fei, who got the god's hand, glanced at Najesh and said lightly. Just looking at you, I can tell that the Revolutionary Army and the Empire are no match for each other. Even if the Revolutionary Army overthrows the Empire, it will only replace the people who wield power. Shen Fei wasn't making this claim out of thin air. After taking control of Minister Ernest and the Western Palace, Shen Fei's intelligence network had expanded, and he had gained some understanding of the Revolutionary Army's situation. While it's true that the vast majority of the Revolutionary Army rebelled against the Empire's oppression, this was only the beginning. As the Revolutionary Army grew in strength, the initial leadership of the revolutionaries was largely wiped out by casualties, and now the leadership has been controlled by another group of nobles. Just looking at their treatment of the civil servants before the night raid reveals something about the Revolutionary Army's situation. In fact, the current leadership of the revolutionaries is largely composed of former imperial officials, including Najesh, who was once an imperial general. This isn't the Revolutionary Army's fault. The literacy rate in this world is arguably even lower than that of the Qin dynasty. After all, the Qin dynasty had its own schools of thought, while this world lacks them. With such a low literacy rate, growing the Revolutionary Army wasn't something that could be accomplished by illiterate, impoverished individuals. Former imperial officials were essential. The revolutionaries in the world of Zonmei were similar to some historical uprisings Shen Fei had known. Initially, the people were driven by unbearable rebellion, but the fruits of victory were subsequently seized upon by certain individuals. Through their intelligence networks, the revolutionaries treated the imperial governors who surrendered generously, offering them high positions. While some of these individuals undoubtedly could not tolerate the empire's darkness, the vast majority were motivated by their own ambitions. As the Revolutionary Army grew stronger, more and more governors surrendered. For these individuals, even if the Revolutionary Army ultimately triumphed, their positions wouldn't change much. The Revolutionary Army seemed unconcerned about whether these governors were good or bad. Just like the Arya family, who delighted in torturing outsiders, those unaware of their true nature would likely mistake them for benevolent individuals, but in reality, they were a family of hellish evil. It would have been fine if he hadn't come to this world, but now that he was, he certainly wouldn't let these guys simply change their appearances, transforming from imperial officials into high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army. The aristocratic families were playing both sides, and the situation was similar in this world. Many in the imperial capital were already secretly colluding with the Revolutionary Army, and the Revolutionary Army's spies relied on these individuals to gain a foothold in the imperial capital. Shen Fei naturally wouldn't pursue those nobles and wealthy individuals who had truly committed no wrongdoing, but he would not spare any of those who secretly engaged in unscrupulous activities. Do you have any misunderstandings about the Revolutionary Army? Najesh said after a moment's silence. Misunderstandings? Take these things back and take a closer look, Shen Fei said, a document suddenly appearing in his hand, and he tossed it to Najesh. Before she could react, Susanu, standing beside him, immediately took it. I'll examine these, but since we've come across them, I have no choice but to ask you to come with us, Najesh said to Shen Fei after accepting the documents without immediately examining them. Chapter 328 Najesh, Part 2. The 1,000 Changes and Crosstail are quite good imperial artifacts. As Najesh finished speaking, Lubbock with short green hair was the first to attack. In an instant, the threads of his imperial artifact spread all around Shen Fei's body, and then the threads began to shrink. The 1,000 Changes is a multifunctional imperial artifact with the ability to attack, defend, perceive, trap, control and so on. If it were not for the control of this imperial artifact, Dr. Fashion could have easily controlled the huge dangerous species to escape. Lubbock killed 2 of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts with this imperial artifact. Although there was a big gap between Lubbock and the 4 Rakshasa ghosts in personal strength, he managed to complete a 1-on-2 battle by relying on the imperial artifact's traps. Shen Fei must have liked this imperial artifact and thought it was very interesting, but now he doesn't need it anymore, because the thoughts can also do these things. Facing the rapidly contracting silk threads on all sides, Shen Fei instantly manifested a green bamboo stick in his right palm. Raising his right hand, he swung the stick, and the contracting silk threads immediately appeared on it. As Lubbock stared in shock, he swung the stick again, and Lubbock's figure was instantly drawn by the threads, flying towards Shen Fei. Bang! The bamboo stick struck Lubbock's chest, sending him flying over 10 meters. Lubbock, watching Lubbock being sent flying so quickly, Brand, clad in his demon-ridden armor, brandished his signature weapon, the red-backed shrike, and charged towards Shen Fei. As he struck, Susanoo, standing nearby, quickly rushed to Lubbock's side and caught him, preventing him from falling to the ground. At the same time, Akadoshi, clutching her one-hit kill Murasame, lunged at Shen Fei from the other direction, her advance directly across from Brand. While Nageshitan had previously intended to capture Shen Fei alive, after Shen Fei had sent Lubbock flying, Akadoshi decided to execute him. During a night raid, Akadoshi wouldn't normally be called upon to take the opponent alive. Her Imperial gear, capable of killing Murasame with one strike, wasn't designed to capture the opponent alive. Snap, snap. 4 crisp sounds rang out. Brand and Akadoshi, attacking Shen Fei from the left and right, felt a jolt in their wrists, followed by a powerful force striking their wrists and chests. They were instantly sent flying at a speed no less than their previous charge, their weapons involuntarily loosening. Akadome, Brand, Susanoo, in the blink of an eye, the 3 Imperial guards of the night raid were defeated, leaving Nageshitan's face grimacing. She called out Akadome and Brand's names in worry. As she spoke, Susanoo's figure immediately grew blurry. When Susanoo regained clarity, he was holding Akadome and Brand in his left and right hands, respectively. Yosakuni no Magatama, one of Susanoo's abilities, grants high-speed movement. Susanoo, a biological Imperial guard, possessed 3 abilities similar to Kizaru, the Murakumo sword, the 8-foot mirror, and the Yosakuni no Magatama. The Murakumo sword offers powerful attacks, the 8-foot mirror deflects attacks, and the Yosakuni no Magatama allows for high-speed movement. While the abilities share the same names as Kizaru's, their power is vastly different. One-hit kill, Murasame, Shen Fei ignored Nageshitan and the others, who were bracing themselves for the attack. Instead, he curiously grasped the Imperial Guard, the one-hit kill, Murasame. There are also differences between Tigu users and Tigu users, as Tigu possess hidden secrets. Ordinary Tigu users can only use the surface abilities of a Tigu and are unable to unleash its secrets. However, if the Tigu and Tigu user are perfectly aligned, they can unleash the power of its secrets. S.H.I.E.L.D, Akame, Lubbock, and others are all people who can use Tigu's secrets. Why, that's strange, I can actually hold Murasame. Shen Fei, holding Murasame, looked at Akame's surprised expression across from him and couldn't help but laugh. Murasame can kill with one blow, and among the Tigu, it is also a top-tier Tigu. If it is not held by its owner, it will backfire. In the original story, Akame fought against the strongest of the 4 Rakshasa demons. He originally had the upper hand, but ended up trying to hold Murasame, which backfired and killed him. Akato learned this move from her adoptive father, the mentor of the Elite 7. When Akato betrayed her, Gazuki pursued her. Initially, Akato was no match for Gazuki. After all, Gazuki was a former member of the 4 Rakshasa demons, and Akato was not as powerful at the time. However, Gazuki, overly trusting Murasame's Imperial artifact and believing himself to be its master, allowed Akato to tamper with it. Murasame, however, discovered that Akato was more worthy of being its master than Gazuki, and this naturally led to Gazuki's downfall. Even though Gazuki was significantly stronger than Akato, he wasn't yet capable of defeating Akato without injury. However, this didn't matter to Shen Fei. His soul level allowed him to wield all Imperial artifacts except the Supreme Imperial Artifact. Minister Ernest's Imperial Artifact, Ilestin, was in his possession, allowing him to instantly destroy Murasame or Susanoo if he so desired. Susanoo, I leave it to you. Shen Fei's immense power prompted Nageshitan to immediately consider retreating. However, with the enemy before them, they needed to hold them back first. After a moment's hesitation, Nageshitan reached a decision. Alright, you guys leave. Just as Nageshitan was about to attack, Shen Fei suddenly threw his Imperial weapon, Murasame, in front of Akame, and simultaneously kicked the red-backed shrike towards Brand. What do you mean by that? Shen Fei's actions immediately interrupted Nageshitan's movements. Nothing, I just think it would be a shame to kill you. The Empire's rebirth will soon arrive. Enjoy your life in the new Empire, Shen Fei said, waving at Nageshitan, signaling her to leave. Nageshitan's earlier words to Susanoo, though whispered, were still heard. Susanoo also had a secret technique, but it required 1/3 of Nageshitan's life to activate. Shen Fei had chosen her to lead the new government, and he couldn't let her waste her life like that. Neither Shen Fei nor S.H.I.E.L.D wanted to govern, nor did they have the time. In this situation, Najeshitan's role became apparent. Let's go. Although she didn't know what Shen Fei intended to do, knowing she was no match for him, Najeshitan immediately led her group to retreat. Alright, they're gone. Come out now, Shen Fei suddenly called out shortly after Najeshitan and the others had left. Deputy Captain, what are you trying to do? As Shen Fei finished speaking, Lan emerged from the woods. What do you want to do? You should have heard me just now. I want the entire empire. Shen Fei didn't hide his thoughts from Lan. After all, he had already heard them. Captain, that's what we're thinking. You're so smart. Shouldn't you have guessed this long ago? Why are you doing this? Lan was exceptionally clever among the hunters. She had harbored suspicions about the relationship between Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D, as well as the hunters' actions. Why? It's simple. The empire is beyond saving. Your idea of saving it through internal reform is a good one, but unfortunately, it's unrealistic. Lan was a reformist. He accepted the hunters' call to reform the empire from within. Admittedly, this idea was a bit naive, just like those civil servants. Alright, I'll leave this here for you. Oh, and Boris' body is over there. Take it back with you, Shen Fei said, preparing to leave. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Lan suddenly spoke, facing Shen Fei's back. If you report us, do you think the young emperor, that idiot Ernest, or General Bud will believe you or S.H.I.E.L.D? Shen Fei said, leaving without a backward glance. That's right, Lan, after a moment's silence, couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Given S.H.I.E.L.D's status, if he wanted to report him, he would have to go to the three people Shen Fei mentioned. Similarly, given S.H.I.E.L.D's status, he was no match for a hunter member. If he really reported him, he would be the one who would suffer in the end. Leona, are you okay? Najeshitan and the others who had left Shen Fei's side soon reunited with Leona and the others. Leona was in a miserable state at this moment, with both arms broken, legs twisted, and blood all over her upper body. It's okay, I didn't expect her to self-destruct. Despite being seriously injured, Leona didn't seem to care much, and in fact, that was right. Her injuries would have been fatal to anyone else, but Leona possessed the Imperial artifact, the Lion King transformation, and such injuries could be fully healed in less than a day. The secret of the Lion King transformation was that the lion would never die, and no matter how severe the injury, it could be fully healed. Lubbock, got it, Lubbock said, and began to use his Imperial artifact to reattach Leona's limbs. Lubbock's Imperial artifact also had a healing function, but this function was only accessible to Leona. How is it going over there? Did you take out that bastard, Dr. Fashion is dead. We'll discuss the rest when we get back to base. Killing the three hunters' Imperial artifact users would have been a cause for celebration for the night raid, but Shen Fei's appearance complicated matters. After questioning Lubbock, Akim, and Brand, the group realized Shen Fei had held back, otherwise he could have easily killed them. Where's the captain? With such a big thing happening, why hasn't he shown up yet? In the Hunter's Lounge, after attending the funerals of Dr. Fashion, Selu, and Porus, Will finally erupted. Although Will didn't particularly like the trio, they were still his companions. The captain is busy. I've already informed her. Shen Fei ignored Will's anger. By the way, take a good look at this intelligence, Shen Fei said, throwing a large stack of documents onto the table before standing and leaving. What a hidden place. Fashion is such a good choice of location. Shen Fei arrived in a valley on the northern outskirts of the imperial capital after leaving the capital. This was one of Dr. Fashion's many research institutes. With the strong support of the empire, Dr. Fashion owned numerous research institutes across the empire, including several near the imperial capital. While Fashion wasn't a good person, he did possess unique research capabilities. For example, the potion that transformed into a super dangerous species was a very good one. While it had significant side effects, if used in combat, it could have a significant impact. That potion for enhancing stamina is quite good. Shen Fei discovered quite a few valuable items in the research institute, such as the potion for increasing stamina. While it had side effects, they were not strong, and Sheila would later use it frequently. Besides this, there was also knowledge on biological modification. While Sarayu's modification wasn't perfect, it was already quite impressive. And of course, the most important one was the dangerous species modification. Most of the Empire's renowned scientists have long considered replicating Tigu their lifelong goal, and Shishin is no exception, aiming to create a weapon comparable to it. Of course, this Tigu refers to a high-level Tigu capable of instantly killing Murasame, Gakujin, and others, not just ordinary Tigu. Otherwise, given the modifications on Seilu's body, his Tigu would be no less effective than a standard Tigu. This guy's death truly deserves no regrets. Frankly, Shen Fei had previously struggled with whether to kill Shishin, given his impressive scientific prowess. However, after reviewing his laboratory records, Shen Fei felt his death was too easy. Dr. Shishin's research was entirely based on the accumulation of human lives. To date, at least thousands of innocent civilians have perished at his hands. The decaying corpses deep within the laboratory bear witness to this. The more powerful a scientist like him, the greater his destructive power. I'm sorry, in another vast laboratory, Shen Fei sighed softly, surveying the numerous dangerous species held captive. He then drew his black and white mysterious scissors and slaughtered the nearly 100 dangerous species within. All of these dangerous species were engineered by Fashion. These artificial species were developed by Fashion under the orders of Minister Nishimiya for use in war. Dr. Fashion had already made significant progress. Given more time and sufficient research materials, he could probably create a full army of dangerous species. Shen Fei had originally planned to transform all of these dangerous species into Philosopher's Stones, but considering the potential for innocent civilians among them, he abandoned this option. Shen Fei didn't feel bad about this, as he had already harvested a considerable number of Philosopher's Stones in this world. It was quite common for 8 out of 10 high-ranking nobles in the imperial capital to have been transformed into Philosopher's Stones. Is this all true? Inside the night raid base, Nageshitan and her group fell silent after reviewing the documents Shen Fei had given them. Leon, however, immediately erupted in a cry. How could someone like that become part of the Revolutionary Army? Leon exclaimed, seeing Nageshitan's silence. Leon, the boss probably didn't know this before, and this was provided by the enemy. It might be a trap. Just as Leon was about to continue, Lubbock and Brand stopped her. I'll contact the Revolutionary Army's higher-ups to clarify, Nageshitan said with a soft sigh. As a general of the Empire, there were some things Nageshitan understood. If it hadn't been exposed, it would have been fine. But now that it was exposed, she had to give an explanation to the Night Raiders. If the Night Raid, with all the Imperial artifact users, went awry, it would have been a huge problem for the upcoming Revolutionary Army battle, especially Akim, who is the main force against S.H.I.E.L.D. But now with the addition of Shen Fei, his demonstrated strength made Nageshitan feel even more formidable than S.H.I.E.L.D. Support in Ningdao. As time passed, the Sky Hunter received a mission to the city of Korok, east of the Empire. Chapter 329 Wild Hound, Part 1. The Tranquility Way is a religious organization within the Empire. Thanks to this church, its city, Jalik City, is one of the few remaining peaceful cities within the Dark Empire. The church has grown to the point where its influence has spread to several cities. It's safe to say that the word of the leader of the Tranquility Way is more effective than that of the imperial governor. While the Tranquility Way is a church that promotes good, it also poses a destabilizing threat to the empire. Minister Ernest has long infiltrated the church with spies, who now hold a high position within the church, second only to the leader. He has now sought the minister's assistance, intending to exploit the Tranquility Way's founding ceremony to eliminate the leader and allow the spy to seize control of the Tranquility Way. Minister Ernest is undoubtedly quite capable. This mission involves not only hunters but also the 4 Rakshasas of the Imperial Fist Temple. With Sheila absent, Shen Fei, having nothing else to do, agreed to the operation. Shen Fei had little interest in the Tranquility Way or the spy named Boric, but he did have a certain interest in its leader. The development of the Ningdao owes its current success entirely to this leader. This leader is no simple figure, his very existence is a taboo. The Ningdao leader is not a pure-blooded human, but a hybrid of human and dangerous creature. He possesses the powers of dangerous creatures, as well as the extremely rare healing and prophetic abilities. These 2 abilities are precisely what have earned the Ningdao such widespread cult following. Shen Fei is naturally intrigued by this bizarre hybrid. This forbidden hybrid, mastering the power of dangerous creatures, is precisely the subject of Shen Fei's research. While such forbidden beings are rare in the world of Zanmei, they are not uncommon. However, Most of these forbidden beings possess appearances drastically different from humans, such as 4 arms and 4 ears. Someone like the Ningdao leader, with a completely human appearance and possessing dangerous creature abilities, is practically unique. The leader of Oberg, Merard, once possessed a forbidden being as his maid. This 4-armed, immensely powerful being was no match for even the most exceptional dangerous creatures, though she later died protecting Merard. If a person retains a perfectly human appearance, it's fine, as they won't be considered an alien. However, if they don't, their fate is dire, arguably even worse than the fate of the half-fish people in the pirate world. Maine, being of mixed race, faces significant discrimination, let alone being a hybrid of a dangerous species and a human. Among the 48 imperial artifacts created by the first emperor of the empire, there was originally a healing imperial artifact, but sadly, it was destroyed years ago during the empire's civil unrest. Intel has arrived from the Revolutionary Army leadership that the ministers are preparing to attack Ningdao, and the Revolutionary Army is trying to recruit them. As Shen Fei prepared to act, the Night Ray team also received orders from above. Although the information Shen Fei provided previously had sown resentment among the Night Raid members towards the Revolutionary Army leadership, the presence of the Empire made it difficult for Njesutin to attack certain members of the Revolutionary Army. She could only promise the Night Raid members that certain individuals would be held accountable if the revolution succeeded. According to intelligence, the hunters will be mobilized en masse this time, making this operation extremely dangerous. You'd better be prepared. If it were the original story, Njesutin would have ambushed another wave of hunters, but she wouldn't do that now. Shen Fei, along with S.H.I.E.L.D, is so powerful that even a full-scale night raid wouldn't necessarily be a match for them. The only way to deal with them is to hope for the Revolutionary Army's arrival. Will S.H.I.E.L.D appear? Leon asked. Yes, Njesutin nodded solemnly. We must avoid a direct confrontation with the hunters. We just need to thwart the minister's plan. To avoid any contact with the hunters, I've made some arrangements that will delay them for a considerable amount of time. It seems the bandits and robbers in the area have been drawn here. Njesutin is quite clever, but unfortunately, she underestimated S.H.I.E.L.D's strength. On the road to G-Virus City, as they passed through a canyon, Shen Fei and his group immediately spotted numerous figures hiding on both sides. Njesutin's plan was simple: spread the news that S.H.I.E.L.D was heading to G-Virus City, emphasizing that she would be traveling with only a handful of men. This immediately attracted the vast majority of the Empire's bandits and thieves, including several powerful mercenary groups. Many of these bandits had fled during the hunters' raids near the imperial capital. They considered S.H.I.E.L.D powerful, but they knew she was no match for a bandit gang of nearly 1,000. They had no clear understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, much like the supernovas of the first half of the Grand Line in the pirate world, who, before entering the New World, dreamed of punching Whitebird and kicking Kato. Even though Njesutin had a good idea of S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, it was based solely on their past as colleagues, completely ignoring her growing power over the years. In the original novel, if S.H.I.E.L.D truly wanted to leave, not even Chi-Tong in a million-strong army could stop her. Kill S.H.I.E.L.D. As Shen Fei and his companions entered the canyon, a multitude of bandits, armed with a variety of weapons, immediately swarmed from both sides. Some were seeking revenge against S.H.I.E.L.D, while others simply sought fame by killing S.H.I.E.L.D, the Empire's most powerful general. General Bud, while not inferior to S.H.I.E.L.D in strength, was far less renowned, leading many to consider S.H.I.E.L.D the recognized strongest in the Empire. Leave him alive, I'll be useful. Faced with so many jerk provoking her, S.H.I.E.L.D lost control and stopped Will and Lan from attacking, preparing to take action herself. S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been practicing water breathing and the techniques of the Imperial Fist Temple, was deeply displeased with the action, as it interrupted her practice. It was Shen Fei who spoke up. Anyone else, even Minister Ernest, would have been forced to refuse. S.H.I.E.L.D was furious at this moment, and she struck without mercy, freezing a large area. Instantly, the nearly 1,000-man bandit gang was reduced to ice sculptures. Not only them, but the entire canyon was frozen halfway. It's much easier than my Bai Lu Qi Shuang. The yin-yang technique by Lu Qi Shuang could also freeze people, but freezing so many people over such a large area would require a tremendous amount of energy. Only Shen Fei could currently achieve this with his full power. Others within the yin-yang sect, not even Dong Wang Tai Yi, couldn't pull it off. The gathering immortal pill took a long time to refine, and the precious ingredients were too precious for Shen Fei to possess. There was no way around it. The gathering immortal pill took 3 years to refine, and even if Shen Fei knew how to make it, he wouldn't have wasted that time. However, the true person pill was different. Shen Fei could refine it himself, and with the resources from multiple worlds, he could practically treat a true person pill as a snack. He had already eaten a true person pill and it had no effect at all. It could be said that the number of immortality pills Shen Fei snacked on now would have been enough to create nearly 100 top-tier experts in the Qin Dynasty world. Even S.H.I.E.L.D had consumed several. Immortality pills weren't just effective for Qi, they also had physical benefits. While the difference in effectiveness compared to Qi enhancement was significant, the cost-effectiveness was low. But Shen Fei had so many of them. Another lot of Philosopher's Stones. After S.H.I.E.L.D had frozen all the bandits, Shen Fei immediately used his incredibly convenient large wrap to collect them. Shen Fei's first display of such skill immediately left Will and Lan staring in shock. Rather than letting S.H.I.E.L.D slaughter these nearly 1,000 bandits outright, it would be better to let him refine Philosopher's Stones. Hei Tong's body, for example, could recover slowly through nursing, but it would obviously not be as fast as using Philosopher's Stones. If he wasn't afraid that Hei Tong would recover and fight Qi Tong, he could restore her right now. It wasn't just Hei Tong, many others in the Empire needed the Philosopher's Stone for healing. For example, the women who had been lured from the mountain villages to the nightclubs in the imperial capital had suffered severe mental and physical damage. To control them, the perpetrators used a large amount of drugs. Since they were all ruthless villains, let them do some good deeds after their death. Is this S.H.I.E.L.D's power? Truly terrifying. Amidst a distant tree, Maine said to Leon, awestruck. Report back. S.H.I.E.L.D seems even stronger than before, Leon sighed softly. Possessing the imperial armament, the king of beasts, she had inherited the heart of a lion and possessed nothing to fear. However, facing S.H.I.E.L.D, Leon felt a rare fear. Leon had considered assassinating S.H.I.E.L.D upon her return to the imperial capital, but upon seeing her, her feral nature reminded her of the danger, a deadly one, and she fled immediately. Welcome, Lord S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon arriving in Kamar-Taj City, the seat of the Tranquility Path, the group was immediately greeted warmly by Boric. Because S.H.I.E.L.D was a woman, Boric hesitated to make any moves. However, Shen Fei, Will, and Lan had arranged for several beautiful female followers. Every church has its share of fanatical followers, and the Tranquility Path was no exception. Boric had frequently exploited his position to toy with these female followers. As the leader of the Tranquility Path, Shen Fei ignored Boric's hospitality, believing Boric to be doomed. He's inspecting various locations, making final preparations for the Creation Festival. It's said that this leader is very wise, possessing healing and prophetic powers. It's strange that Boric has risen to this position. Boric clearly wasn't a particularly bright man. He was clearly a spy, yet he was so ostentatious. His identity was probably already exposed. Captain, you're tired. Let's rest first, Shen Fei said softly, glancing at the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, immobilized by S.H.I.E.L.D. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts arrived a few days earlier than the hunter. Upon seeing the hunter, they didn't dare challenge S.H.I.E.L.D, but they looked at Will and ran with annoyance. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts, whose strength stems from individual cultivation, naturally dislike the Imperial Gear user, a force that relies on Imperial Gear. If they weren't unable to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D, they probably wouldn't have disliked her either. So, upon their encounter, the 4 Rakshasa ghosts gave Will and ran a show of force. Unfortunately, they didn't know S.H.I.E.L.D's true character. S.H.I.E.L.D's other qualities aside, she's a deeply protective person, and treats her subordinates with kindness, as evidenced by the Northern Legion's treatment. S.H.I.E.L.D was naturally displeased by the bullying of Will and ran by relying on her strength. Furthermore, due to Shen Fei's connections, S.H.I.E.L.D had also developed a certain interest in the 4 Rakshasa ghosts' cultivation methods. So, this time, the fight wasn't a matter of restraint, it was a full-blown brawl. S.H.I.E.L.D, fighting 1 against 4, defeated all 4 Rakshasa demons without even using the power of her imperial gadgets. This is the Empire. Will's expression changed upon entering a separate courtyard. Boric's actions disgusted him. He had previously held a favorable impression of the Empire's higher-ups, but now, thanks to Shen Fei, he had seen the Empire's darkness. This left will be lost. When Will arrived in the imperial capital, he had promised his teacher that he would serve the Empire, but the Empire was completely oblivious to his service. These are the 4 Rakshasa demons, nothing more than that. In the courtyard's back garden, S.H.I.E.L.D looked disappointed. Shen Fei had previously taught her to practice the techniques of the Imperial Fist Temple, which had given her a glimmer of hope. But the prospect of a fight had vanished without a trace. "You're too impatient," Shen Fei said, forming hand seals, and a mirrored space enveloped both him and S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the 4 Rakshasas' strength isn't impressive, their ability to control their bodies can greatly enhance the 6 styles. "Now, let me show you the 6 styles," Shen Fei said, demonstrating each of them, including their life-restoring effects. The effects of superfood from the water monster Kraken would be something the world government would desperately seek in the pirate world, as it could greatly enhance the power of the CP members. Being able to freely control one's body means saving haircuts and allowing for the ability to freely control hair length. Akame's adoptive father, Kazuchi, is a master of hair manipulation, combining both offense and defense. "Since you're so anxious, I'll start by teaching you how to shave." With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current physical condition, she could slowly learn the 6 styles. Beyond just physical skills, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s use of Imperial gear was also somewhat crude. This ability to create ice from thin air has countless uses, such as forming ice armor around her body or creating weapons by hurling ice downwards, like a certain streetlight king. But this is not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault. Since she comes from a minority tribe, S.H.I.E.L.D. can only recognize words and has no idea about geometry. Only by strengthening her knowledge of geometry and mathematics, she will naturally master the new uses of the Imperial weapon. Chapter 330 Wild Hound, Part 2. Having such a divine artifact has actually caused the Empire to become what it is today. I really don't know what to say. Inside the church, Shen Fei looked at the world book in his hand and shook his head slightly. In the Zenmei world, the world book, this Imperial artifact, is like a small map in some strategy game. Various resources are recorded on it. For example, gold mines. Shen Fei can directly find the gold storage location and its total content on the world book. Then, he can directly mine it. Of course, for the people of Zenmei world, mining the mineral veins hidden deep in the mountains is very difficult. After all, there are many dangerous species. But for Shen Fei, it is much simpler. Both the dangerous species and the mining of the mineral veins are very simple. Because of his alchemy, he can completely extract gold from the ground. Unfortunately, even in the world of Full Metal Alchemist, alchemists are not allowed to work as miners. The more outstanding the personnel, the better the treatment. Just like in the world of Giant, after the training of new recruits, the top 10 will directly join the military police in the inner land. Even Shen Fei, with his powerful alchemy, rarely mines mineral veins. Just like in Marvel's alien planets and some uninhabited islands in the world of Giants, the main force for mining various mineral veins is still the machines controlled by Bai Hao. It's because he has nothing else to do here that he plans to mine around the city of Kaia'oluo. The resources around Kaia'oluo City are very rich, including many of the resources Shen Fei needs. It seems that we need to set up a chamber of commerce to specialize in collecting medicinal herbs and other supplies. Even if he had the encyclopedia of the world, Shen Fei could not rely on one person to collect all the resources of this world. That would be a waste of time. Lady S.H.I.E.L.D. is not available to see you. Outside the villa, Lan once again rejected the request of Suzuka, one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, to meet with S.H.I.E.L.D. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s previous battle against the 4 Rakshasa demons, Suzuka's prowess had captivated her. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was the sadistic queen, then Suzuka was the masochistic queen. The two were a perfect match. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. was now absorbed in her training, completely oblivious to Suzuka. "Then I'll come back another time." Upon hearing Lan's refusal, Suzuka glanced at Shen Fei, smiled, and nodded before leaving. Previously, Suzuka had considered relying on her skills to sneak in. It must be said that Suzuka was incredibly skilled at this, with Lan and Will completely unaware of her intrusion. In some ways, Suzuka's body was like rubber, capable of twisting and turning at will, even allowing her to conceal herself entirely within a slender vase. Unfortunately, Shen Fei was present, and even with her stealthy infiltration skills, she couldn't hide from him. Ultimately, she was thrown out. Initially, Suzuka resisted, but after realizing the huge disparity in strength, she gave up. She then changed her approach. If infiltration failed, she would meet openly. It's undeniable that despite her immense power, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s luck isn't exactly smooth. She's constantly being targeted by perverts. Suzuka is a lesbian, which is a significant factor in her attraction to S.H.I.E.L.D. The last lesbian to have set her sights on S.H.I.E.L.D. was Marid Oberg, who even attempted to force herself on her. Ultimately, due to their comparable strength, Marid was forced to retreat. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts are quite powerful. Wouldn't it be a shame to see them die like this? After Suzuka's departure, Shen Fei considered what to do with them. Before arriving, he had planned to eliminate all 4, but his interactions over the past few days, along with the intelligence Lan had gathered, changed his mind. Initially, Shen Fei had intended to eliminate all 4, believing they were all the minister's men. However, aside from the leader, G, who is a close confidant of Minister Onest, the other 3 were purely motivated by their duties, not by pure killing. Under these circumstances, aside from G, who was certain to die, the other 3 could be subjugated. The establishment of a new government would require some covert power, and these 3 were perfectly suited. These 4 were the only ones currently capable of taking on the Imperial Fist Temple. They've appeared, Shen Fei said to Lan, sensing Leona's presence outside and the 4 Rakshasa demons' movements. Watch well, don't let him get involved. Without waiting for Lan's response, Shen Fei immediately gave chase. Leona led the 4 Rakshasa demons directly into a deserted building, where Akato, Brand, Hill, Lubbock, and the rest of the Night Raiders were waiting. Long time no see, Akato, the 4 Rakshasa demons' horse had smiled and waved at her, as if meeting good friends. Suzuka and Zutian also greeted her, but G remained indifferent. I never thought we'd meet in this way, Ma Tao said, a look of emotion after he glanced at the imperial weapon in Akato's hand, which could kill Murasame with one strike. Back then, Akato had fought alongside the 4 Rakshasa. The battle against Oberg had been fought by the elite Imperial Assassination Corps, along with the 4 Rakshasa, Kazuchi, and others. Akato, you traitor, how dare you show up, G said, glaring at Akato with murderous intent. As Minister Ernest's confidant, he was well aware of the threat Akato's betrayal posed to the Empire and the loss it had inflicted on the minister. Akato's betrayal had directly shattered the 7-member elite Imperial Assassination Corps. The Imperial Assassination Corps reinforcement unit's direct leader was assassinated, and their entire laboratory was completely destroyed, resulting in years of wasted training for the Imperial Assassination Corps reinforcement unit. Whoosh! Just as the 4 Rakshasa ghosts were about to say something, a beam of light suddenly shot out, its target clearly being the 4 Rakshasa ghosts' Thorn, and Main's Imperial Artillery, the Romantic Battery. The Night Raid was a true assassin organization, and they wouldn't waste words with their enemies. The previous conversation between Akato and the 4 Rakshasa ghosts was merely to create an opportunity for Main. The moment Main attacked, Akato also attacked, tightly grasping the Imperial Artillery Murasame, and slashed at Thorn. A person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much is how you describe Akato. She would take the utmost care of her companions, and she wouldn't hesitate to kill an enemy, even her own sister. Among the 7 members of the original elite group, one of Akato's good friends was killed by Akato directly. As Akato attacked, Lubbock, Brand, and Leon also attacked. Meanwhile, the 4 Rakshasa ghosts reacted instantly at the moment of Main's attack. In the nick of time, G relied on his immense control of his body to twist his upper body nearly 90 degrees, dodging Main's blow. Simultaneously, his hair began to grow wildly, enveloping him and blocking Akane's Imperial Gear Murasame. Your opponent is me, Matau said, as he attempted to support G when Leon's attack arrived. Meanwhile, Lubbock and Brand engaged Suzuka and Zushin, respectively. Hill's movements were much slower. After Akane and the others had engaged the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, he charged forward, his target tangled in G's hair. The Imperial Gear, all things severed, instantly severed G's hair. This result startled G, who immediately retreated from Hill. While the 4 Rakshasa ghosts shared the same cultivation method, their varying personalities and preferences dictated their control over various body parts. Like Azizi back then, G primarily controls his hair, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities, and can even restrain enemies. Suzuka's focus is on physical flexibility and defense. In the original novel, Lubbock's ever-changing Imperial Gear stuns Zutian and Matau, but his tactics are unlikely to be effective against Suzuka, and unfortunately, this time, his opponent happens to be Suzuka. Zutian faces Brand, whose strength lies primarily in his fists, which are as hard as steel. He even clashed with Brand's red-backed shrike without sustaining a single blow. Matau controls his sweat, freely controlling it for both offensive and defensive purposes. There's something of the Fishman karate style about it. Matao's methods reminded Shen Fei of the Fishman karate from the One Piece world, a rather low-end version. Nagesta isn't here. Did she go to church? Using his observation haki, Shen Fei determined that besides Main, no one else was around. The Tigu does have a counter effect on G, but unfortunately, its own power is too weak. The battle between Akaheim and G slowly receded. Although Hill desperately tried to catch up, he simply couldn't keep up. In the original novel's Night Raid, Hill was the first to die, which wasn't entirely surprising. With such a weak power in the melee combat, if anything went wrong, it was bound to be a disaster. Leon's situation was similar, but her Tigu could strengthen her body and restore her health. If it weren't for it, Leon would have been dead long ago. Just as Hill continued to pursue Akaheim and G, Main burst out from her hiding, carrying the Tigu romantic turret. Generally speaking, the more concealed a sniper's position, the better, but this wasn't the case with a romantic turret. The romantic turret's power increased the more dangerous the user felt. In this case, exposing one's position and putting oneself in danger would increase the Tigu's power. Previously, Main had been using Tigu to support Lubbock and his three companions, but unfortunately, with the Rakshasa 4 on guard, her attacks missed. If this continues, Lubbock is in danger. After Akaheim and G ran away, the 3-on-3 battle between Leon and Brand was currently evenly matched. Had the battle continued, the outcome was uncertain. Night Raid had the advantage of Tigu, while the Rakshasa 4 had the advantage of training. While Tigu were powerful, they also consumed a lot of stamina, and the Rakshasa 4 were far superior to Night Raid's men in this regard. Lubbock, however, was in trouble. Suzuki's abilities effectively countered thousand changes. If Lubbock hadn't previously used silk threads to form a shield around his body, he would have been seriously injured. Perhaps sensing Lubbock's danger, Main immediately joined the fray. Together, the two managed to temporarily halt Suzuki's movements. It's so lively here. Just as the battle was in full swing, Shen Fei suddenly stepped out from the side. Upon seeing Shen Fei, Brand and the others on the Night Raid side changed their expressions and immediately forced their opponents to retreat. They retreated and gathered together, watching Shen Fei with vigilance. "I let you go last time, but I didn't expect you to show up again. I won't show you mercy this time. You go first. Leave this to me," Brand said, wielding the red-backed shrike and charging towards Shen Fei. "Let's go," Leon said, pulling Main with her, preparing to retreat. "If you want to leave, stay," Shen Fei said, and several chains suddenly appeared around them, binding Leon, Lubbock, Main, and the charging Brand. Despite Brand and Leon's desperate struggles, the chains binding them remained unmoved. Now that the Revolutionary Army was on the verge of conquering the imperial capital, Shen Fei no longer needed the Night Raid to operate outside. "Hand over your Tigu." The bound Lubbock was about to use his own Tigu to escape, but Shen Fei immediately appeared beside him and snatched the Tigu from his hands. Brand, Leon, and Main were then confiscated. A Tigu that converts spiritual energy into shockwaves would be very suitable for me, but unfortunately its power limit is too low. As soon as Shen Fei received the romantic turret, he understood its principle. The saying "the more dangerous the user, the greater the power" simply means that the more dangerous the user is, the more active their spiritual energy becomes. For Shen Fei, his spiritual energy could directly unleash the romantic turret's maximum power. Whoosh! As the romantic turret in Shen Fei's hand trembled, he aimed the muzzle directly at the top of the abandoned building. A powerful shockwave, approximately 1 meter in diameter, erupted from the muzzle. As the muzzle moved, so did the shockwave. With a resounding boom, the abandoned building finally met its final fate and collapsed. As the building collapsed, 3 of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts immediately rushed outside, while Shen Fei also rushed out, dragging Leon and the others with him. "This is the maximum we can go." Main's spiritual energy, unleashed in the face of life or death crisis, instantly disintegrated the romantic turret with a single strike, let alone Shen Fei's. Shen Fei had so easily unleashed such devastating power from the romantic turret, leaving Main and the others frozen in place. They had never seen such power before. Main, in particular, looked deeply frustrated. She had thought she was adept at using the romantic turret, but compared to Shen Fei, it was clear she was a completely unqualified Tigu user. The romantic turret had originally belonged to Nagesta. As one of the Empire's most promising young generals, it was her Tigu during her time there. It wasn't until she defected from the Empire and joined the Revolutionary Army that she realized Maine was a more suitable wielder of the romantic turret and gave it to her. Okay, things are over here, let's go help G. Ma Tao. Do you want to go and avenge your father's murder? Suzuka said and looked at Ma Tao on the side. It doesn't matter. We just have different positions. Even though Suzuka said it was revenge for his father's murder, Ma Tao still looked indifferent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Wild Hound, Part 2. Whatever you say. Seeing Ma Tao's nonchalant expression, Suzuka stopped talking. Although Gazaki was considered the mentor of their generation of the four Rakshasa, with the exception of G, the other three, including Gazaki's biological daughter, had a low relationship with him. Of the four Rakshasa, G admired Gazaki the most, as evidenced by the fact that he shared the same abilities as Gazaki and had hair. Is Jiki dead? Upon arriving at the battlefield between Akato and G, they saw G covered in the marks of the curse. Suzuka and the other two remained remarkably calm at their companion's death. Leon, Brand, Akato and Hill's expressions changed upon seeing Shen Fei and his group, along with a restrained nitrate in the others. Akato, run. Leave us alone, Leon, Lubbock, and the others shouted upon seeing Akato and Hill. Let's go. A hint of reluctance flashed across Akato's eyes, and she was ready to leave with Hill. If Tatsumi was here, she would definitely rush up to save people regardless of the consequences, but Akato was different. It's not that she didn't care about Jizai and the others. In fact, she cared a lot. But it was precisely because she cared so much that she would escape at the first opportunity, so that she would have a chance to rescue Jizai and the others. Stay. When Akato and Hill wanted to leave, Shen Fei had already made a move. He also used hidden chains to capture Akato and Hill. This doesn't require us to take action at all. After Akato and Hill were captured, Ma Tao was silent for a moment, then turned around and prepared to leave. Zuyan and Suzuka on the side had the same idea as Ma Tao and were also ready to leave. Wait a minute, Shen Fei's words immediately stopped the three of them, and then the three of them turned to look at Shen Fei at the same time. Their eyes seemed to say, is there anything else? You guys stay too. As he said that, Shen Fei repeated his old trick and tied up the three people with chains. In the stunned expressions of the three people, his figure appeared in front of them, and with lightning-fast moves, he pressed several acupuncture points on the three people. The four Rakshasa ghosts can control their bodies freely, and pure chains are simply not able to lock them up, especially Suzuka. Her control over her body can be said to be a physical confinement, which is not very useful to her at all. What do you mean by this? Shen Fei's move made Suzuka and the other two look confused. Yizai and others on the side were also looking at this side in surprise, not understanding why there was an internal conflict here. It's nothing, I just asked the three of you to take a break. As Shen Fei said that, he waved his left hand, and the incredible convenient big scarf was activated, which caught the four Rakshasa ghosts, Yizai and others. Poor fellow, the wound is on his neck. Even a brave warrior can't even cut off his own arm. Shen Fei then arrived at Ji's body and struck him dead. Murasame's curse takes time to take effect, just like how S.H.I.E.L.D in the original novel immediately severed her arm after being wounded, preventing the curse from spreading throughout her body. However, this depends on the location of the wound. While the arm might be spared, the neck, head, and heart couldn't be. Lord S.H.I.E.L.D, help! At the church headquarters, Boric, upon witnessing his bodyguard Halimika being instantly dispatched by Susanoo, fled frantically towards S.H.I.E.L.D's compound. Boric had been extremely confident in his bodyguard, Halimika, a scythe user assigned to him by Minister Ernest. He had successfully dealt with numerous assassination attempts within the church, but this time, he faced Nageshita and Susanoo. Nageshita, you're so brave. You dare to appear before me. Nageshita's appearance forced S.H.I.E.L.D to make a rare appearance. After all, they were colleagues back then, and it was S.H.I.E.L.D who destroyed Nageshita's left eye and left hand. Lord S.H.I.E.L.D, kill her. Kill her, Boric shouted upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's appearance, pointing at Nageshita and Susanoo standing beside her. Are you telling me what to do? S.H.I.E.L.D said, then kicked Boric in the chest. The powerful force instantly collapsed his chest, sending him flying over 10 meters before crashing into the wall. A bloody streak was left on the wall before he fell heavily to the ground, dead. Poor Boric had thought S.H.I.E.L.D was his savior, but in reality, he was a killer. "What's the matter with you?" S.H.I.E.L.D didn't even bother to glance at Boric's death. She then sat down on a stone bench and looked at Nageshitan expressionlessly. "I want to know what you want to do," Nageshitan asked directly. "You should ask what he wants to do," S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled and said. "He wants the Empire. As for me, he has what I want. As for the Empire, you know I don't care, is that so? What did he give you that you would even give up the Empire?" As S.H.I.E.L.D's former colleague, and the one who had taken her left eye and arm, Nageshitan knew S.H.I.E.L.D very well. It was for this reason that she came to see S.H.I.E.L.D in person this time. She wanted to understand what had happened and see if she could convince S.H.I.E.L.D. "It's something you can never give me, a wider world." These days, when Shen Fei was teaching S.H.I.E.L.D, he also told S.H.I.E.L.D some things. When she heard that there were other worlds and there were so many powerful people, S.H.I.E.L.D no longer cared about the mere Empire. "Go away." After S.H.I.E.L.D finished speaking, she gently waved her hand, indicating that Nageshitan could leave. If she was still serving the Empire, of course she would not let Nageshitan leave alive, but who made the situation different now? "You are really different," Nageshitan said with a light sigh. The change in S.H.I.E.L.D gave Nageshitan a very bad premonition in her heart, but since S.H.I.E.L.D did not kill her, she immediately prepared to leave. Nageshitan came to see S.H.I.E.L.D this time. In fact, she was already prepared to never go back. For the righteousness of the Revolutionary Army, Nageshitan did not care about sacrifice at all. "Since you're here, there's no need to leave," but at this moment, Shen Fei appeared directly behind Nageshitan and, before she could react, knocked her unconscious with a single finger. "Don't rush to act. I didn't harm her life." Seeing Nageshitan faint, Susanoo beside him immediately prepared to attack, but after hearing Shen Fei's words, he stopped his movements. "You can take him with you, but after all, stay here. You should know that with your strength, it's impossible to escape from here. For the sake of your master's life, this is the safest course of action. The biological Imperial artifacts are very magical, but unfortunately, the 100-armed giant Xiaobi of Celius was directly destroyed and disappeared. It's really curious that a person like you would allow Boric to take the throne." The day after Boric's death, the leader of the Eningdao returned. After seeing him, Shen Fei directly asked this question. "He was sent by the minister. If he's not promoted, even more people will die." The Eningdao was originally just an organization brought together by those who couldn't survive. The leader sighed deeply as he spoke of Boric and the Eningdao. For some reason, the leader and Shen Fei had discussed many things. As a hybrid of a dangerous species and a human, the leader initially hadn't wanted to display his abilities, but the Empire's deepening darkness, the people at the bottom of society barely surviving, forced him to use his power. Boric's existence might not have been a blessing for some in the church, but it was a blessing for the church as a whole. Boric's contribution to the Eningdao's development was significant. His presence prevented the Empire from suppressing the church from the outset. Kiritsugu-style justice, sacrificing the few for the sake of the majority. This is over here. It's time to return. The day after his conversation with the leader, Shen Fei and his group headed back to the imperial capital. Their goal had been achieved, the leader's blood in hand. Whether the Eningdao would choose to rebel alongside the Revolutionary Army wasn't a concern to Shen Fei. This time, the return trip brought two more people, Nageshitan and Akame. The journey didn't waste any time, as Shen Fei had used the arcane gate directly to return to the imperial capital. In other worlds like One Piece, the arcane gate's use required concealment, but in this world, it wasn't necessary. Even if someone saw it, they'd at most mistake it for a strange imperial artifact. Kuratsu, upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D's mansion, Akame immediately went to see the unconscious Kurano. Because Shen Fei had directly threatened the lives of the others who participated in the night raid, and their own imperial artifacts had been confiscated, Akame and Nageshitan didn't appear to have any intention of resisting. "Don't worry, she's fine now. She just needs to rest and recover." Since Akame was there, Shen Fei woke Kurano. "Sister." Upon waking, Kurano was overjoyed to see her sister Akame. "Alright, everyone, get out and let them talk it out." Shen Fei's manipulations had temporarily helped the sisters, who had loved and hated each other, to put aside their grudge. "What did you say?" As the Akame and Kurome sisters met, Shen Fei gathered Nageshitan, Ran, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the others and explained his plan. After hearing Shen Fei's plan, Najeshitan and ran more speechless with shock. You're taking it for granted. The Revolutionary Army does have a way to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D, Najeshitan said after a moment's silence. Are you talking about the Revolutionary Army's dangerous species and Imperial weapon user units? I have to say they're quite capable, but they're no match for S.H.I.E.L.D right now. To counter S.H.I.E.L.D and General Bud, the Revolutionary Army had been secretly preparing, collecting Imperial weapons and using special ones to cultivate and tame dangerous species for battle. Among the 48 Imperial weapons were those that could tame dangerous species. While super dangerous species couldn't be tamed, special dangerous species could be tamed. Najeshitan had a special flying dangerous species called the Sky Ray, and S.H.I.E.L.D also had one. How did you know? Shen Fei's words surprised Najeshitan. These two matters were considered top secrets of the Revolutionary Army, and even during the night raid, only Najeshitan was qualified to know. The Empire has secretly sent many people to join the Revolutionary Army, and similarly, many within the Revolutionary Army have connections to the Empire. These guys are masters of hedging their bets. Shen Fei's words immediately left Najeshitan speechless. Shen Fei didn't know much about politicians, but he didn't mind assuming the worst of them. With the rabbit family's 5,000 years of history, Shen Fei knew these people had no boundaries. After all, even luring foreign invaders had been done before, not to mention the idea of the water being too cold. Another prefect surrendering without a fight. What's going on? As the Revolutionary Army drew closer to the Imperial capital, General Bud finally lost his temper within the Imperial Palace. How should I know? Minister Ernest remained unconcerned at General Bud's piercing gaze, even though the vast majority of the rebellious prefects had been recommended by him. The Empire's territory radiates outward from the Imperial capital. The closer a city is to the capital, the more lucrative it is. These areas are generally occupied by the lineages of the ministers. As for those who rebel against the ministers, they are either killed or exiled to the border. Once these rebels are dealt with, it's time to eliminate some of them as well. Such a precarious situation has caused General Bud to somewhat disregard tradition. However, General Bud still has some regard for tradition at this moment. Otherwise, if he had simply killed Minister Ernest, the situation in the Empire would have been significantly improved. General Bud's Imperial gear, Thunder God's Wrath, is similar to S.H.I.E.L.D's Imperial gear, Ice, in that both can attack enemies on a large scale. Many strange and dangerous species have suddenly appeared near the Imperial capital, causing a lot of casualties. Many of them shouldn't be there. In the hunter's meeting room, Shen Fei fell silent as he reviewed the information provided by Lan. Is Zilla back? A dangerous species not from the Imperial capital, appearing near it and attacking humans, can only be achieved by the Imperial Gear Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. This guy is really brave. He actually teleported so many people here, because there were too many dangerous types that suddenly appeared. Will and Lan could not handle it alone. In the original book, at this time, there were people from the Night Raid to help. Now that the Night Raid was wiped out, S.H.I.E.L.D had to take action. This time, because Tatsumi was not there, S.H.I.E.L.D did not teleport S.H.I.E.L.D to a distant island. S.H.I.E.L.D is back, we can do it now. S.H.I.E.L.D, who came back from the palace that day, spoke directly. The wild hounds are finally established. Then Shen Fei learned from S.H.I.E.L.D what had happened in the palace before, because the hunters had recently suffered a serious loss of personnel, and the matter of Ningdao was lost to the night raid. Under the advice of the minister, and S.H.I.E.L.D's self-recommendation, the wild hounds were established. The leader was S.H.I.E.L.D, and he had equal status with the hunters. Although General Bud was deeply dissatisfied with the minister, he had a favorable impression of Zilla. If one ignored Zilla's brutal nature, he was considerably superior to the minister. General Bud's favorite thing to do was to mentor the younger generation. Zilla had once received guidance from General Bud, and in fact, Chi Tong had also received guidance from General Bud. Then let's begin. General Bud, I leave it to you. Now that the Imperial Gear Shangri-La had appeared, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't wait any longer. Chapter 332 Wild Hound, and how unscrupulous and reckless. Compared to her, S.H.I.E.L.D is considered a good person. Just as Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D were about to start their formal attack, Lan and Will came back from outside with injuries and very angry expressions. S.H.I.E.L.D was famous for her love of torturing people. The flowers planted in her garden were all the kind that could increase people's pain. But even S.H.I.E.L.D would not attack people casually on the street. The targets of her attacks must be enemies or criminals recognized by the Empire. As for ordinary people, S.H.I.E.L.D had never hurt them. When she had nothing to do, S.H.I.E.L.D would go shopping. It can be said that all the shops on the street in front of her mansion knew S.H.I.E.L.D. But the Wild Hound was different. The reason why Lan and Will were so angry was because they encountered people from the Wild Hound on the road who were wantonly killing ordinary people on the street. Because of the presence of Minister Ernest's son, Sheila, and the Wild Hounds, officially appointed by the young emperor, Will and Ran, despite their fury, ultimately only managed to rescue a few civilians. This was because Will and Ran belonged to the Hunter Corps, S.H.I.E.L.D subordinates. Otherwise, they might not have simply been injured, but would have died. As for the Imperial City's garrison, they certainly couldn't oppose Minister Ernest's son. Even those slaughtered by the Wild Hounds were accused of being spies for the Revolutionary Army. Captain, Vice Captain, what's the Empire doing? Will trailed off. Coming from a small fishing village, despite training under the Imperial Navy's admirals, he shared Tatsumi's vision. Tatsumi could join the night raid without hesitation, but Will couldn't. Before arriving in the Imperial City, he had promised his benefactor to serve the Empire. But the Empire's current situation left Will perplexed. As for Lan, she'd been acting strangely since her return, unlike her usual calm self. Normally, Lan would report intelligence while Will listened, but today, Will was reporting while Lan listened. We understand this matter and are about to take action. You two should rest here first, Shen Fei said as he and S.H.I.E.L.D headed outside. S.H.I.E.L.D had no intention of confronting General Bud just yet. Before engaging him, she needed to vent her rage, the source of which was naturally Sheila of the Wild Hounds and his subordinate, Yangtze. Sheila had once intended to harm S.H.I.E.L.D, and Yangtze had looked at her with a shriveled expression when they met in the palace. S.H.I.E.L.D had previously tolerated Minister Ernest, but not this time. Lady S.H.I.E.L.D. As Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D arrived at the street where Will had described the incident, the guards cleaning up the blood immediately changed their expressions. Where did the Wild Hounds go? S.H.I.E.L.D asked with a cold, indifferent expression, glancing at the scene. They went to the Sloppy Theater, the guards replied immediately. The Sloppy Theater was the largest theater in the imperial capital. While the world of Zanmei possessed weapons like guns and missiles, its entertainment was extremely backward, lacking even radios, let alone electronics. This world's technological landscape was severely skewed. Therefore, entertainment venues like theaters were popular with the wealthy and the upper class, and they also boasted renowned singers. The Sloppy Theater boasted a singer who was not only beautiful but also incredibly beautiful. For Sheila, a womanizer, this place was a perfect fit. Furthermore, the Wild Hounds weren't the only womanizer. Yangtze and Sheila were equally savvy. S.H.I.E.L.D is truly the most beautiful woman in the Empire. The Mahu Theater was now a bloodbath, blood and body parts scattered everywhere, and the screams of the survivors made it a scene of hell. In this hell, Yangtze tortured the woman before him while constantly talking about S.H.I.E.L.D, his expression visibly agitated. Yangtze, possessed of lust, was naturally drawn to S.H.I.E.L.D, but unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D was too powerful for him to suppress. She's not a woman you can mess with, Sheila said, a murderous glint in her lowered eyes. Sheila knew Yangtze's true nature, but other women were no big deal to her, but S.H.I.E.L.D was a different matter. This time, Sheila was determined to get S.H.I.E.L.D, the strongest in the Empire. I really want to fight him. On the other side of the theater hall, Izo was alone. Surrounding him lay the bodies of those severed in half. You'll have your chance, Sheila said with a gentle laugh. Among the Wild Hounds, Izo was Sheila's most valued member. He was the trump card that had allowed Sheila to return to the imperial capital. In Sheila's opinion, his strength was enough to battle S.H.I.E.L.D. Of the 6 members of the Wild Hounds, Izo had the fewest quirks. His greatest desire was to fight against the strongest. Sheila had won him over by promising him a chance to face S.H.I.E.L.D or General Bud, unlike the others, who were lured in with promises of riches. Izo was also the only one in the Wild Hounds without a Tegu. S.H.I.E.L.D, Sarah, Yangtze, and Izang kept discussing S.H.I.E.L.D, which immediately irritated the 2 women in the Wild Hounds, especially Kazumia. She was a renowned diva and sorceress in the Western land, arguably the most beautiful woman in the West. She had always been incredibly confident in her looks. But after meeting S.H.I.E.L.D, even though she hated to admit it, she had to admit that S.H.I.E.L.D far surpassed her in looks, temperament, and strength, which only further irritated her. Of the Wild Hounds, only Champ showed no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D. He was currently abusing the children at the Mahu Theater. Rest assured, everyone. Once we defeat the rebels, you'll have everything you desire. The Empire will be ours, Compared to Minister Ernest, Sheila's ambitions were even greater. Sheila considered her father, Ernest, a coward. With so much power, he was content to remain a minister. He would have eliminated the young emperor and ascended the throne himself. Poor Sheila had no idea that, in Ernest's eyes, he was nothing more than an immature fellow, a son whose death didn't matter. To Ernest, Sheila's death would only be worth a single tear, nothing more was necessary. A mere rebellion is just the beginning. It's a chance for my children to exercise, said Dataya, the second female member of the Wild Hounds, a powerful alchemist, and a user of imperial artifacts. Boom. Just as the Wild Hounds continued their rampage in the sloppy theater, the tightly closed doors suddenly burst open, sending a chill through the air. General S.H.I.E.L.D, what a rare visitor. I didn't expect to see you here. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D walk through the gate, Sheila immediately pushed the woman in his arms aside, stood up, and looked at S.H.I.E.L.D with a smile. Behind this smile, her right hand, behind her back, had already grasped the Imperial Gear Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. Sheila was deeply wary of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though he was the son of Minister Ernest, everyone in the Empire, including the young Emperor, treated him with respect. But for S.H.I.E.L.D, this didn't necessarily save his life. He had nearly been killed by S.H.I.E.L.D before. It was only Dr. Fashion's exceptional skills that saved him. You were the ones who injured my men. S.H.I.E.L.D's expression remained unchanged despite the tragic scene at the Mahu Theater, staring coldly at Sheila. It was just a misunderstanding. We were arresting a rebellious spy, and that's when the conflict arose, Sheila quickly explained. Despite the Wild Hound's earlier brazen talk about S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D stood before them. Her presence and chilling presence subdued even the Wild Hounds present, even eyes and... I don't think it's a misunderstanding, Sheila said, as she opened her mouth to explain. Shen Fei's voice suddenly rang out from behind her, startling her. Just as she was about to activate the Imperial artifact Shangri-La, she felt a sharp pain in her right arm. She turned to see that her arm had been severed at the shoulder and sent flying into the air. The Imperial artifact Shangri-La, which had been in her palm, had vanished. Finally got it, Shen Fei, upon acquiring the Shangri-La, immediately appeared beside S.H.I.E.L.D, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, his eyes coldly fixed on the Wild Hounds. S.H.I.E.L.D, how dare you attack me? With her right arm broken and the Imperial weapon's owner changed, Sheila's expression turned grim. Being a ruthless person, she immediately pulled out a portable syringe and injected her right arm with an injection. Sheila was very familiar with Dr. Fashion, and she owned some of Dr. Fashion's inventions, such as the drug that could quickly boost physical strength, which she had been using. As soon as Sheila finished speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D appeared beside her. An ice sword instantly appeared in her right hand, severing Zillan's legs. At the same time, she kicked Zillan in the chest, sending her flying to the edge of the stage more than 10 meters away. This time, Zillan didn't bleed much, because when S.H.I.E.L.D severed her legs, she also sealed them with ice, helping to stop the bleeding. What are you still looking at? Sheila roared from the ground. Though he didn't know why S.H.I.E.L.D had dared to strike him, this wasn't the time to pursue the matter. Escaping S.H.I.E.L.D's clutches was paramount. Since S.H.I.E.L.D had dared to strike, he didn't mind killing him. I never thought I'd get the chance to challenge the Empire's strongest so soon. Izo immediately drew his katana from his waistband, gazing solemnly at S.H.I.E.L.D. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. As Izo prepared to strike, Yangtze, Dataya, Kashmir, and Shangpu simultaneously drew their own imperial weapons and prepared to strike. Just as the Wild Hounds were about to strike, a sudden, shrill scream caught the attention of the Wild Hounds, whose gaze had been fixed on S.H.I.E.L.D. Izo and the others watched as their companion, Yangtze, was suspended from the theater ceiling, entangled in a mass of silk threads. These weren't threads of thought, but the ever-changing, intertwined tales of imperial gadgets. As the threads pierced Yangtze's body, the pirate leader, known for his rampant behavior in the South China Sea, let out a piercing howl. With a flick of Shen Fei's right hand, the threads binding his limbs tightened, instantly severing his limbs into dozens of pieces. Yangtze enjoyed hanging women. And since this was the case, Shen Fei didn't mind letting him experience the pain of being hung himself. To prevent Yangtze from premature death from blood loss, Shen Fei manipulated the imperial gadgets, piercing the threads into the broken wounds, temporarily staunching the bleeding. The imperial gadgets, like threads of thought, possessed the ability to sew wounds. Leon's wounds had always been sutured by Lubbock, but Yangtze didn't possess the Emperor of Beasts transformation at this point. Attack! Flameheart's fate instantly changed the expressions of Dataya and Kazumi, the two women, and they shouted in unison. After he finished speaking, Shangpu immediately unleashed his imperial gear against Shen Fei, but Dataya and Kazumi, who had shouted attack, simply turned and fled. Although the Wild Hounds had the advantage in numbers, they were facing S.H.I.E.L.D, the Empire's strongest, and a man whose strength was unknown, yet capable of instantly killing Flameheart. Furthermore, with Sheila already crippled, anyone who continued to fight was a fool. With Dataya and Kazumi's strength, if they escaped the imperial capital, even S.H.I.E.L.D, no matter how powerful he was, would be able to hunt them down across the world. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Watching the two women flee, Shen Fei chuckled softly. He immediately formed hand seals and opened a small mystical gate in the path of Shangpu's Tigu's attack. Shangpu's Tigu then rushed through the gate and appeared behind him, impacting directly on his back. Shangpu shuddered uncontrollably, and his hair and eyebrows began to shimmer with icy snow. The Ice and Snow Jade, one of Shangpu's Tigu, possessed icy attribute attacks, though its power was significantly weaker than S.H.I.E.L.D's Ice Tigu. The fast-pitch Ranma, also known as the Six-Ball Tigu, was Shangpu's Tigu. It consisted of 6 balls with different attributes: Storm Jade, Explosion Jade, Flame Jade, Ice Jade, Lightning Jade, and Corrosion Jade. This Tigu possessed the ability to return after being thrown, making it quite powerful among the many Tigu. When used effectively, it could unleash unexpected effects. Unfortunately, Shangpu's intelligence was not high, and he could not fully unleash the power of this set of imperial tools. He's in the way. Shen Fei didn't care about Shangpu at all. He cared about the man named Dataya, who is an alchemist from the Western Kingdom. Chapter 333, The New Empire, Part 1. In the Western Kingdom, alchemy is the foundation of Tigu. This makes Dataya incredibly important. If Sheila hadn't mastered the Tigu Shangri-La, Shen Fei wouldn't have bothered to bother with him. But Dataya was different. His alchemy skills were top tier, even in the Western Kingdom, comparable to the former fashion doctor. He could even transform the Supreme Tigu. Room, slaughterhouse. While Shangpu was frozen by his Tigu, Shen Fei immediately deployed the special dimension of the Operation Fruit and, using a table from the theater, replaced Dataya and Kazumi, who had crashed through a window and were attempting to escape. The sudden spatial shift left Dataya and Kazumi stunned for a moment. In that moment, Shen Fei directly kicked Kazumi's right arm, breaking it apart and sending the microphone flying. Rumble of the Earth is the name of the imperial gear in Kazumi's wield. It's shaped like a microphone and is a sonic weapon, perfectly suited to Kazumi's profession as a diva. Rumble of the Earth transforms sound into ultrasonic waves, destroying everything within its range, much like a lion's roar. Of course, this isn't the only ability. If used effectively, it can be used as a sound modulator. Kazumi's beautiful singing voice is largely due to this imperial gear. Kazumi let out a shrill scream as her right arm was broken. As a renowned diva, she'd experienced this kind of injury before. Bang! Kazumi's screams were abruptly cut off as Shen Fei delivered a kick to her chest, sending her flying dozens of meters. Along the way, she knocked over many tables and chairs in the theater. By the time her body came to rest, she was already unconscious. Shen Fei didn't kill either Yanzin or Kazumi outright, only severely injuring them. It wasn't that Shen Fei wanted to subjugate them, not everyone was qualified to serve under him. Just like the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, he only spared 3. He didn't kill them outright because he wanted to publicly try the Wild Hound. Shen Fei's target was the entire empire, so he naturally had to find someone who could vent the public's anger. Public executions and private killings are 2 completely different things. Just like the Navy's insistence on publicly executing Ace in one piece, if the Navy had initially killed Ace and impaled down, the subsequent Battle of Marineford wouldn't have happened. Even Whitebird, deeply heartbroken, wouldn't have led his fleet to attack Marine headquarters. For Minister Ernest and his 4 lackeys, 4 individuals who controlled the empire's military, political, and financial spies, the best outcome would be a public execution with a list of their crimes. After kicking Kazumi away, Shen Fei's right hand swung, grabbing Dataya's mouth and yanking out its 2 fangs. Blood collection, a rapid absorption technique, is Dataya's Tigu. These are a pair of Tigu resembling vampire fangs, capable of boosting their owner's strength by absorbing blood and allowing for rapid recovery. It's undoubtedly a truly remarkable tegu. Dotaya relied on this tegu to dominate the Western Kingdom. Since she's a stunning beauty, her use of this tegu is even more formidable. In terms of its effectiveness, the blood collection tegu is essentially a weaker version of the bat fruit. While Dotaya appears to be about the same age as Kazumi, both youthful and beautiful, she's actually much older. Her ability to maintain her current appearance is due in part to the effects of her alchemy and in part to the blood collection tegu. Her nickname, the Witch of the West, is due to this tegu. Give it back to me. Having her tegu taken away drove Dotaya mad. This was an essential tool for maintaining her beauty. Eternal youth is something no woman can resist. Even cosmetics with limited effectiveness are generating staggering annual profits thanks to this situation. And that's just the false promise of eternal youth, let alone true youth. The vast majority of Shen Fei's Marvel Universe revenue comes from this. Be quiet. Facing the frantic Dotaya, Shen Fei knocked her unconscious. Get lost. Just as Shen Fei was knocking Dotaya unconscious, S.H.I.E.L.D snorted coldly from the other side. With that snarl, Izo was sent flying like a rolling gourd, tumbling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. For Izo to be trusted by Sheila to challenge S.H.I.E.L.D, he must be formidable. In the original story, Akame had to struggle mightily to defeat him, and he could have easily fought S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, the current S.H.I.E.L.D is no longer the same. Having mastered water breathing, her strength is at least twice as great as before. With such power, Izo would be completely crushed. A single slashing blow severely wounded Izo, his beloved sword cracking with several long, thin cracks. A single blow would have likely destroyed it. Is this the Empire's ultimate strength? Izo's eyes widened at the thought of S.H.I.E.L.D's casual blow thwarting his long-prepared attack. Previously, Izo had been confident that even if he wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D's match, the gap wouldn't be too great. However, reality had harshly taught him a lesson. At that moment, Izo felt like Gecko Mariah, completely shattered by Kato's blow, or those pirates who had just arrived in the New World from the paradise of the Grand Line. You lied down too. After glancing at Izo, Shen Fei suddenly appeared behind Shangpu and, with two consecutive kicks, severed both of his arms, seizing his imperial weapon. The shattered arms caused Shangpu to howl. Be quiet, Deputy Captain, can you let me handle him? Just when Shen Fei was about to kick Shangpu unconscious, Lan suddenly walked out from the side, looking at Shangpu with a very strange calm expression. You have a grudge against him? Then I'll leave it to you. Lan's expression made Shen Fei understand immediately, and then he kicked the howling Shangpu in front of him to Lan. Thank you, Lan said, picked up Shangpu, unfolded the imperial weapon Wanli Fixiang and flew away. S.H.I.E.L.D, my father, and General Bud will not let you go. At this time, Sheila, who was constantly tortured by S.H.I.E.L.D, finally couldn't help but play his biggest trump card. I have a backer. Not letting me go? Just rely on them. Facing Sheila's clamor, S.H.I.E.L.D showed a sarcastic smile. You? S.H.I.E.L.D's expression made Sheila seem to understand something, but it was too late. I'll go to the palace later, Shen Fei said, using a large handkerchief to collect Yenzin and the others. He nodded to S.H.I.E.L.D, turned, and disappeared from her sight, apparating. It's time for us to begin, S.H.I.E.L.D said, as an ice spear suddenly appeared in her hand. It pierced Sheila's shoulder, lifted her up, and she walked out of the Mahu Theater, heading towards the palace. Many who witnessed this scene immediately paled and fled in panic. The guards' expressions grew even more grim. General S.H.I.E.L.D had attacked Minister Ernest's son, and the implications of this made many feel that the imperial city was doomed. Shen Fei reappeared in the training grounds of the military camp east of the imperial capital. Despite the impending arrival of the Revolutionary Army, the soldiers' discipline remained lax, as Gao Qi, one of Minister Ernest's 4 trusted confidants, commanded the military. As the saying goes, everything from above has its countermeasures. Even with General Bud personally in charge of the imperial capital, his long period of comfort and high position has led him to overlook many issues. Currently, the central army of the imperial capital, aside from the troops commanded by General Bud himself, who still have some combat effectiveness, is practically non-existent. With the exception of the lowest-ranking soldiers, all officers and captains are essentially bribes. Begin. Shen Fei glanced around and immediately opened a massive mystical gate. The instant the gate opened, he could see the Northern Army, braced for battle on the other side. Sir, following the gate's opening, the Northern Army, led by 3 beast warriors, S.H.I.E.L.D's direct subordinates, began to march through it in an orderly fashion. S.H.I.E.L.D has already begun the operation. Act according to the plan. Immediately secure the 3 city gates and prevent anyone from leaving. Yes, with that, the 3 beast warriors immediately separated, and the northern army was also neatly divided into 3 sections, following the 3 beast warriors. The imperial capital had only 3 gates, with a final gate leading to the imperial palace. Who's going on? Despite the lax military discipline, the commotion was quickly noticed by the garrison troops, and a battle ensued. One side was caught off guard, unaware that anyone could directly invade the imperial capital. The other, having practiced for some time, and the Northern Legion, the strongest of the 5 legions, was a quick battle. The battle ended just as quickly, and even by the time it was over, the imperial capital's soldiers had barely had time to relay the news. It's a shame Shangri-La just got us, otherwise we might have been able to use this imperial gear directly. Strictly speaking, Shangri-La's teleportation is even faster than the arcane gate. After all, it moves people directly, unlike the arcane gate, which requires them to pass through a portal. This imperial gear is also a source of confidence for the imperial capital's top brass. The Wild Hound's quick recognition, coupled with General Bud's optimism about Sheila, is actually a reflection of their optimism about this imperial gear itself. It was precisely because of this imperial gear that General Bud refrained from launching a proactive attack. Instead, he prepared to allow the Revolutionary Army to march upon the imperial capital, where he would then attack and eliminate them all in one fell swoop. His strategy was essentially the same as Shen Fei's. Despite the Revolutionary Army's vastly superior numbers, he could simply use Shangri-La to teleport several times, dispersing the Revolutionary Army's forces and sending the Imperial Army deep into the Revolutionary Army's heartland. As for teleporting the Revolutionary Army directly to the border, Sheila couldn't do that. The longer the Shangri-La teleported, the more targets it could reach, and the greater the stamina it consumed, making it significantly inferior to the arcane gate. In fact, Sheila's thinking mirrored Shen Fei's. Regardless of the enemy's strength, he could simply open the arcane gate directly beneath their feet and teleport them away. The arcane gate's combat style was undeniably ruthless. No wonder Odin was so displeased with the Ancient One. Even Shen Fei himself considered these tactics rather shady. The farther Shangri-La teleports, the greater the cost. Teleporting to an alien planet would be impossible, even for Shen Fei. However, using the arcane gate eliminates this issue. For Shen Fei, if he truly needed to use the arcane gate in battle, even the 3 admirals of the Navy, Garp, and Sengoku, wouldn't matter. He could simply mark the moon, then open a gate on the Navy ground and drop them onto the moon. It would be incredibly simple. Just like the video where the arcane gate's aperture was used to decapitate the director of the Universal Family Planning Office, while unrealistic, it's a possible use of the arcane gate. Did one of Thanos' minions have his arm severed by this very move? Shen Fei never used these arcane gate techniques in combat, he kept them as a trump card, to be deployed in crucial moments. Thanos, for all his strength, was initially overwhelmed by the coordinated attacks orchestrated by the arcane gate. Are you from the Northern Legion planning a rebellion? Where's S.H.I.E.L.D? Just as Shen Fei was maintaining the arcane gate, a group of Northern Legion soldiers approached, escorting a prisoner. The Northern Legion had 400,000 soldiers, and it would take time for so many people to pass through the arcane gate. Isn't this General Gao Qi? Despite the need to maintain the arcane gate, Shen Fei was somewhat surprised that the prisoner brought here was none other than Gao Qi. It's you. S.H.I.E.L.D is planning a rebellion. Upon seeing Shen Fei, Gao Qi immediately realized what was going on, not to mention the huge arcane gate in front of him. Rebellion? No, we're here to eliminate you, the scourge of the Empire. Shen Fei looked at Gao Qi with a smile. General Bud will not let you go, Gao Qi shouted after a moment of silence. How interesting. You're actually counting on General Bud to break his limbs, hang him up, and then deal with him later. Yes, you can't do this to me. I surrender. I can help you, Gao Qi shouted as he was being dragged away. Unfortunately, neither Shen Fei nor the soldiers beside him paid any attention to him. With a piercing scream, Gao Qi's limbs were broken. The crimes of Minister Ernest's 4 henchmen were countless. Each of them deserved more than 100 deaths. For such people, a quick death would be too easy. In this regard, Qi Tuang was actually the most gentle. His killing was always a single strike, never tormenting. S.H.I.E.L.D, what do you want? Outside the gates of the Imperial Palace, General Bud was already waiting when S.H.I.E.L.D arrived, carrying Sheila. The palace walls were now filled with guards. Behind these guards, Minister Ernest and many other civil and military officials also stood on the city wall and looked down. S.H.I.E.L.D had been so high profile along the way, so how could the information not reach the palace? Shen Fei did not control the minister all the time. After asking for the information, he released him. Chapter 334, The New Empire, Part 2. What to do? It's simple, General Bud. I've long wanted to test your strength, and today presents the opportunity. For S.H.I.E.L.D, her true purpose in coming to the palace to fight Bud was to do so. Eliminating the others within was merely a side effect. Although S.H.I.E.L.D was hailed as the Empire's strongest, that was simply due to her historically active nature. In true strength, before meeting Shen Fei, if not for Maka Padmo's ability to free space and time, S.H.I.E.L.D might not have been able to defeat General Bud. General Bud's Imperial Gear, Thunder God's Wrath, Admiral, and S.H.I.E.L.D's Demon God's Manifestation, Demonic Essence, both belong to the elemental manipulation category, controlling the element of thunder. Of the 48 Imperial Gear, elemental manipulation is undoubtedly the highest tier. Initially, there were several such Imperial Gears, but unfortunately, over the years, the others have been destroyed or disappeared, leaving only these two remaining. Are you planning a rebellion at this moment? S.H.I.E.L.D's words infuriated General Bud. At any other time, General Bud wouldn't have considered this, considering S.H.I.E.L.D's personality. Challenging him was perfectly natural. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D had actually fought him. It's easy to imagine S.H.I.E.L.D's personality wouldn't prevent her from challenging General Bud, the Empire's hidden master. As for the outcome, S.H.I.E.L.D naturally lost. After all, the age difference between S.H.I.E.L.D and General Bud was significant. Back then, S.H.I.E.L.D hadn't yet reached her peak, while General Bud was in his prime. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D hadn't yet grasped the secrets of his Ice Imperial Gear, Maka Padmo, while General Bud had already mastered the secrets of his Thunder Imperial Gear. Rebellion? If that's what the General thinks, it's fine. Anyone else, even Shen Fei, would have offered some righteous rhetoric, claiming the young Emperor was incompetent and Minister Ernest was cruel and merciless, to assert their superiority. But to S.H.I.E.L.D, that was all nonsense. The strong reigned supreme, that was all. S.H.I.E.L.D's frankness caused General Bud's expression to change immediately. General Bud's thoughts mirrored Minister Ernest's. The rebels were nothing to fear. After all, the Empire had S.H.I.E.L.D and him. Their numbers were nothing to fear against these two. If they wanted to execute a decapitation operation, the Revolutionary Army would be powerless. But now that S.H.I.E.L.D had betrayed them, the combined force of these two forces had plunged the Empire into its most perilous position. General Bud, the Northern Legion has stormed the Imperial capital and has already captured the Southern Gate. Just as General Bud was about to say something to soothe S.H.I.E.L.D's concerns, a bloodied soldier suddenly rushed over. Seeing General Bud, he seemed relieved and shouted, "S.H.I.E.L.D, you're so brave." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, General Bud's face changed. Although he had previously suggested that S.H.I.E.L.D was planning a rebellion, he hadn't quite believed it. He knew S.H.I.E.L.D's character. If she had wanted to rebel, she would have led the Northern Legion long ago. But the soldier's report convinced him. As he knew him personally, he was directly under his command. General S.H.I.E.L.D has rebelled. Upon hearing the news of S.H.I.E.L.D's rebellion and the Northern Legion's attack on the Imperial capital, the officials, including Minister Ernest, all paled. If it were just S.H.I.E.L.D's rebellion, with General Bud still around, these people wouldn't be too frightened. But the Northern Legion's appearance was a different story. Looking back at the Empire's recent battles, it could be said that the news was essentially all about S.H.I.E.L.D and her Northern Legion's victories, both against the Northern and Western tribes. Damn it! How could this happen? I should have killed that bastard and told him to leave S.H.I.E.L.D alone, Minister Ernest cursed inwardly, watching Sheila, thrown aside in the square before the Imperial Palace, a mere stick. Sheila was lustful and had always coveted S.H.I.E.L.D. Minister Ernest was no different, but he was much smarter and knew S.H.I.E.L.D was not to be trifled with. S.H.I.E.L.D, but, you too, here, Minister Ernest, standing on the palace wall, could easily spot the smoke and flames in the distance. He glanced around and quietly left the ramparts. Minister Ernest, having reached this position, certainly wouldn't trust his life to S.H.I.E.L.D. He possessed the means to control her. His Imperial Gear, Ilestin, was his trump card. This Imperial Gear restrained all others, destroying both the Ice and Lightning Imperial Gears. Besides this Imperial Gear, Minister Ernest's final trump card was Of course, the Supreme Imperial Gear, which only the royal family could activate. Ernest kept the young emperor alive not because he didn't want to kill him, but because he needed him alive so he could harness his bloodline and activate the Supreme Imperial Gear. The Supreme Imperial Artifact was Minister Ernest's ultimate trump card. Against it, the Ice Imperial Artifact and the Lightning Imperial Artifact were no match. However, Minister Ernest, unaware of the potential explosion, was stopped by the dragon-transformed Tatsumi. Boom. Just as Minister Ernest had left the palace walls, General Bud and S.H.I.E.L.D began their first round of combat. The clash of lightning and ice instantly destroyed the ground dozens of meters around them. Poor Sheila, caught in the immediate aftermath of the clash, was immediately struck by the aftermath. Her former human form was instantly struck by the 9th level of ice and thunder, leaving her breathless before she could even utter a scream. However, S.H.I.E.L.D and General Bud paid him no mind at this moment. Their gazes were fixed solely on each other. General Bud's armor was now ablaze with white lightning. Possessing the Imperial Artifact of Lightning, General Bud is a formidable opponent for melee combat. He can blanket his body in lightning, forming a suit of lightning armor. Attacking him is equivalent to attacking lightning. In terms of pure destructive power, lightning is far more powerful than ice. In the original novel, if Maine hadn't exhausted General Bud's psychic energy in a mutually assured destruction, allowing him to survive, he would have been even more dangerous than S.H.I.E.L.D. Facing General Bud, clad in lightning armor, S.H.I.E.L.D also formed an ice armor around her. This ability was originally unused by S.H.I.E.L.D, but after conversing with Shen Fei, she immediately developed it. The Ice Imperial Artifact's ability to create ice at will grants it unlimited potential. Much like a devil fruit, it requires development. Therefore, the Ice Imperial Artifact cannot be elementalized, otherwise it would simply be dodged. Why would there be any need to develop an ice armor? White ice spikes, with a wave of S.H.I.E.L.D's right hand. A large number of ice cones appeared out of thin air in front of her, rapidly blasting towards General Bud. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D's attack, General Bud offered no defense. Relying solely on his lightning armor, he charged towards S.H.I.E.L.D, bearing down upon a barrage of ice spikes. Clad in his lightning armor, General Bud appeared incredibly ferocious. Ice wall. Facing the oncoming General Bud, S.H.I.E.L.D summoned a thick ice wall before dodging to the side. As expected, the ice wall proved no match for General Bud, plunging through it. With S.H.I.E.L.D's current strength, using the Makapatmo could easily have instantly dispatched General Bud. However, the Makapatmo was her trump card, and she wouldn't use it unless her life was in danger. The few times S.H.I.E.L.D had used the Makapatmo, it had always been when her life was in jeopardy. Bang, bang, bang. Realizing that her Imperial Gear couldn't harm General Bud, S.H.I.E.L.D abandoned her ranged attacks, unsheathing the rapier from her waist, and engaged General Bud in close combat. If S.H.I.E.L.D had done this before, she would have exploited her weakness to exploit her enemy's strength. However, now, with the added bonus of water breathing in her ice armor, she could easily stand up to General Bud. S.H.I.E.L.D. The stalemate with S.H.I.E.L.D infuriated General Bud. While S.H.I.E.L.D could fight him wholeheartedly, General Bud had to worry about the situation in the Imperial capital. The appearance of the Northern Legion made Bud realize the severity of the situation in the Imperial capital. He wasn't particularly puzzled by the Northern Legion's rapid arrival. With Sheila in S.H.I.E.L.D's hands, she could easily teleport the Northern Legion to the Imperial capital with the Imperial Gear Shangri-La. Boom. Furious, General Bud, disregarding S.H.I.E.L.D's struggle, unleashed his ultimate power, the Thunder God. With a roar, a powerful flash of lightning appeared above his head, striking him directly. However, the lightning didn't harm him, instead, it was absorbed by him. The lightning emanated from his body, expanding until a nearly 10-meter-tall giant appeared before S.H.I.E.L.D. This was the furious power of the Thunder God, the Thunder God. Every movement unleashed powerful lightning. It was said that such a giant, even appearing in the midst of an army, wouldn't require a specific attack. The lightning released from its body alone would be enough to devastate an entire army. Is this your ultimate power, General Bud? S.H.I.E.L.D observed the enormous Thunder God with a faint smile of excitement. As he leaped backward, she gently snapped her right fingers, and a massive ice ball, approximately 10 meters in diameter, appeared in the sky and hurled itself directly at General Bud. Boom. The massive ice ball shattered with a single blow from the Thunder Giant, scattering shards in all directions. Many of them landed within the palace, crushing unfortunate ministers and guards. Fortunately, the palace was well secluded from the streets, and the debris, aside from damaging the ground and scenery, spared civilians. Again, S.H.I.E.L.D said, snapping her fingers again. Another massive ice ball appeared in the sky. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D pressed her hands against the ground in front of her, and instantly, a massive cone of ice burst forth from the earth, swiftly crashing into the thunder giant in front. Following closely behind, two more massive cones erupted from two other directions. Boom! Facing the three ice cones and the massive ice ball overhead, the thunder giant erupted in a dazzling flash of lightning, annihilating the three cones and the giant ice ball. This time, not even a fragment remained, they were completely melted by the lightning. Watching the attack being neutralized once again, S.H.I.E.L.D's face showed no sign of disappointment. After taking a few deep breaths, her expression grew even more excited. Even with S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, such continuous attacks had drained her energy considerably. The same was true for General Bud. As S.H.I.E.L.D breathed in to recover, so did General Bud. S.H.I.E.L.D. General Bud roared a moment later. A 3-meter-long lightning spear suddenly appeared from the lightning giant's right hand and launched towards S.H.I.E.L.D with lightning speed. Makapatmo, sensing the extreme danger, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately activated her once-a-day-time freeze. Lightning is the fastest of all, and S.H.I.E.L.D, lacking observation haki and lacking sufficient strength, was powerless to dodge General Bud's attack. As the Makapatmo unfolded, the surroundings instantly became a vast expanse of white. The lightning bolt was only about half a meter away from S.H.I.E.L.D's chest. If S.H.I.E.L.D had hesitated even a moment, the lightning spear would have pierced her body. This is truly dangerous. Goodbye, General Bud, Grey Ice Horn. Seeing the lightning spear so close, even S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes flashed with relief. As her body dodged the lightning spear, she immediately summoned another massive cone of ice. While frozen in time and space, this massive cone of ice pierced through the outer body of the lightning giant, piercing through General Bud's body within. The immense force of the cone propelled General Bud's body directly out of the lightning giant. Boom! As the time and space freeze lifted, S.H.I.E.L.D's body erupted with a resounding sound, the sound of the lightning spear piercing the ground. General Bud's body was now pinned directly to the palace wall by the massive cone of ice. General Bud, the death of General Bud made all the ministers on the palace wall look terrified and confused. Many of them felt wet when they thought of the rumors about S.H.I.E.L.D. Revenge for the general. Compared to those frightened ministers, many guards on the wall immediately jumped off the wall and rushed towards S.H.I.E.L.D. The wall of the imperial palace was not used to defend against enemy attacks, but mainly to prevent outsiders from spying on the palace. Therefore, it was not high. If the enemy could reach the imperial palace, what would be the use of the high wall of the palace? Although the empire already had weapons such as guns and missiles, the weapons in the hands of the guards guarding the palace were still mainly cold weapons. Looking for death? Chapter 335, The New Empire, Part 2. Facing the onrushing imperial guards, S.H.I.E.L.D snorted coldly and stomped the ground with her right foot. Instantly, a volley of icy spikes rose from the ground, piercing the bodies of all the charging imperial guards. For a moment, the entire square was filled with screams. Then, after glancing at the figures on the palace walls ahead, S.H.I.E.L.D snorted again and waved her right hand. The next moment, the entire square, along with the entire palace, became a blanket of white. People and buildings, all frozen in the blink of an eye. Lord S.H.I.E.L.D. Shortly after S.H.I.E.L.D had frozen the entire palace, Reva, leader of the three beast warriors, arrived with a squadron of soldiers. Is it all over? S.H.I.E.L.D asked softly as Reva half knelt in salute. The imperial capital has been taken, Reva said respectfully. The Northern Legion was already superior to the imperial capital's Central Legion. Furthermore, the three beast warriors were all imperial artifact users. With the exception of General Bud's personal guards, the imperial capital's army offered no resistance and surrendered without much resistance. This was also due to the fact that there were no imperial artifact users in the local army. If there had been, the defeat would have been much less swift. The gap between imperial artifact users and ordinary people was enormous, especially since the imperial artifacts of the three beast warriors were area of effect attacks, allowing any one of them to defeat 100. Maintain order in the imperial capital. Kill anyone who plots against us. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D's Northern Legion was the most disciplined unit. While some of the three beast warriors, mutates, had engaged in some rather egregious behavior, they primarily targeted enemies and prisoners, so ordinary people didn't need to worry. Why did General S.H.I.E.L.D rebel? Wasn't I good enough to her? Was I truly wrong? Deep in the palace's backyard, the young emperor, who had entered with Minister Ernest, looked furious. The nails of his right hand, gripping the scepter, dug into his palm, and traces of blood flowed from it. The young emperor, though not inherently bad, had always wanted to govern the empire well. Unfortunately, the darkness within the empire was beyond his control. Raised in the palace, never leaving, he knew nothing of the suffering of the world. In his eyes, Minister Ernest was the best person. But the young emperor couldn't be blamed. After all, Minister Ernest had always presented himself as a good man and a virtuous minister, constantly brainwashing him into believing the empire was peaceful and the so-called rebellion was a minor problem. With no access to outside intelligence, the young emperor naturally trusted the minister who had cared for him since childhood. In reality, much of this was also due to General Bud's problems. The empire's problems could be hidden from the young emperor, but how could they be hidden from the great general? It was only this general's blind loyalty and rigidity that had led to the current situation. Don't worry, Your Majesty. These are just a few traitors. Once Your Majesty activates the Supreme Imperial Artifact, you'll be able to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Then, no one will stand up to Your Majesty. In response to the young emperor's self-reproach, Minister Ernest immediately shifted the blame onto the Revolutionary Army, S.H.I.E.L.D. I will not let these traitors off, the young emperor, still blaming himself, nodded resolutely after hearing Minister Ernest's words. With the empire in this predicament, General Bud must also be severely punished. Seeing the young emperor's expression, Minister Ernest's eyes shifted, shifting much of the responsibility that originally belonged to him onto General Bud. General Bud, hearing Ernest's words, the young emperor fell silent. Anyone else would have followed Minister Ernest's instructions without hesitation, but General Bud was different. This was a special instruction from the young emperor's father before his death. How amusing. You, the empire's greatest cancer, speak as if you were its most loyal minister. Just as the young emperor hesitated and Minister Ernest was about to add fuel to the fire against General Bud, another voice suddenly echoed from the underground space. The sudden sound caused Minister Ernest to immediately draw his pistol and gaze warily in the direction of the sound. Who are you? How dare you intrude here? Ernest shouted, seeing the figure standing on the platform with their back to them. It's you, Ernest shouted as the figure turned around. It was Shen Fei. As the deputy captain of the hunters, Ernest was of course familiar with him. Who is he? The young emperor asked from the side. He had never met Shen Fei. Although, as the deputy captain of the hunters, he should have paid his respects to the young emperor, Shen Fei, unwilling to perform formalities, declined to meet him. Deputy captain of the hunters, Minister Ernest said, raising his left hand and firing several shots at Shen Fei on the platform above. There are many obstacles. As Ernest raised his left hand, Shen Fei also raised his right, wand in hand, pointing forward. Bang, bang, bang. All of Ernest's bullets were blocked by a transparent barrier not far in front of Shen Fei. As his personal strength increased, so did Shen Fei's magic. After all, Kamar-Taj was a place of magic. With magic alone, even Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald combined would be no match for him. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing his power was ineffective, Minister Ernest didn't stop, but instead fired all the bullets from his pistol. Why, you all betrayed me. What did I do wrong? The little emperor suddenly stood up and shouted at Shen Fei. You didn't do anything wrong, but you're royalty after all. You fainted. As Shen Fei spoke, he aimed his wand directly at the little emperor. A red light shot out from the front of the wand, striking the little emperor. With a thud, the little emperor fell to the ground. What are you thinking, Minister Ernest? Cruciatus, Shen Fei chuckled as he watched Minister Ernest flee after the young emperor stepped forward. Then, with a flick of his wand, he unleashed the Cruciatus curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, on Ernest. This was Shen Fei's first time using the 3 unforgivable curses. Although many wizards shuddered at the melons of Harry Potter, they weren't particularly effective for Shen Fei. The Avatar, the big melon, had never used it before. Instead of using it to kill, he could have used firearms. However, to deal with Minister Ernest, Shen Fei made an exception today and used the Cruciatus curse, a curse specifically designed to torture people. Anyone struck by this curse will experience piercing pain throughout their body, as if their heart has been pierced. If this curse is used repeatedly on a person with a strong will, the result will be either madness or death. The reason Death Eaters are so feared isn't because the Avatar's biting the melon, but because of this curse. Ernest, struck by the cruciatus curse, immediately let out a cry of agony in the underground space, writhing on the ground in agony. As a minister of the Empire, second only to the Emperor, how could Ernest have ever experienced such pain? This spell seems more effective than my own torture. Ernest's agony made Shen Fei nod slightly. Although Shen Fei's main focus in the short term was on improving his physical skills, telekinesis, and ki, he hadn't neglected his magical abilities. After all, he was now the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj. Given his physique, a few more hits shouldn't be a problem, Shen Fei thought, pointing his wand at the tumbling Ernest and casting several more cruciatus curses. Come here, Scepter. With a flick of his wand, the scepter beside the unconscious little Emperor flew into his hand. This scepter wasn't just some ornament, it was the key to activate the Supreme Imperial Artifact. However, Shen Fei didn't activate the Supreme Imperial Artifact immediately. There was no need. While the Supreme Imperial Artifact might be incredibly powerful in the world of Zelda, they've frozen the entire palace. Shen Fei, exiting the underground base in the palace's backyard, shook his head slightly as he surveyed the frozen surroundings and the people around him. Although the area is large, comparable to Aokaji's, its power is still far less. Aokaji could instantly freeze a volcanic island on the verge of eruption. S.H.I.E.L.D could theoretically do the same, but her ice would only last for a short while before shattering, unlike Aokaji's. With the palace frozen, the entire empire's resistance drew to a close. Due to Minister Ernest's reckless actions, it was clear that few in the imperial capital remained truly loyal to the empire. Those who remained had either been exiled to the border or executed. The streets of the imperial capital were deserted. No one was foolish. In such a chaotic time, venturing out and being killed was simply their due. Spare my life. Mind your own business. The streets punctuated with howling curses as soldiers from the Northern Legion apprehended people. The imperial city fell into the hands of the Northern Legion. The minister's factions, along with those still loyal to the empire, were targeted for elimination. This was a change of dynasty, not a purge of the imperial court. Of course, it wasn't just the minister's factions and those loyal to the empire who were captured. The capital's demons were also targeted. Other factions might have opted against such actions, prioritizing peace and stability, but Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care. They would eliminate anyone who dared to step out. These arrests were primarily handled by the hunters and night raiders. Shen Fei had temporarily returned the imperial artifacts to Lubbock, Brand, and Leona, and had them cooperate with Lan and Will. The imperial city was a veritable hell on earth. Families-like areas were numerous, and each one of them could easily be condemned to the 18th level of hell. However, this world didn't have 18 levels of hell, so Shen Fei had to act as Hades and transform all those captured into Philosopher's Stones. Minister Ernest, as well as Gaoqi, Zigan, Yongwen, and Daoxun, all will be judged by the people, while the hunters and the night raiders were operating. Shen Fei was also inspecting the captured imperial officials. The others would likely be executed at most, but the minister and his 4 trusted confidants, seeing them as nothing less than demons from hell, ultimately decided to let the people take matters into their own hands. On the day of the execution, the imperial arena was packed, with all who witnessed the execution gnashing their teeth as they watched the 5 kneeling in a row. Line up, one by one. The procedure for this execution was that the witnesses would carry out the execution, each with a single slash. As for who to strike at, they were free to do so. Don't strike at vital points, let them live a little longer. The first person to take the stage was a very old man. Yongwen, you beast. The old man didn't go directly to Ernest, but to Yongwen. Instead of using the dagger provided by the soldiers, he used his trembling right hand to rip out Yongwen's eyeball and swallow it raw. Perhaps due to his advanced age, the old man's breathing became labored after swallowing the eyeball, and soon ceased completely. Despite this, a faint smile of satisfaction lingered on his face. The old man's body was quickly carried off by several people in the audience. Afterward, there was no commotion, and the execution continued. The entire execution lasted 3 days, and Ernest and the other 5 wailed for 3 full days. Given their condition, they certainly wouldn't have survived 3 days, but a doctor emerged from the slums and, with his exceptional medical skills, managed to keep them alive for 3 full days. For 3 days, the majority of Ernest and the other 5's flesh and blood was devoured by the men on the stage. They were said to drink their blood, eat their flesh, and sleep on their skin, a phenomenon exemplified by the phrase drink their blood, eat their flesh, and sleep on their skin. The worst offender wasn't Ernest, but Yongwen, the minister's political advisor. He was a veritable hellish ghost, whose delight was cutting open the bellies of pregnant women to determine the gender of their unborn children. In some ways, he was even more despicable than the minister himself. 3 days later, Ernest and the other 5 finally lost consciousness. Their remains became the object of much scramble. Shen Fei did not witness the execution of Ernest and the other 5. He was currently studying Western alchemy from Daya. The alchemy of this world was completely different from that of Full Metal Alchemist. While he was called an alchemist, he was more like a modern scientist. Daya was extremely skilled in transforming objects, whether human or machine, even the Supreme Emperor's tools. Chapter 336, The New Empire, and I see. The first emperor was truly formidable, but this one is truly pathetic. Shen Fei's research into the Supreme Imperial Artifact and other Imperial artifacts, combined with the knowledge he gained from Daya and the power of the surgery fruit, advanced to his study of Imperial artifacts. The Empire's first emperor was indeed formidable, concentrating the nation's efforts on crafting the Imperial artifact. However, his subsequent decisions proved somewhat tragic. To maintain his empire, he went so far as to exterminate the world's leading artisans and alchemists, destroying all the necessary materials for crafting the Imperial artifacts, along with the advanced technology of the time. As a result, 1,000 years later, the Empire's technological level was worse than it had been 1,000 years before. This outcome reminded Shen Fei of the isolationist state, the feudal society that saw virtually no significant technological advancement for nearly 2,000 years. Shen Fei supported Qin, Yingzheng, in Qin's moon because he didn't want to see this outcome again. Imagine a certain first emperor building the Great Wall into outer space over 2,000 years, while historical feudal society, for 2,000 years, still saw men farming and women weaving. Such important inventions as the 4 great inventions were actually abandoned. Looking back at all the emperors throughout history who boasted great wisdom and formidable abilities, all they achieved was to strengthen their own imperial power. In this respect, Qin Shi Huang is truly a great emperor. In fact, if the 100 schools of thought had not been abolished and Confucianism had not been promoted, the outcome would have been completely different. At least the Qin dynasty supported mechanical engineering. Under Confucianism, there was no 100 schools of thought at all, it was completely stagnant. Next, it's time to execute the young emperor. Originally, the young emperor should have been executed along with the minister Ernest and the others, but because Shen Fei needed his bloodline to research the Supreme Emperor's artifact, he couldn't be killed that way. As a royal family, it couldn't be so small, but Minister Ernest had taken advantage of various accidents to eliminate the other members of the royal family. Shen Fei did not intervene in the young emperor's execution, instead leaving it to Nageshitan. While the young emperor was a good person, having been misled by his ministers, his position as the empire's emperor guaranteed his certain death. Even if Nageshitan learned the truth, she would have no choice but to execute him. Only in this way could a new empire be established. The young emperor readily accepted this. The empire's dramatic changes, his time in captivity, had exposed him to the dark truth within. His only request was that his death bring the empire back to life, a request Nageshitan granted. The empire was now nominally governed by S.H.I.E.L.D, but she was primarily responsible for the military, while Nageshitan handled most of the political affairs. Shen Fei had originally envisioned Nageshitan as the new empire's first prime minister. S.H.I.E.L.D was the new queen of the empire. Shen Fei was incapable of taking the throne, and at best, he could only rule from behind the scenes. He was far inferior to S.H.I.E.L.D in terms of prestige. S.H.I.E.L.D, the empire's strongest general, was a household name even among the Revolutionary Army. However, Shen Fei's identity was completely unknown. If he desired to become the new king, opposition would be even greater. Without a bloodbath, the new empire couldn't be established. Reputation was crucial at this time. Shen Fei, however, didn't mind. In fact, neither did S.H.I.E.L.D. If it weren't for the greater good, S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't have wanted the throne. Shen Fei personally considered the organizational structure of the new government, consulting with Nageshitan, S.H.I.E.L.D, and others. Ultimately, they rejected democracy. It wasn't that democracy was desirable, but rather that the empire's current situation simply didn't lend itself to it. Just like Wang Mang, often called the most time-traveling, The system he implemented ultimately failed. Besides encountering the Grand Mage, it was also because it was too advanced. If Wang Mang hadn't been so advanced, even if he had faced the Grand Mage, he wouldn't have necessarily lost. In the Qin dynasty, Shen Fei didn't actively participate in political affairs. Similarly, there's a huge difference between national progress and individual progress. Individuals can achieve breakthroughs, just as Shen Fei could easily reach the moon in the Qin dynasty, but a nation can't achieve such breakthroughs. Just like Stark, with Shen Fei's help, has mastered a wealth of interstellar technology and possesses spacecraft, but he hasn't made this information public. Rashly releasing this information before the people are ready for the interstellar age would only cause further chaos. Furthermore, the Marvel Universe is rife with villains. If such advanced technology fell into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. The technology Shen Fei currently possesses, especially from the Umbrella Corporation, could easily enable Earth's humanity to complete a preliminary evolution if he so desired. In the Marvel Universe, bioengineering is incredibly advanced. The Kree are exceptionally skilled in it, and the Sovereigns, whose energy and genetic technology are renowned throughout the universe, are so renowned that even the Kree dare not provoke them. For the Sovereigns, status is determined entirely by genetics. In this nation, your life is practically predetermined from birth. However, due to their advanced genetics, there are no poor or vulnerable people. Coupled with their powerful interstellar drone technology and their open-mindedness, ordinary people simply don't mess with them. While war would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties for other interstellar nations, for the Sovereigns, loss of life is virtually non-existent. For them, interstellar warfare is like a video game. Soldiers remain on their own planet, remotely controlling drone ships to attack the enemy. The destruction of their own ships has no impact on the Sovereigns. They can simply replace the control console and continue. Even Shen Fei was deeply envious of the Sovereigns' technology, especially their unmanned, long-range, almost unrestricted control, a true necessity in warfare. However, Shen Fei didn't rashly provoke them, for they were truly petty. They were capable of creating atom warlock for a few batteries stolen by the Guardians of the Galaxy. Coupled with their unique energy technology, even Shen Fei, with his esoteric portal, couldn't sneak onto their planet unnoticed. In the Marvel Universe, even with the Ancient One's departure, Shen Fei could only roam freely on Earth. He was far from being able to dominate the universe. The Marvel Universe was too complex. Thanos, Ego, Mephisto, and the others might appear impressive, but they were nothing compared to the Hidden Masters. You're smart. I promise you. Looking at Dataya, who looked respectful, Shen Fei considered for a moment and decided not to kill her. Instead, he decided to stay and serve the Empire. While Dataya wasn't exactly a good person, her alchemy skills were incredibly advanced, surpassing even Dr. Fashion in certain areas. Killing such a person would be a shame. If Dr. Fashion hadn't committed so many evil deeds and wasn't tolerated by Night Raid and the others, Shen Fei might have spared him. The judgment of the Ten Kings he transformed for Selu is quite powerful. But now that he's dead, Dataya remains. Shen Fei won't show Dataya the same mercy he showed Hunter or Night Raid, directly imposing a mental constraint on her. Shen Fei has a variety of methods for controlling people, the most common of which is hypnosis. Hydra is particularly adept at this, but it comes with significant side effects. While controlling combatants is fine, controlling researchers presents a challenge. For researchers, their most valuable asset is their brains. To minimize this, even Hydra won't use forced hypnosis on them. Similarly, none of Hydra's higher-ups were manipulated by hypnosis. Controlling the Mind Stone also presents its own problems. A single beating can be enough to resolve it. This isn't because the Mind Stone doesn't exist, but rather because it's so powerful that ordinary people simply can't fully unleash its power. Other options include Harry Potter spells, the Imperious Curse being the most effective, though it's also harmful to researchers. Then there's the Hunter World's mind constraints and oaths. These constraints aren't limited to one's own body, they can also be applied to others. This world lacks mind dispellers, and Shen Fei's power is far superior to Dataya's, leaving him with no chance of breaking these constraints. Dataya's alchemy excels in human transformation. In the original novel, after Sheila's death, it was she who caused considerable trouble for Night Raid in the Revolutionary Army. Kelly, are all the people here? In a secret underground base on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Shen Fei looked before him at the 30 or so men dressed in black, their faces stern. He gently addressed a mature-looking young man standing at the front. "Your Excellency, all nearby members are here," Kelly said respectfully. "I'm sure you're all aware of the Empire's situation. Originally, you weren't supposed to exist, but Chitin and Heatong interceded for you. So now you have two choices: stay here and serve the new Empire, or give up your current identities and become ordinary people." Shen Fei paused, then continued, "Of course, your health issues will be resolved. While it won't be easy to restore you to your original state, it will allow you to live a long time longer." These individuals were members of the Empire's Enhanced Assassination Unit. After the Empire's fall, their purpose in existence vanished. Shen Fei felt deeply sympathetic towards them. Coupled with Heatong's intercession and the new Empire's need for its own underground forces, Shen Fei decided to recruit them. The members of this enhanced unit were primarily descendants of Chitin and Heatong, with one exception, Kelly. He was the same generation as Heatong, but the weakest of them at the time. Despite his weakness, he was incredibly lucky, surviving multiple missions while his stronger peers were either killed in action or severely injured and unable to continue their missions. In terms of luck, Kelly could be compared to Murata, a regular member of the Demon Slayer Corps in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. He participated in numerous battles within the Demon Slayer Corps, even against Muzan Kibatsuji. Despite heavy casualties among the Demon Slayer pillars, he survived, earning him the title of Luck Pillar. Kelly was similar in this regard, and subsequently became the leader of the Enhanced Squad. As for Kurome, he was promoted to the elite unit of the Imperial Assassination Corps. After Akame's betrayal, the elite unit didn't disappear. Instead, Kurome took over. However, Kurome's elite unit, like Chelsea's Revolutionary Army Assassination Unit, always suffered heavy losses, with only the leader surviving. "What else can we do besides stay here?" Shen Fei finished his words. It wasn't long before Kelly and the other members of the Enhanced Squad made their decision. Having been trained as assassins, especially those who had survived until now, they knew nothing more than to follow orders and kill. In the original novel, he ultimately faced off against Chi-Tong and was killed by her. Chi-Tong had originally intended to spare him, but Kelly had actually sought death. While Kelly had survived thanks to luck, her health had been severely depleted, as evidenced by her current aged appearance. Kelly, unlike Heatong, was treated much better than Kelly because the Empire's higher-ranking officials wanted to keep her around to contain Chi-Tong. Shen Fei remained silent in response to Kelly's words, stating that he would treat the enhancement team better going forward, allowing members to withdraw without being purged. The assassination squad was never short of personnel. The years of chaos had left the Empire teeming with orphans, ready for adoption and training. "Since you've made your decision, let's start by conditioning your bodies, Aya. They'll teach you, Aya, skilled in human body modification, was also skilled in human healing, much like a doctor using poisons, whose effects were far superior to those of ordinary people. Kiryachimanji, this vassal weapon is no less powerful than an imperial weapon." While Aya was treating these people, Shen Fei was holding Kelly's weapon, the vassal weapon Kiryachimanji. Its effect was more powerful than most imperial weapons, namely that wounds inflicted by it could not be healed. This vassal weapon was said to be modeled after the imperial weapon that could kill Murasame with one strike. This vassal weapon originally belonged to Akaheim when she was still in the imperial elite group. It can be said that Akaheim's survival was largely due to this vassal weapon. Akaheim relied on this vassal weapon to achieve her final victory against Tycho of Oberg and later Merid. Because wounds cannot be healed and bleeding continues, it can be said that the enemy becomes weaker with each attack. When Akaheim betrayed the Empire, the Kiryachimanji was lost due to the enemy's pursuit, but Akaheim did not suffer any loss either, as she snatched Murasame from Dazchi. 500 years ago, the Empire manufactured a large number of ministerial tools, but most of them were destroyed due to the excessive side effects. What remained were ministerial tools with relatively small side effects. Among these ministerial tools, the Kiryachimanji can be said to be the only ministerial tool without side effects. Basically, it can be regarded as an imperial tool. All ministerial tools are made in imitation of imperial tools. For example, the ministerial tool Prometheus is a revolver, which is made in imitation of the romantic Fort Pumpkin. Prometheus is a ministerial tool that can use gunfighting techniques, and its bullets can turn at will. PS, just refresh after watching the original version. Sorry for watching the pirated version. I have something to do recently. Chapter 337, The New Empire. Supplement. Using the Prometheus makes curved and ricocheting shots a breeze, but the downside is that it can't be used continuously, reducing its accuracy. Its owner was Tsukashi, a strikingly beautiful woman, but she was ultimately slain by Akaheim's Imperial Gear Murasame, destroying the Prometheus along with it. The other 5 servants are the Crusher King, the Ratchler, the Pants of You, the Water Dragon Sword, and the 1,000-layered garment, each with its own side effects. The Crusher King is a gauntlet-like servant that greatly enhances its user's strength, but it must be used with extreme caution to avoid injury. During the elite team's battle between Cornelia and Tycho of Oberg, this servant malfunctioned at the last moment, resulting in Tycho's demise. Speaking of Akaheim's slaying of Tycho, besides relying on the Kiri Ichimonji servant, another reason was that Tycho hadn't fully recovered from her battle with Cornelia. Had she fought Akaheim in her prime, the outcome would have been far more uncertain. The rattlesnake is a whip that can be controlled by the user's will. Like the Crusher, it's extremely difficult to control. The Yuzzy pants are pants that grant acceleration and increased leg strength, but since the increase is modest, the side effects aren't noticeable. The Water Dragon Sword is a powerful servant that significantly increases the user's combat effectiveness for 3 minutes. The side effect is a high drain, and after 3 minutes, the user is essentially depleted of combat effectiveness. The 1,000 Layers Clothes is a coat that can manipulate Earth and even perform Earth escapes. Like the Water Dragon Sword, the side effect is a high drain. These 7 servants were the weapons used by the 7 members of the elite group. However, with some of the members dead or missing, only Kiri Ichimonji remains. After Akaheim's betrayal of the Empire, not all of the 7 members of the elite group perished. Besides Tsukashi, who was killed by Akaheim, another woman named Bonnie, disheartened by Akaheim's betrayal and the death of her father, Gazazi, left the Empire. It's unknown whether she's alive or dead. It's a shame this world lives up to its reputation as a place where beautiful female characters rarely have a happy ending. Leon died at the last moment of the revolution's victory, while the surviving Akaheim was cursed after activating the ultimate move of the Murasame Tigu. Leader Nageshitan's lifespan was drastically reduced by activating the ultimate move of Susanoo, and she won't live much longer. It's a shame these vassal objects, including the original Tigu, have disappeared. Shen Fei's regret wasn't their destruction, but the fact that most of the 48 Tigu were now gone. Of course, some Tigu might not have been destroyed, but hidden away in someone's home, unactivated. Take Chelsea's Tigu, Gaia Foundation. If she hadn't encountered Chelsea, it might have been mistaken for a makeup box, stored in some prefect's basement. Aside from a few prominent Tigu, many are quite ordinary. Without recognition, they can only be used as ordinary weapons, like Brand's demonic possession and Will's noble chariot, which looks like an ordinary sword. S.H.I.E.L.D has rebelled. Inside the Revolutionary Army camp, the advancing army, steadily advancing towards the imperial capital, slowed down immediately upon receiving word of the incident. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and S.H.I.E.L.D's name, within the Revolutionary Army's territory, can be said to have the effect of calming even a child's cries. What are Nageshitan and the others doing? Why haven't they reported such crucial information yet? Theodore, the current supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, roared. The Revolutionary Army was on the verge of overthrowing the Empire, and yet, this happened. Theodore was a portly middle-aged man, even heavier than Minister Ernest. Judging by his size alone, it would be hard to imagine him as the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army, but Alice, he was. He became the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army because he was originally a governor of the southern part of the Empire, and he had provided significant assistance to the Revolutionary Army in its early days, such as providing funding. Even if the Revolutionary Army lacked funds, it would be impossible to succeed. The Empire's primary problem was a severe financial shortage. It wasn't that the Empire lacked money, indeed, with the Encyclopedia of the World, how could it possibly be without it? More precisely, the Empire's treasury was empty, all the money had gone into the private pockets of the ministers. In fact, if it weren't for the elite assassination ring that had plundered the Gravikeepers early on, the Empire wouldn't have survived to this day. The ministers were truly bizarre. Even when the country was practically ruined, they desperately sought wealth, publicly claiming poverty. Yet, after the capital's change of ownership, the wealth confiscated from them was 10 times the Empire's annual revenue. This situation was reminiscent of the Ming Chong's era, When the emperor solicited donations from ministers to help with military expenses and suppress rebellions, only to find that each one cried poverty, with the most contributing a mere few hundred taels. Even the money the empress herself had personally contributed, intended for use as a proxy, was embezzled. The emperor himself raised less than 10,000 taels, but then the capital was captured, and these ministers were killed in the blink of an eye. The total amount of money confiscated reached tens of millions of taels. It was a great irony. According to intelligence, the night raid may have been completely wiped out, someone said. The night raid's complete defection was impossible to leak before the Revolutionary Army was completely dealt with. Akim, Leon, Brand and others might not care about this, but Nageshetan and Lubbock could not ignore it. Nageshetan still had a large number of subordinates in the Revolutionary Army, and Lubbock's parents and brothers were all in the Revolutionary Army. If the news of their defection leaked, these people would be in trouble. How is this possible? The complete annihilation of the night raid made many of the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army change their expressions. That was a team composed entirely of Imperial weapon users. Quiet, Theodore shouted at the panicked faces. Why panic? No matter how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D is, we're not hopeless. While S.H.I.E.L.D's rebellion and the complete defeat in the night raid had a significant impact on the Revolutionary Army, retreat was unacceptable for the army, which was poised to strike. Furthermore, the revolutionary leaders didn't believe S.H.I.E.L.D was invincible. The Northern Legion is now stationed in the imperial capital. Contact them and have them begin the operation. Those who reached the top of the Revolutionary Army were no fools. They had already made plans for the attack on the imperial capital, and despite the current setbacks, their plans wouldn't be affected. The Western aliens have begun deploying their forces on the border, with Nageshetan present. Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D were aware of the Revolutionary Army's plans. Besides the East, the Revolutionary Army had long maintained ties with the alien races in the other three directions of the empire. The actions of the Northern Alien Prince, Nu Meseca, had previously been coordinated with the Revolutionary Army, but they had underestimated S.H.I.E.L.D's strength. The current actions of the Western alien races are similar. Facing an alien invasion, they cannot be allowed to wreak havoc within the empire. Military suppression is essential. Given the empire's current situation, the Eastern Legion, while the most complete, is simply unavailable for deployment. Firstly, the East is plagued by problems, and deploying them could spell trouble. Secondly, they haven't yet accepted S.H.I.E.L.D's rule. They can only wait until the Revolutionary Army is wiped out before will can persuade them. The Western alien races are the Empire's term for them. For the Revolutionary Army and others, such as Dataya, the Western Kingdom, they are the most powerful alien race on the Empire's borders due to their unique alchemy. If they go all out, they can transform many powerful warriors. As for the Southern alien races, they are primarily pirates. The southern part of the Empire is home to many islands and numerous pirates. Flameheart of the Wild Hounds is a leading figure in the Southern Pirates. For the Revolutionary Army, uniting the three major alien races is a sound move. The Empire's persecution of alien races is severe. For example, Marin, because of her mixed-race background, faces discrimination in the imperial capital. However, for the Empire, the Revolutionary Army was nothing but traitors. While the Empire's persecution of foreigners was certainly severe, the foreigners persecuted the Empire's own people just as severely. Needless to say, the southern pirates were primarily engaged in plunder, and the same was true for the western and northern foreigners. This was the primary conflict between nomadic and agrarian peoples. I'll go take a look. Faced with the invasion of the western foreigners, S.H.I.E.L.D, despite being queen, prepared to personally lead the expedition. You'd better not play around too long, or the battle here might be over. I'll be back soon. To ensure the Revolutionary Army received the intelligence, S.H.I.E.L.D openly led the 100,000 northern troops out of the Empire's western gate. Shortly after leaving the city, Shen Fei used the arcane portal to teleport them westward. With S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, she alone could have been enough to deal with the western foreign army. The reason she brought 100,000 troops with her was to secure the border. Since she couldn't completely capture it, she had no choice but to hold the border. After hearing the news of S.H.I.E.L.D's departure, they've sped up quite a bit. After S.H.I.E.L.D led her army away, the Revolutionary Army immediately quickened their pace, apparently aiming to capture the imperial capital before she returned. Shen Fei didn't resort to any tricks to deal with these Revolutionary Army soldiers, simply employing stealth Quinjets and drones to monitor them. Even if he had to resort to trickery, Even without employing high-tech weaponry, Shen Fei was confident he could reduce the Revolutionary Army's strength by more than half before they reached the imperial capital. He could simply use the imperial artifact Shangri-La to teleport away the Revolutionary Army soldiers or send some dangerous creatures to attack them. S.H.I.E.L.D is brutal and ruthless. After the Revolutionary Army surrounded the 3 gates of the imperial capital, they immediately stepped forward to denounce the Empire and S.H.I.E.L.D's crimes. It seems not all of the Revolutionary Army's divination imperial artifacts are effective. The Revolutionary Army was able to avoid the Empire's initial raids and survive primarily because they possessed divination-type imperial artifacts. However, the fact that they possessed divination imperial artifacts, especially in the imperial capital, meant they were ineffective. At least they didn't know S.H.I.E.L.D had returned. The Western aliens were indeed stronger than the Northern ones, but S.H.I.E.L.D was also stronger now than she had been. Had S.H.I.E.L.D not returned, Shen Fei had considered using the Supreme Imperial Artifact or the Thunder God's Wrath he had obtained from General Bud. However, with S.H.I.E.L.D's return, Shen Fei decided against this. The Revolutionary Army numbered nearly 1 million soldiers, a large number that even S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't afford to take seriously. So, she used another of her Ice Imperial artifacts, the Ice Storm General. Makabatmo targeted a single target, while Ice Storm General targeted a large group. Utilizing the large number of ice cavalry, crafted days in advance, they could not only fight as regular soldiers but also possess the ability to alter the environment. With enough ice cavalry, S.H.I.E.L.D could even instantly plunge the entire empire into freezing winter. The Northern Legion's bravery and effectiveness were largely due to Ice Storm General, as he was S.H.I.E.L.D's method of selecting soldiers by exploiting the harsh environment. Attack! Kill S.H.I.E.L.D. The Revolutionary Army quickly launched their assault. The first wave of attackers weren't ordinary soldiers, but rather a force of dangerous creatures controlled by the Revolutionary Army. Giant dinosaur-like dangerous creatures attacked from the ground, while nearly 10 more in the sky coordinated the attack. Behind the dangerous creatures were a group of over 10 Imperial artifact users, assembled by the Revolutionary Army. Haha, facing the Revolutionary Army's attack, the Imperial capital city gates opened wide, and 200 ice riders rushed out. These ice riders were no match for the dangerous creatures, quickly being eliminated one by one. This result immediately relaxed the Revolutionary Army's higher-ranking officers watching from afar. They all thought, S.H.I.E.L.D is nothing special. Unfortunately, these people didn't even notice the smile on S.H.I.E.L.D's face. After the last ice rider was shattered, S.H.I.E.L.D leaped from the city wall. Facing the isolated S.H.I.E.L.D, the Revolutionary Army's Imperial artifact users immediately sprang into action, while the dangerous creatures also charged towards her. Just then, S.H.I.E.L.D sneered and slammed her right hand into the ground in front of her. Suddenly, a terrifying icy aura radiated from in front of her, fanning out in all directions. Instantly, all the Imperial artifact users, the dangerous creatures on the ground, and even those in the sky were frozen. Then, snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. Kill! 6 of the 10 or so frozen Imperial artifact users quickly shattered the ice and freed themselves. Seeing the others remain unmoved, these 6 knew they were doomed. Their expressions remained unchanged as they charged towards S.H.I.E.L.D, brandishing their Imperial artifacts. The first to rush towards S.H.I.E.L.D was a burly man, wielding a hammer-shaped Imperial artifact. With a roar, he leaped forward and lunged at S.H.I.E.L.D. The next moment, an icicle rose from the ground and pierced his body, leaving him suspended in midair. In the past, these 6 Imperial artifact users would have been a minor nuisance to S.H.I.E.L.D. But now, let alone killing her, they couldn't even get close to her. Faced with rapidly rising icicles from the ground, they were ultimately pierced through and left hanging in midair. After killing these Imperial artifact users, S.H.I.E.L.D clapped her hands, and a terrifying cold current immediately spread throughout the Imperial capital. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Ice Imperial Tool. As the heavy snow descended, the Revolutionary Army soldiers at the south gate fell into despair. The terrifying cold snap froze those closest to the gate. While the soldiers at the rear escaped freezing, the plummeting temperature and the raging wind left them shivering, their will to resist gone. This was the Revolutionary Army's misfortune, facing S.H.I.E.L.D head-on. The Revolutionary Army at the other two gates fared much better, merely feeling the rapidly falling temperature and chill. As the Imperial City was blanketed in snow, the Northern Legion at the other two gates opened its gates and rushed out. The sudden cold weather significantly reduced the Revolutionary Army's combat effectiveness, but for the Northern Legion, it was nothing. They were already accustomed to it. The Empire's swift defeat in the original novel, and S.H.I.E.L.D's eventual death, was largely due to the Northern Legion's failure to return to the Imperial capital. Had the hundreds of thousands of cold-adapted Imperial Army soldiers of the Northern Legion been stationed in the capital, the Revolutionary Army's victory would have been uncertain. Although the cold had already crippled the Revolutionary Army at the South Gate, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't stop immediately. With two snaps of her fingers, two massive ice balls, approximately 10 meters in diameter, appeared from the air and slammed down towards the Revolutionary Army's rear headquarters. The sudden attack sent panicked members of the Revolutionary Army headquarters far away, and everyone fled in panic. Sadly, no one escaped the ice ball's range. After the Revolutionary Army headquarters was destroyed, S.H.I.E.L.D stomped her right foot downward, and a massive cone of ice shot out from the ground, hurtling diagonally towards the Revolutionary Army in front. S.H.I.E.L.D herself stood atop it. S.H.I.E.L.D, falling from mid-air, slammed her palm to the ground, and the next moment, countless ice spikes spread outward in circles, extending hundreds of meters in radius. The Revolutionary Army, already slowed by the cold, suffered heavy casualties. Then, S.H.I.E.L.D, longsword in her right hand, charged single-handedly into the Revolutionary Army, inflicting heavy casualties with a single gesture. Shen Fei paid no heed to S.H.I.E.L.D's slaughter. This was war, and there was no room for mercy. As the saying goes, a merciful army is not a good commander. Considering casualties, especially those of the enemy, during wartime is sheer folly. Bai Qi's death was never due to his killing of 400,000 Zhao troops. Time tracked, seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D was safe, Shen Fei flicked his right hand, activating the Imperial artifact Shangri-La. He instantly appeared above the walls of another city gate. As he landed on the wall, he immediately unleashed the Imperial artifact Shangri-La on a section of the Revolutionary Army outside. After receiving the Imperial artifact from S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei had learned through experimentation how to use it. The Imperial artifact Shangri-La could be activated within sight, but the greater the distance, the greater the drain on stamina. Shen Fei's only concern now was whether Shangri-La could be used outside this world. Shangri-La differed significantly from other specially based Imperial artifacts like the Haunted Ghost, the Noble Chariot, and the 8 Rooms of the Dead in that they relied heavily on this world. The Haunted Ghost, the Noble Chariot, and the 8 Rooms of the Dead possessed their own internal space, allowing them to be used even outside this world. Just like the 8 Rooms of the Dead, which could be perceived through psychic power as possessing 8 internal, room-like spaces, hence its name, they could control 8 puppets. Shangri-La, on the other hand, relied on spatial positioning to teleport. Relocating to another world might not be effective. Of course, the details would only be known after leaving this world. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a massive Tai Chi diagram suddenly appeared on the ground, instantly causing thousands of revolutionary soldiers to vanish. After Shen Fei repeated this action several times, tens of thousands of revolutionary soldiers vanished from the battlefield. This unusual situation further lowered the morale of the revolutionary soldiers, already weakened by the surrounding cold. As for the tens of thousands of revolutionary soldiers, they were naturally transported deep into the mountains near the imperial capital, a hub for extremely dangerous species. Their demise was certain. This double blow, coupled with a leaderless state, quickly routed the hundreds of thousands of revolutionary troops. The Northern Legion didn't pursue them, as the next task lay with S.H.I.E.L.D. With the Revolutionary Army's leadership nearly wiped out, her prestige within the ranks made it highly likely that they would be tamed. The Empire's years of chaos had already decimated its population. Destroying the Revolutionary Army here would be disastrous for the Empire. Without a population, there would be no future for the Empire. Even if only a few households were left, the Qin would eventually fall. Qin's demise was ultimately due to years of war that nearly decimated its army, despite Chu's vastly greater population. The rest is up to you, Shen Fei said, returning to the city wall after securing victory. He addressed S.H.I.E.L.D, who had already prepared. No problem, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded and left with Brand, Lubbock, and Susanoo. Brand was S.H.I.E.L.D's bodyguard, Lubbock liked her, and Susanoo was her imperial weapon, so of course they were inseparable. As for Akame, Chelsea, Leon and the others, they did not show up. It was impossible for them to show up because they were the dark side of the Revolutionary Army and could not stand in the sun. I didn't expect that the Empire would really be taken down by you. Chelsea, who was also standing on the city wall wearing a thick coat, looked at the defeated Revolutionary Army outside the city and couldn't help but sigh deeply. At this time, both the Night Raid and the Hunter teams were standing on the city wall. Originally, the Night Raid had more people, but the Hunter side had almost the same number of people because of the addition of 3 of the 4 Rakshasa demons. Shen Fei did not ask the Hunters to participate in the battle. Although they were all strong, they were of no use in facing an army of hundreds of thousands. In reality, despite the combined participation of over 1 million soldiers in this war, Shen Fei was deeply skeptical of the combat effectiveness of the Zanmei world's army. From beginning to end, the war lacked strategy or command. It was entirely a matter of sheer force, a head-on confrontation devoid of any siege engines or similar weapons. If such an army were to appear in the Kinsmoon world, it would be a mere mob. If the two worlds came to blows, Zanmei world would undoubtedly be defeated, even if S.H.I.E.L.D and General Bud were to face off against them. While Zanmei world possessed firearms and missiles, they were not widespread, not to mention the Gongshu clan's 100 Wars Divine Crossbow, which was essentially a simplified Jericho missile. Of course, this assumption was merely Shen Fei's wild speculation. A war between the two worlds was impossible. I believe I can do better than them. Even though he believed he had no talent for governing, the knowledge he possessed made governing the empire a breeze. Najeshitan joined so quickly because Shen Fei had discussed with him the future of the empire, such as strengthening education and reducing taxes. There were also various technological advancements. In the Qin dynasty, Shen Fei couldn't be too advanced in some areas, but that didn't matter in this world, as the foundations were already in place. Can you believe that in a world with such amazing imperial artifacts, modern firearms, and missiles, the common means of transportation was horse-drawn carriages? Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D ignored the post-war collection of prisoners, leaving it to Najeshitan, Lan, and some of the empire's more respectable officials. S.H.I.E.L.D then returned to the palace to train, while Shen Fei and Leon headed to the slums. Hidden within the prosperous imperial capital lay a slum filled with sewage and garbage. Most of the people rescued in the capital before the Night Raid had been relocated there, and Shen Fei was there to help them. This time, Shen Fei used a considerable amount of Philosopher's Stones to heal nearly all of the residents. Later, with Leon's help, the residents of the slums finally trusted the new empire's commitment to improving their environment. Leon was incredibly popular in the slums. Without his help, forced demolition would have undoubtedly led to conflict. The demolition itself was simple and time-saving, as Shen Fei personally used alchemy to destroy all the buildings. Then, using alchemy, he rebuilt the houses according to the original plan. All in all, it took less than an hour. It's safe to say that if Shen Fei had taken on the demolition and construction, he would have become a billionaire. However, the result would have been the loss of many construction workers. This was a desperate measure, otherwise, Shen Fei wouldn't have done it. However, Shen Fei was the only one who would do this. In Fullmetal Alchemist's world, even an Earth alchemist could achieve this feat, but few would. It wasn't cost-effective. Would alchemist would become a construction worker? Thank you so much. Leona was thrilled to have the slum's problems resolved. She hugged Shen Fei's arm, her large chest rubbing against his. Although they had only been together for a short time, Shen Fei was unassuming, so Leona's true nature naturally emerged, sometimes even teasing him. This is just the beginning. I've told you before, if they want to truly escape their current situation, you'll need to work hard. After the Revolutionary Army's crushing defeat and the fate of the Empire settled, Night Raid naturally disbanded. Akim, thanks to Kuroum, joined the Hunters, while Main, Hill, Leona, and the others prepared to return to civilian life. Shen Fei, of course, disagreed. After all the hard work Night Raid had put in, it would be a shame to leave when the harvest finally arrived. Although Leona and the others were adamant, Shen Fei found it easy to convince them. Leon was concerned about the problems in the slums, so she put them in charge. The biggest problem in the slums wasn't the dirt and mess, but the lack of jobs and income. Previously, due to the Empire's oppression, the people here were unemployed. But now, with the Empire newly built and much in need of reconstruction, there are many jobs available. Leon was responsible for communication. In fact, Leon had been in charge of this before, but back then, she used it to deceive people, just like Tatsumi was deceived by her. Now, she doesn't have to deceive people. As for Main and Hill, they were put in charge of the Empire's newly established orphanage. The transition from the old system to the new one had created many orphans. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Although Leon longed for freedom and didn't want to be involved in so many things, she accepted it for the sake of the people in the slums. As for Chelsea, she returned to her old job as a maid, Shen Fei's personal maid. Although Leon objected at first, she finally agreed to Chelsea's request. Chelsea's ideal was to live a luxurious life. Even Shen Fei held this view. As long as such treatment was earned normally, it was perfectly normal to enjoy it. Now that the world was at peace, Chelsea, no longer a killer, deserved to enjoy it. After all, given Shen Fei's status, his personal maid held a very high position, a 7th-rank official, wasn't she? Is this it? The Puerto ruins, in the imperial capital, while the entire nation was bustling with activity, Shen Fei traveled alone to the northwest of the empire. Comparing the maps, he found a collapsed ruin. Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D both loathed government affairs, so naturally, these matters fell to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D was training, while Shen Fei learned about the ruins by questioning Chidan, Hetuang, and S.H.I.E.L.D. These were the Gravikeeper's ruins, belonging to the Western Kingdom. Back when the Western Kingdom was powerful, the empire hadn't even been established yet. This ruin was the mausoleum of the royal family of the Western Kingdom. Its collapse stemmed from the invasion by Akame, who was part of the elite team. The empire, financially depleted at the time, set its sights on this mausoleum, which contained a vast collection of burial objects. It was here that the enhanced and elite team suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D's subsequent support, the empire might not have survived to this day. S.H.I.E.L.D was a major factor in the ruins' collapse. Shen Fei came here because the Gravikeeper possessed a secret technique that allowed him to transform his body into a dangerous form, a technique used to forge imperial artifacts. Although Shen Fei had gained considerable alchemical knowledge from Dataya, he decided to take a look. The ruins had collapsed, and anyone else would have had no easy way to enter. But for Shen Fei, this wasn't a problem. He had alchemy and the spell to restore it. Oberg, the god of death, I never thought such a thing existed. After restoring the mausoleum, Shen Fei journeyed deeper into the mausoleum. Inside, he discovered a wealth of information on the Western Kingdom, a nation that worshipped the god of death. It was here that Shen Fei learned that Oberg actually meant the god of death. Finally, he said, in a hidden chamber within the ruins, Shen Fei finally found what he needed. Come to think of it, this is my first time transforming myself. After a period of research, Shen Fei finally decided to use the blood of the Ice Imperial Gear, the demon god's manifestation demon essence, taken from S.H.I.E.L.D. With the help of the Operation Fruit, the blood fused smoothly, and Shen Fei soon began to feel the power of the Imperial Gear. However, reaching the level of S.H.I.E.L.D's ability to wield the ultimate technique would require considerable development, as it bore a striking resemblance to Devil Fruit. Chapter 339 Imperial Tool, Devil Fruit. S.H.I.E.L.D drank all the blood of the Ice Imperial guys. What a waste. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly after gaining the power of the Ice Imperial guys through fusion. If there were still more of the Ice Imperial guys' blood, Shen Fei would have no problem creating an artificial Zoan-type Devil Fruit that could grant a person the power of ice. All of the Empire's Tegu are crafted from materials found on dangerous species, combined with special Ahuri steel and other rare materials. The most important of these materials is the dangerous species material. For Shen Fei, these materials could also be used to create artificial Zoan-type Devil Fruits. Compared to the various creatures of One Piece, the Sea Kings, and the Zanmei world, the dangerous species might be weaker, but they possess special abilities, some of which rival those of the mythical beast-type Devil Fruits in One Piece. For example, Leon's Beast King transformation, with its healing power, could be created into an artificial Zoan-type Devil Fruit that would be comparable to that of the mythical beast-type Devil Fruits. The secret techniques he learned while living in Prado, combined with the bloodline factors Shen Fei now possesses, have taken his creation of artificial Zoan-type Devil Fruits a step further. If Shen Fei could combine this with a dangerous species of this world, he could now create his own artificial Zoan-type Devil Fruit, just like Kato, and even more fully developed. Caesar's artificial Zoan-type Devil Fruit was entirely a matter of luck. Even if the Devil Fruit was created from the same animal's genes, the results would vary depending on who consumed it, with a primary consequence being the change in appearance. Shen Fei's artificial zoan-type devil fruit, on the other hand, had no drawbacks and was practically indistinguishable from a real zoan-type devil fruit. Never mind, if it's gone, then it's gone. Perhaps I'll discover another dangerous species with ice abilities later. After a moment of reflection, Shen Fei began developing a new artificial zoan-type devil fruit. This fruit would be based on imperial gears like the King of Beasts and Gaia Foundation. Shen Fei considered this decision for a long time. While Tigu aren't as powerful as artificial devil fruits in enhancing a person's strength, they do have their advantages. They can be passed down until they're damaged. If the user dies, they can simply be replaced by another. However, artificial devil fruits are single-use. If the user dies, the power disappears. Artificial zoan-type devil fruits can't be reborn like real devil fruits. Even real devil fruits are likely limited to the pirate world. Beyond this world, they might not be able to be reborn. The mirror dimension used in the pirate world also belongs to the pirate world. Although Shen Fei has conducted numerous experiments with devil fruits, he hasn't conducted any experiments in other worlds to verify their rebirth. In fact, he's only just thought of it. He might use zoan-type devil fruits in other worlds for similar experiments. Ultimately, Shen Fei decided to destroy the Tigu and create artificial zoan-type devil fruits, which could be passed down. For Shen Fei, this wasn't necessary. Since he didn't need them, he might as well use them for devil fruits. An imperial artifact like the Beast King's transformation, which creates a man-made animal-type devil fruit, could undoubtedly create a formidable force in the One Piece world. The same goes for the Gaia Foundation. If it were matched with the right person, it could potentially create a force comparable to an admiral or a emperor. In Zanmei's world, even the most powerful nature-type devil fruit would struggle to unleash its full power. Similarly, the Ice Imperial artifact, if not for S.H.I.E.L.D, would be powerless to withstand the power of its blood. In terms of physical fitness, the One Piece world is the strongest Shen Fei has ever encountered. Even civilians possess impressive physiques. Just look at the celestial dragons, who can withstand a punch from Luffy head-on and only suffer a broken mouth and tooth loss. Anyone else would likely have their head shattered by that blow. Furthermore, Sanji and Nami once swapped bodies due to laws of no. While Sanji could still unleash his powerful kicks in Nami's body, he only suffered soreness afterwards. In another world, a kick from that same person would likely break their own leg first. So, even though he obtained the Imperial artifacts from Leon and Chelsea, Shen Fei had no intention of giving them his devil fruits. It would be too wasteful. Of course, Shen Fei would compensate them appropriately. The virus he possessed to enhance their bodies was perfectly adequate for them, but in this world, it was sufficient. In the Marvel world, he couldn't use this kind of body-strengthening potion on a large scale, as leaking information would be extremely troublesome. Even if his power wasn't intimidating to those who coveted it, being constantly watched by them would be extremely annoying, which is why Calcin didn't even obtain it. But in this world, that wasn't such a hassle. He could act as he pleased. It's done, but who should I give them to? Using his portable laboratory, Shen Fei quickly created 2 artificial devil fruits comparable to those of the mythical beasts. However, he hesitated as to how to use them, as he didn't have anyone around him who was suitable to use them. Should we let S.H.I.E.L.D eat this Lion King? S.H.I.E.L.D's Ice Imperial tool, combined with the ability to increase her abilities and her powerful healing devil fruit, would be a perfect match. However, Shen Fei still felt that an ice-type devil fruit would be more suitable for S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Aokiji had eaten a natural-type devil fruit, there were many devil fruits, and there were ice-type devil fruits among the parahuman types. Let's ask S.H.I.E.L.D when we get back and see what she thinks. If she doesn't like it, we can keep her. After making his decision, Shen Fei began to think of Akame. It wasn't that he had any special feelings for Akame, but in terms of talent, Akame was comparable to S.H.I.E.L.D's. If she were brought to the pirate world, she would be a powerful ally. Speaking of which, I really feel sorry for Netero. Shen Fei had also been hesitant about Netero's side, wanting to become even more powerful. However, he hadn't given much thought to S.H.I.E.L.D and Akame. For this, Shen Fei could only internally apologize to Netero. Once we return to the Imperial capital, I'll retrieve Brand's Imperial guise, the Devil's Haunting. I should be able to craft a powerful devil fruit. Brand's Devil's Haunting was created from the extremely dangerous dragon form Tyrant. It's not yet completely dead and still possesses its own consciousness. If the Imperial guise is overused, Tyrant's consciousness could potentially resurrect. In the original story, Tatsumi ultimately transforms into Tyrant. If Akame hadn't slain Murasame's consciousness with a single strike, Tatsumi's consciousness would likely have been devoured. Tyrant, who had been in Imperial guise for so many years and still possessed no consciousness, was no match for Tatsumi. Dangerous creatures like Tyrant possess a remarkable ability to evolve, evolving according to the severity of the threat. Even S.H.I.E.L.D's time-freezing Mechabotamo could be resisted through evolution. While Devil's Haunting in its pure Imperial guise form isn't particularly powerful, if it were crafted into Devil Fruit and consumed by a powerful individual, it could potentially rival Kato's Shenlong form. The power of a Devil Fruit depends on the person who wields it. The stronger the person, the greater the power of the Devil Fruit, while the weaker the person, the weaker the power. For example, Shen Fei could easily handle Tatsumi's transformation into Tyrant, but if red-haired Shanks ate a Devil Fruit he created, things would be different. Speaking of this Devil Fruit, if Sanji knew about it, he would absolutely clamor for it, as it grants invisibility, a power he dreams of. Whether it's a parahuman or a zoological type, Sanji wouldn't care. Devil Fruits. There are such magical things. I really want to go to that world right now and see it. Shen Fei, returning to the Imperial capital, met S.H.I.E.L.D. and told her about the pirate world. He hadn't previously explained the details to her. I'll leave once things are almost done here, and you'll see for yourself then. Speaking of Devil Fruits, I have two here. Would you like to try one? Shen Fei said, holding out the two artificial Devil Fruits he had created. This one's quite good. If it were you, what would you choose? S.H.I.E.L.D. glanced at the Devil Fruit created by the Gaia Foundation and then looked away, picking up another Devil Fruit. For S.H.I.E.L.D., increasing her strength was paramount. While the Gaia Foundation was magical, it clearly wasn't very effective for increasing her strength. If it were me, I'd still think an ice-type Devil Fruit would suit you. You possess the Ice Imperial gear. Combining the two might produce some remarkable transformations. Shen Fei pondered for a moment before expressing his thoughts. Ice, however, has absolute zero. While S.H.I.E.L.D. might not necessarily reach that level, it's something she aspires to pursue. It all depends on your choice. If you choose to increase your strength now, this Devil Fruit is undoubtedly suitable. Its powerful healing abilities are very effective in saving your life. However, if you're considering the long term, an ice-type Devil Fruit is better. Shen Fei then expressed his thoughts on absolute zero. As for healing abilities, I have some other ways to obtain them. Although they're not as good as this Devil Fruit, they're still pretty good. Shen Fei now has quite a few enhanced recovery potions, including the G-Virus and the Extremis Virus. Since you say so, let's forget about this one. In that world, what's the most powerful Ice Imperial artifact? S.H.I.E.L.D. said, putting the Devil Fruit back. The most powerful Ice Imperial artifact is the Nature-type Freeze Fruit. The current possessor of this ability is Admiral Aokiji. According to you, the Devil Fruit won't disappear. That means if I kill this Admiral, I might be able to obtain the Freeze Fruit. After hearing Shen Fei's words, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expression suddenly became excited. Shen Fei couldn't help but be stunned by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expression. Is there something wrong? S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed Shen Fei's behavior immediately. This is a Marine Admiral. I've said before, they're the highest-ranking warriors in that world, and they're not easy to kill. If you want to fight him now, he can kill you without even starting a fight. I'm not thinking of doing it right now. S.H.I.E.L.D. was no fool. While a battle fanatic, she wasn't someone who would just rush into battle without a care in the world. If she were like that, she wouldn't have become a general of the Empire. How strong are you over there? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked, looking at Shen Fei with curiosity. As for me, if it's just my strength, I'm not at the top of the world, and I'm still a long way from being a general of the 4 emperors. But if I go all out, I could probably kill an admiral, Shen Fei said after a moment's thought. If he used the arcane gate, even if he didn't reach the level of Father Odin, he could still wreck the enemy. I see, S.H.I.E.L.D. said, standing up and heading outside. While S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't care about things, she wasn't completely uninvolved. For example, she made arrangements for her former subordinates in the Northern Legion before leaving. Riva, one of the 3 beast warriors, was now the supreme leader of the Northern Legion. It's inconvenient for you, isn't it? Take everything off. I'll help you recover. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Shen Fei went to find Nageshitan. Seeing Nageshitan's prosthetic limb, Shen Fei remembered what he hadn't done. He had to remove it and then used his telekinesis, the Archangel Sai, to summon a beautiful blonde angel. The angel exhaled and completely restored S.H.I.E.L.D.'s left eye and arm, which had been damaged by S.H.I.E.L.D. This injury could also be healed using the Philosopher's Stone, but with the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, there was no need to waste the stone, unlike when he had previously treated the patients in the slums. The Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D only works on injuries, not illnesses, nor does it affect Black Eye's severely overdrawn vitality. This is it. Nageshetan was surprised by the recovery of her left eye and arm. Brand and Lubbock, standing nearby, were delighted. Even Susanu was pleased. Okay, I know you're busy right now. Give me the Imperial artifact. Demonic haunting. Nageshetan was incredibly busy these days. After all, practically the entire Empire was focused on her. So, after taking the Imperial artifact, she left immediately. Luckily, Brand is gay, otherwise Lubbock wouldn't have had a chance. As he left, Shen Fei glanced at the three men following Nageshetan and chuckled softly. It's a shame not all Imperial artifacts can be used to create devil fruits. Very few Imperial artifacts can be used to create devil fruits. Weapons, for example, are generally unmanufacturable. The one-hit kill Murasame, the romantic turret, the all things severed, and the 8 rooms of the dead are all impossible to create. Although Will's noble chariot could be manufactured, Shen Fei did not want it. The materials of the noble chariot were far inferior to those of the evil ghost. There was no need to destroy this Imperial weapon. The Imperial weapon also had its unique features. For example, the noble chariot, if it was copied and used as standard equipment, could greatly improve the Empire's combat power, and at the same time compensate for Brand's loss of the Imperial weapon. Chapter 340 Entitled. If I were to seek cooperation with Kato right now, he'd definitely kick Ming out right away. After crafting the dangerous ingredients from the demonic possession into an artificial Zoan-type devil fruit, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of Kato's beast army. Caesar's artificial Zoan-type devil fruit had so many flaws, yet Kato accepted them all, let alone his own practically perfect artificial Zoan-type devil fruit. Despite its numerous flaws and problems, Kato's beast army was undeniably powerful. Even those at the bottom of society, even knowing the flaws of an artificial Zoan-type devil fruit, would still be willing to take one and give it a try. Success would allow them to rise to the top, no longer a lowly figure, enjoying free libations, gorging themselves on meat, and surrounded by women. Being a pirate, especially the lowest rank, isn't an easy job. They're the most oppressed and exploited, especially in the larger pirate groups, where the internal hierarchy is rigid and far more brutal than that of the Navy. To thrive in the pirate world, there's only one way: become stronger. I didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D to have her eyes on the freeze fruit. If S.H.I.E.L.D reaches the level of an admiral, using her time freeze ability, she might even be able to take down awakens. Shen Fei could only sigh helplessly at S.H.I.E.L.D's plans, declaring he'd wait until S.H.I.E.L.D reached the level of an admiral. You trust Nageshetan so much that you've given her all the power, Chelsea said casually, sitting across from Shen Fei in the gardens of the Imperial Palace's backyard, pouring him tea. Nageshetan sent you here to ask, didn't she? Shen Fei smiled after hearing Nageseta's words. Without waiting for Chelsea to speak, he continued, there's no need to test me. Since I chose her, I naturally trust her to govern this country well. In fact, I'm just a visitor to this country. After a moment's silence, Shen Fei told Chelsea some of his stories. Chelsea's maid work was excellent, which made Shen Fei want to take her away from this world. Unlike Leon, Maine, and others from the Night Raid, who had their own attachments to this world, Chelsea had nothing to cling to. Because of Shen Fei's intervention, Chelsea and Nageseta were not very familiar with each other. She was only able to come here to ask questions on Nageseta's behalf because they had previously belonged to the same faction. Another world? After hearing Shen Fei's words, Chelsea froze in her tracks, and it took a long time for her to react. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D is cooperating with me because I promised to take her out of this world and into a world of powerful beings. Once things here are almost settled, she and I will leave and only return occasionally. From what you said, you don't want to take me away. I'm your personal maid. How could you bear to leave me here? Chelsea said, running to Shen Fei's side and pulling his arm, her tone sounding a little coquettish. You want to leave with me. Now that the Empire is at peace, you can live the life you want. There's no need to leave with me. If you didn't know, it would be fine. Now that I know, of course I'm curious. Besides, you said before that you can't come back. Okay, then, you should take care of things here soon. Shen Fei, who had already been thinking about taking Chelsea away, nodded in agreement. Just taking S.H.I.E.L.D with you? No one else? Chelsea continued to ask after seeing Shen Fei's agreement. Next, let's see if Akame is interested in leaving. If Akame wants to leave, then Black Eye must be taken with her as well. But since they've decided to take Chelsea, having Black Eye doesn't matter. Sisters, I didn't expect you like this, Chelsea said with a sudden laugh, hinting at something. Don't talk nonsense. I have a girlfriend. I chose S.H.I.E.L.D and Akame because, with their talents, it would be a waste to stay in this world. They'd become even stronger in that world. With Akame's talents, perhaps there will be another great swordsman in the future. The Eastern Legion has finally launched a surprise attack. Now the Empire is finally at peace. With Will's mission, perhaps the situation was hopeless, and the Eastern Legion surrendered to the new Empire. Najeshitan met with the general of the Eastern Legion. S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't the only one meeting because S.H.I.E.L.D had gone to the southernmost reaches of the Empire, where she was sweeping the islands of the South Seas. Since she'd decided to leave, she naturally needed to address some potential threats. With the northern and western aliens already devastated, only the southern pirates remained rampant. Shen Fei certainly wouldn't leave this potential threat behind. While S.H.I.E.L.D was sweeping the pirates, Shen Fei was setting up the Chamber of Commerce, procuring the medicinal herbs he needed while he was away. Okay, I'll leave this to you. We're leaving. After everything was almost ready and he'd convinced Chiding and Hitong, Shen Fei decided to leave. Chiding and Hitong were easy to convince. As long as the two sisters were together, they didn't mind going anywhere. Besides, the new empire had just been established, so no night raids were necessary. Plus, Chiding wanted to explore the world. In the original novel, Chiding had already sailed far away at the end, but this time, her journey was much further. Other worlds? I really want to see them if I get a chance. After hearing about other worlds, Najeshitan also wanted to go, but unfortunately, her responsibilities prevented her from leaving. Leona was the same way, but she also said that once she had resolved her affairs, she would definitely leave with Shen Fei, and Shen Fei didn't refuse. Unlike in Marvel, Hunter, and other worlds, in the Zelda. Because the Marvel universe is so dangerous, the White Queen on the alien planet didn't store all of her data. Only the pirate world and the giant world contained all of her research data. The data being merged this time naturally focused on research on Imperial artifacts. This is another world. S.H.I.E.L.D, Chelsea, and the other three, having awakened, surveyed the base with curiosity, including the little red girl who had appeared before them. Yes, Red Queen, record their characteristics and tell them about this world. Yes, as Shen Fei spoke, Red Queen projected a massive virtual map before everyone. This map, created by Shen Fei by combining maps from the Navy and various factions, mapped out the vast majority of the pirate world's spheres of influence. Celestial dragons, how could such people exist? Chelsea and Akame's expressions changed immediately upon hearing Red Queen's information about the celestial dragons. The Empire's nobles were already exceptional, but the celestial dragons were even more so. S.H.I.E.L.D and Kirame, however, showed no particular reaction. We'll talk about this later. Let's listen to Crimson Queen's introduction first. Shen Fei finally calmed down after hearing what she said. Crimson Queen began to introduce the powerful people in the pirate world and the classification of devil fruits. At the same time, the video also showed the scenes of the powerful people in the pirate world taking action. It was truly earth-shattering and shocking. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D had already laid the foundation for this with Shen Fei, she was still shocked. Okay, now you know the general situation. My identity here is publicly one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After the holographic introduction was completed, Shen Fei began to talk about his situation. S.H.I.E.L.D, Akame, if you want to act freely, my requirement for you is to master the 3 colors of Haki. The real strong are all fought for. If S.H.I.E.L.D and Akame want to become stronger, they must not stay at home and go out to sea. I want to fight side by side with my sister. Seeing that Shen Fei did not mention his name, Haitong immediately stood up and shouted. Yes, but the prerequisite is to master the 3 colors of Haki. Of course, although it is called the 3 colors of Haki, it is actually just armament Haki and observation Haki. Conqueror Haki depends on talent, and Shen Fei does not have Conqueror Haki. Then what should I do? Chelsea asked. You can do whatever you want, but you must stay here for about half a year. This will greatly improve your physical fitness. Chelsea doesn't like training, and Shen Fei certainly won't force her. After all, he doesn't need Chelsea to fight. With S.H.I.E.L.D, Akame, Kirame, and Aida all grown up, he has enough to form a group of 4 emperors. Before training, here are some breathing techniques. You can learn them first. Shen Fei directly took out all the breathing techniques of Demon Slayer and let them try them out. This thing is really interesting. After that, the four of them slowly trained on the island, while Red Queen was also using holographic images to teach them some common sense and knowledge. Education levels in the Zanmei world are very low. Of the four, Chelsea is the most educated, having learned this while working as a maid in the governor mansion. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, Akame, and Kurome, there's no need to explain them further. S.H.I.E.L.D is from an ethnic minority, while Akame and Kurome were chosen as assassins at a very young age, leaving them with no access to higher education. Of the four, S.H.I.E.L.D, Akame, and Kurome show little interest in this knowledge, while Chelsea, on the other hand, is quite interested. I thought there was nothing new here, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Blackbeard has finally taken action. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he read the newspaper report. Blackbeard's actions have caused a stir throughout the ocean. After all, this is the Whitebird Pirates. If it were any other pirate group, it would be a minor issue. While betraying one's own team is despised by many across the ocean, they are all pirates after all, and if they truly want to break the rules, then so be it. Even if Blackbeard is despised, as long as he's powerful enough, he'll always have his men under his command. Blackbeard had previously been largely unknown. Even the 3 scars he'd left on the corners of red-haired Shank's eyes weren't widely known. But this time, his fame had spread across the seas, partly due to his betrayal of the Whitebird Pirates and partly due to the fact that, after all this time, he was still alive. That newsbird is stirring up trouble again, but his ability to stir up trouble isn't good enough. If you were sent to the shock department in his previous life for training, he'd definitely become a master there. Perhaps because he hadn't done anything major recently, Blackbeard was getting all the attention in the newspapers this time. While the coverage was exaggerated, it was still a bit understated for Shen Fei, a frequent visitor to the shock department. If you were publishing this news, he'd definitely go even further, mentioning something about replacing the Whitebird Pirates. Of course, that old bird, Morgans, might have thought of it, but didn't dare to write it that way. After all, that was Whitebird. If he really angered him, he wouldn't be able to stand up to a newspaper owner. He couldn't even refuse a tea party from an ordinary woman, let alone Whitebird. Escape in the new world. Looks like it'll take quite some time to get here. Blackbeard was truly on the run in the new world, no pretense. His pursuit wasn't limited to Ace the Fire Fist, but also included numerous powerful figures from the new world, and the Navy was also very interested in him. Blackbeard was certainly powerful, but a mighty warrior couldn't stand up to a large force. Furthermore, Blackbeard hadn't truly engaged in combat in over a decade, concealing his strength. Without the experience of bloody battles, his growth couldn't rival that of red-haired Shanks, who fought his way to the 4 emperors. Shen Fei quickly put Blackbeard's concerns aside and turned his attention to another matter, the Imperial Gear Shangri-La. As he'd expected, the Imperial Gear Shangri-La had lost its effectiveness after leaving Zanmei's world. Unlike humans, Imperial Gear were inanimate objects, unable to adapt to new environments. Just like Harry Potter's apparition, if he continued to study this spell in the new world, he could use it, but not the Imperial Gear. If it were anyone else, this Imperial artifact would likely only be used in the Zanmei world. However, Shen Fei was its current owner. With the arcane gate on Kamar-Taj and the space stone in hand, restoring Shangri-La's function was not impossible. Even if it couldn't be restored, Shen Fei wouldn't be at a disadvantage, as he had seen Shangri-La's function and thought of a better way to utilize the arcane gate. It would be interesting if we could use the arcane gate to drop the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates onto the sacred land of Marijoa on the Red Earth continent. Perhaps due to his own intuition, Shen Fei hadn't considered this idea before. But in the Zanmei world, remembering Sheila's methods against Tatsumi and Lubbock, it immediately struck him. Why not find a way to gather all the Yonko? A single Yonko group might not fare well on the Red Earth continent, but if they were all together, the situation would be different. Chapter 341 Dealing with a Mysterious Guest. This is a good method, but it's not that easy to gather the 4 emperors together. We must find something that interests all of them, such as the 4 red historical texts, or the record pointers to Raftel. This way, it's like the fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam, while the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole behind. Regardless of who wins or loses between the 4 emperors and the world government of the Red Earth continent, it will be a good thing for the entire ocean. Faced with the sudden appearance of the four emperors, Shen Fei did not believe that the world government would coexist peacefully with the four emperors. Even if Red Hair might have some relationship with the five elders, the two sides would definitely go to war as soon as they met. Nonsense. If there was no ulterior motive, why would the four emperors come to the Holy Land of the Red Earth continent together? There must be a conspiracy. This plan is good, we can try it out. After making this decision, Shen Fei began to summon the men of Baroque works to inquire about the recent situation of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Shen Fei's previous public attack on the celestial dragons, including the killing of one, had caused a great stir on the seas. While the celestial dragons hadn't fallen from power, it had already stirred up a number of local forces. Coupled with Shen Fei's widespread leaflet distribution, the number of pirates on the seas, while not as high as the Great Pirate Era immediately after Roger's death, was significantly greater. Faced with such a large number of pirates, and with neither the world government nor the Navy possessing intelligence on Shen Fei, the Navy had temporarily focused its attention on these pirates. Aokiji and Akanyu, two of the three admirals, were constantly patrolling the seas, apprehending pirates. The entire Grand Line was bustling with activity. The Kingdom of Alabasta, located near Mount Inverted in the first half of the Grand Line, had a higher pirate population, but thanks to Shen Fei, one of the Shichibuke, public security hadn't been significantly impacted. The truly powerful pirates generally headed to the New World, with only a few remaining in the reverse direction. Pure gold. Who knows when it will appear? Will it have to wait until Luffy set sail? Shen Fei didn't care for the volatile seas, as the extra pirates were only mid-level pirates. The top pirates remained the same. What caught Shen Fei's attention was the pure gold, rumored to greatly extend human lifespan. For Shen Fei, such an adventure was rare, and he certainly wouldn't rest on his laurels. His constant journey through dimensions was certainly motivated by a desire to gain immense power and fight Thanos, but more importantly, a desire for power. Unlike Stark, who believed science could solve everything, Shen Fei sought to integrate immense power within himself. He would utilize external resources, but his own strength was paramount. If given the chance, he'd even attempt to achieve godhood. While that seemed a distant prospect, the infinite dimensions held some promise. Even ordinary wealthy individuals desperately sought survival. The Witch's rejuvenating potion, for example, was coveted by countless in both the Marvel and One Piece worlds. In the pirate world, pure gold is mostly considered a legend, but in secret, the Navy, the world government, and some underground forces are still searching for it. You're a fast learner, but robots can handle this kind of thing. You don't have to work so hard. In the garden on the island of the secret base, Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he looked at the dishes Chelsea served. Although Chelsea claimed to be his maid, Shen Fei never considered her a real maid. The so-called maid was just a joke. It's not hard work, and I'm just practicing when I have nothing to do, Chelsea said, smiling as she sat down across from Shen Fei. Shen Fei's secret base, on the surface, is a manor that blends Eastern and Western elements, with pavilions, swimming pools, and gardens. It could be considered a resort. The harvest tree and the skin-beautifying hot springs Shen Fei had previously acquired are now housed here. It originally used a large-scale arc reactor for energy, but now it uses a combination of arc reactors and geothermal energy from the Hunter World's god. I'm sorry, but I'm stuck on this island, don't be so polite. You're doing this for our own good, and this is an opportunity for me, too. There's so much to learn, and it's not boring here, with so many games. Chelsea looked incredibly excited, and it wasn't her fault. The technology in Zelda's world was vastly different from Marvel's. The holographic imaging system and the Oasis games made it practically another world for her. Chelsea didn't enjoy training, but that didn't mean she didn't enjoy studying. While S.H.I.E.L.D was training, Chelsea was learning all sorts of things. As long as you like it, I'll take you to the modern world next time we have the chance, we agreed. We can't go back on our word. Don't worry, I absolutely won't. Don't worry, it's bad if you damage your body. You don't have to learn Akagi and S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside the base's gravity chamber, Shen Fei spoke softly, watching the persevering Haitong. Cultivation also requires resources. This gravity chamber was built by Shen Fei using a gravity hammer. With it, cultivation can be achieved with twice the result with half the effort. The ceiling of the pirate world is the four emperors. Even with the talent of Big Mom, their progress will stagnate after reaching the level of the four emperors. In the entire pirate world, Big Mom is undoubtedly the most talented. The saying that she is a natural-born emperor is true. At a young age, she could defeat Titans, including the Elder Titans. Such strength is absolutely impossible for Garp, Roger, or Shanks. But even so, at the current level of the four emperors, Big Mom, a natural-born emperor, is not the strongest. Alright, go and rest. Seeing that Haitong was still gritting her teeth and insisting, Shen Fei lifted her up and carried her out regardless of her consent. Haitong's talent was inherently inferior to Chi-Tong's, and her constant medication had taken a toll on her health. Even if Shen Fei had healed her with the Philosopher's Stone, it would inevitably have damaged her talent. If you get hurt, your sister will be very worried. You probably don't want to worry Chi-Tong. After finally calming Haitong, Shen Fei re-entered the gravity chamber. After checking on S.H.I.E.L.D and Chi-Tong's condition, he entered the next gravity chamber. Shen Fei never slacked off in his training. S.H.I.E.L.D is truly unconvinced. Now she's looking to cause trouble for the Sea Kings. Do you really think the Sea Kings of the Com Belt are just for show, using their ice imperial gear? S.H.I.E.L.D had challenged Sea Kings far from the island, but unfortunately, her ice imperial gear was now unable to contain them. Despite this, S.H.I.E.L.D continued to challenge them with relentless enthusiasm. As for Chi-Tong, Shen Fei taught her the Itoryu style. While not a swordsman, she was the most suited to swordsmanship. Haitong also practiced swordsmanship. Of course, even when practicing kendo, the 6 marine styles are essential. Marvel World. Although my overall strength hasn't increased much this time, I did gain the Ice Imperial weapon, so that's still a significant gain. By the way, should I go to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows to get some house elves and use them to cultivate medicine? Also, should I ask Knit's commander for some magical blood, the dangerous creatures in Zelda? The Sisterhood of the Dragon reminded Shen Fei of the magical creatures in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. There were many dragons, as well as the magical thunderbirds and the invisible beast. These could be used as raw material for artificial devil fruits. It wasn't necessary to kill these magical creatures, just their blood genes would be enough. While the creatures in One Piece were incredibly powerful, they possessed few extraordinary abilities. So far, the only dragons that have appeared were created by Vegapunk, and the Millennium Dragon, a creature that only appears through fate. In Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, other magical creatures, like Botricles, were relatively easy to obtain. However, Thunderbirds and invisible beasts, heavily hunted by wizards, were now extremely rare, and only Newt could find them. Invisibility beasts are a crucial ingredient in the creation of invisibility cloaks. Is this Quinjet? Has he finally let himself go? Shen Fei, seemingly dealing with matters in the Marvel Universe, suddenly noticed a reaction from the person he had previously marked on Red Queen. I have to say, this guy is quite impressive, but he's also quite inhumane. The image displayed by Red Queen showed a pileup on a bridge, involving at least 100 cars. If Shen Fei hadn't specifically marked him, even if he had seen the accident, he probably wouldn't have guessed it was staged. Shen Fei had to admire Quinjet's use of a holographic imaging system coupled with attack drones to disguise his identity. Holographic imaging systems are extremely useful tools in modern society, allowing for rapid and easy simulation of various data. However, they are also extremely dangerous if used to harm others. Stark initially opposed the widespread use of holographic systems, not only because they weren't yet fully developed, but also because society wasn't ready for them. Unlike the Oasis game, holographic systems simulate human consciousness and don't harm anyone. Remember, this is the system Spider-Man suffered greatly from. Randomly simulating buildings and cars, if anyone exploited it to display images on the road, it could easily cause a chain reaction. Or, if a building were flattened, people could fall from it without noticing. The holographic systems Stark and Shen Fei have leaked require extensive equipment to operate. Under such circumstances, using them to commit crimes is practically impossible, and you can't carry around a ton of equipment. Besides Shen Fei, there's also Dr. Hank, who possesses PIM particles. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do that. But Quinjet's improved holographic system is different. It can be perfectly simulated using just a few drones. If such a system existed in Shen Fei's previous life, China, even if it appeared, wouldn't have seen widespread adoption in a short time. However, this is a capitalist society, where even biochemical viruses can be released at will as long as they can make money. A holographic imaging system, on the other hand, only needs to make money. Just like the gun ban in the United States, the anti-gun movement has been going on year after year, but why hasn't it been implemented? Isn't it because people need to sell arms? Isn't it better to just keep quiet and make a fortune? Why do you think you're the savior? Now that Stark is still alive, you suddenly jump out. Isn't that courting death? Quentin Beck's technology is good, but it's far inferior to Stark's. The holographic imaging system used by Stark hasn't changed much over the years. It's not that it can't be changed, but that Stark hasn't put enough thought into it. Just like the miniature arc reactor. Before being kidnapped, when confronted by his uncle, Stark kept saying he couldn't do it. But after being kidnapped, he was able to create the arc reactor by rubbing it in a cave. You're courting death, so don't blame me. I'm doing this to eliminate a threat to the people. The ability to use a holographic imaging system with a drone indicated a high level of technological sophistication, and also meant Shen Fei could reap the rewards. Speaking of which, the Struth's intelligence is truly lacking. As he decided on his course of action, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall some of Mysterio's actions in Spider-Man 2. His portrayal of Mysterio actually had many flaws. For example, while the monsters created by the holographic imaging system were realistic and terrifying, the actual damage they inflicted was entirely in the form of drone attacks. There was a significant difference between such attacks and those of monsters, as could be seen with a simple inspection of the evidence. If it had been the real Fury and Hill, Mysterio would have been exposed long ago. Shen Fei had arrived at the Bull Bar, a small bar in Brooklyn, New York, after confirming Quentin Beck's whereabouts. William, Gutman, Victoria, Janice, congratulations on our success. The next step is to defeat Stark. When Shen Fei emerged from the bar, he saw a group of people celebrating loudly, holding up their bars. They were all incredibly excited, the casualties from the chain reaction unconcerned. Be careful with the next test. We can't let Stark target us just yet, someone suggested after a moment of clamor. What's there to be afraid of? Let him do it. This time, I'll make him regret firing me. Quentin Beck gritted his teeth as he spoke the word fired, and several others shared the same expression. Being fired from Stark Group was like a tumble from heaven to hell for these people. Saving money wasn't a common practice in the US, and people were used to spending lavishly. Furthermore, because they were fired from Stark Group, no other similar company dared to hire them. It wasn't that Stark was deliberately suppressing them. Rather, these people were exploiting their positions to enrich themselves. No company would hire such people. Alright, calm down. Don't worry, we'll make that arrogant bastard Stark pay. If you hate Stark so much, why don't you just go and fight him? Shen Fei's voice suddenly rang out in the bar. Who are you and how did you get in? The group immediately spotted Shen Fei. This bar was owned by one of them. Upon seeing Shen Fei, a Chinese stranger, some reached for their weapons, but the next moment, a flash of red light appeared, and the man collapsed. Chapter 342 Ancient Invasion, Part 1. You're a magician. Quentin Beck and the others' expressions changed as they watched the man suddenly collapse. Although Shen Fei wasn't wearing his superhero suit, the sight of his wand and the red light emanating from it immediately identified him. Since you know who I am, it's best not to try anything tricky, Shen Fei said, his wand emitting several red beams, stunning those who were about to draw their weapons. As they collapsed, Shen Fei didn't intend to kill them, not yet, to be more precise. What do you want to do? That's interesting. If I want to do something, why not ask what you've done? As he spoke, Shen Fei's wand activated again, shattering several glasses on the bar counter. The shattered glasses sprayed around, causing the people sitting at the counter to scream involuntarily, and the glass shards flew into their faces. A superhero actually attacked ordinary civilians. I think it'll be on the headlines tomorrow. Unlike the screaming men, Quentin Beck and the others, who were clearly the leaders, had calmed down after their earlier panic. The headline should be you, the ones who caused the chain reaction, Shen Fei said with a smile, looking at Quentin Beck and the others. I don't know what you're talking about. We were just gathered in a bar drinking, but you, as a superhero, attacked innocent civilians. I'm sure a lot of media outlets will be very interested in this. Interesting. Are you threatening me? Shen Fei asked calmly, staring at Quentin Beck. I'm just stating a fact. Quentin Beck seemed remarkably calm. A superhero attacking civilians? I'm calling the police. Perhaps Quentin Beck's attitude had alerted the others, and the bar owner behind the bar pulled out his phone. Not just the bar owner, but several others also pulled out their phones. Bang, bang, bang. Just as their fingers touched their phones, several gunshots rang out. The chests of those who had pulled out their phones exploded, and they collapsed, dazed. The sudden gunfire startled the remaining people. Those injured by the bar's debris immediately stopped crying out in pain. The calm expressions of Quentin Beck and the others turned to confusion, then terror. Shen Fei understood the reason for Quentin Beck's change of expression. He could guess the reason from their previous conversation. Superheroes can't kill. Except in wartime, superheroes don't kill under normal circumstances. Look at Spider-Man Peter Parker, he's practically never killed a single person, simply sending them to prison. For ordinary people, prison is a terrifying place, making them generally afraid to commit crimes. However, for some, going to prison is completely unimportant. For someone like Quentin Beck, if you were to go to prison, he'd probably face the same fate as Anne Vank once did. He'd be quickly bailed out, especially if his holographic imaging system technology were to leak out. You actually dared to kill someone. Shen Fei's audacity to kill shattered the composure of Quentin Beck and the others. How amusing. What makes you think I'm afraid to kill? Shen Fei said as he aimed a shot at Quentin Beck, severing his right leg. The firearm Shen Fei used was a Desert Eagle, a weapon with immense power against ordinary humans. With his leg broken, Quentin Beck collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming in pain. Shen Fei was unyielding to those who disregarded other people's lives. If you don't take other people's lives seriously, then don't blame them for not taking yours seriously. Shut up. If I hear you again, I'll kill you. After Shen Fei's cold voice, Quentin Beck immediately stopped screaming in pain. As for the others present, they remained in their positions, refusing to move. We can't let him die like this, Shen Fei thought to himself. With a flick of his right hand, the wound on Quentin Beck's bleeding right leg instantly froze. Okay, enough fun now. Time to get down to business. Subduing a group of ordinary people was a piece of cake for Shen Fei. If it weren't for his goal of confronting Quentin Beck, the Mysterio, he could have easily taken care of them all without even showing up. Just like those people who wanted to call the police earlier, it didn't matter if he didn't intervene. When he entered the bar, Red Queen had already blocked the surrounding network signal. Hand over everything. Shen Fei had sought out this group primarily for the holographic imaging system. As for the drones built by William, he didn't care at all, as he already had the drone technology from the Oasis. In the Oasis world, drones were already used for delivery and takeout. In comparison, Marvel's drone technology was far behind. Fortunately, Marvel's drone technology hadn't developed as rapidly, otherwise Spider-Man Parker wouldn't even have been able to do this part-time job. It's gotten to this point. It's a shame Mysterio's methods aren't very effective. Quentin Beck's disguise as Mysterio was powerful in a world dominated by technology, but it was somewhat useless in a world focused on cultivation. For example, in the pirate world, once one's observation haki is activated, holographic images are rendered useless. Of course, this applies to combat. For support purposes, such as the most common form of distance learning, holographic systems are invaluable. Goodbye, everyone. After obtaining what he wanted, Shen Fei immediately set the bar on fire. I didn't expect to run into this guy. Standing on a tall building near the bar, looking at the sea of fire below, Shen Fei suddenly turned to look at the right rear door. A figure in a red tights leaped towards them from building to building. Shen Fei recognized who it was, the famous Daredevil. That's a powerful mutation. Even more powerful than my observation haki. Seeing Daredevil appear, Shen Fei suppressed his aura and quietly opened the mirror space. Daredevil Matt, while not particularly powerful, had hearing that could monitor nearly half of New York City, something Shen Fei's observation haki couldn't achieve. A lawyer by day, a criminal by night. He's got quite the energy. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched the approaching Daredevil. He was a hero of the same ilk as Spider-Man, selfless and never forgetting to punish evil, no matter how hard his life might be. He was also a superhero who believed in not killing. After observing Daredevil up close, Shen Fei opened the portal to the mystical realm, returned to his villa, and turned on his computer. Daredevil's been so active lately. Is it because Kingpin is organizing the demolition of Hell's Kitchen? Manhattan, New York's wealthiest neighborhood, is known to some as Hell's Kitchen, a slum within the city. After the Chita attack on New York, this area became a target for demolition efforts, with plans to demolish the old, abandoned buildings and build a new commercial district. However, demolition proved a complex undertaking. Hence Kingpin's arrival. Such dirty work couldn't be left to the capitalists themselves. If word got out, it would be a scandal. As for how Kingpin is going to convince the people in Hell's Kitchen to relocate, that is Kingpin's own business. If anything goes wrong later, he can also put the blame on Kingpin. As a gang leader, Kingpin certainly can't honestly pay any demolition compensation. He will only force people to move away so that he can swallow the demolition compensation. And Daredevil is just trying to stop Kingpin. It's just in vain. After reading all the information, plus what happened to Daredevil in his memory, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. The demolition of Hell's Kitchen is inevitable. Daredevil is simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even if he exposes Kingpin's conspiracy, the most the official will say is that there will be compensation, but the plan will not be shelved. Not to mention Daredevil, even if Stark comes forward, the most he can do is to fight for better compensation. You and Kingpin can have your fun, Shen Fei said, shutting down his computer. With his current status and strength, Kingpin was nothing more than a minion to him. Even if he killed Kingpin, it wouldn't have been a good outcome. Even if he didn't intervene, Kingpin's fate wouldn't have been good. His hard-earned girlfriend was murdered by his own allies. Of all the leaders of New York's underground forces, the most intelligent was undoubtedly Madame Gao. While she possessed considerable power, she was incredibly low-key. If Shen Fei hadn't known her background, he wouldn't have guessed she came from Kunlun. As for her, Shen Fei had no intention of attacking her unless there was a formal conflict. Coulson, what happened again? The next day, Shen Fei looked at the incoming call number on his phone, shook his head slightly, and answered the call. Long time no see. As Coulson's image appeared, Shen Fei nodded. Sorry to bother you, something's going on here. Coulson looked a little embarrassed. Originally, asking the Avengers for help as Coulson wouldn't have been a problem, but since many people thought he was already dead, he couldn't bother them. What's happened again? This time, Coulson explained the whole situation. Singularity, I understand. Gloucestershire, right? Come pick me up. As Coulson explained, Shen Fei immediately understood what had happened. He had dealt with this before, but since he'd been busy improving his own strength and the singularity hadn't had much of an impact, he hadn't paid much attention to it. May's already gone, and she's probably almost here. See you later then. After hanging up with Coulson, Shen Fei received a call from Melinda, saying she was almost there and asking him to prepare for departure. Long time no see, you look well, perhaps because of Shen Fei's intervention. Melinda's ex-husband, the S.H.I.E.L.D. psychiatrist, survived the whiplash attack and, consequently, his death. It's unclear whether this will affect the relationship between Coulson and Melinda. In response to Shen Fei's greeting, Melinda glanced at him before taking off in her stealth Quinjet. Still as cold as ever, Shen Fei ignored Melinda's coldness. She was just that way. This was a good opportunity for Shen Fei to reflect on Coulson's earlier question. The Forest of Dean in Colliford, Gloucestershire, was their destination. Since Shen Fei had never been there before, teleporting directly through a magical portal was out of the question, so he had to take the plane. So many velociraptors. Upon arriving above the Forest of Dean, Shen Fei, seated in the plane, gazed down at the scene below and was surprised. There were dozens of them. What are they doing? Aren't they resisting? Looking down at the S.H.I.E.L.D. members and possibly English soldiers being pursued by the velociraptors, who didn't fight back despite being attacked by the velociraptors, Shen Fei immediately spoke to Melinda. There are weapons on the plane, right? Shoot them. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet, even though the one Melinda was flying wasn't primarily designed for combat and lacked missiles or other weapons, it did have cannons. Can we attack them? Won't it affect the timeline? After hearing Shen Fei's words, Melinda looked at him in surprise. What did you say? Shen Fei was stunned by her words. Timeline impact. These creatures are from ancient times. Killing them in modern times would have a negative impact on the modern world, such as human extinction, Melinda continued. Who told you that? Nonsense. If that were true, humanity would have been extinct long ago. Shen Fei gave Melinda a speechless look before continuing. Don't worry, I promise there won't be any problems. Attack, you said it. Melinda gave Shen Fei a deep look before activating the Quinjet's weapons. With a rattling of its cannons, a shower of snowflakes erupted from the swarm of velociraptors below. Faced with modern, high-tech weaponry, these ancient species offered no resistance. Melinda's piloting skills were exceptional. Her cannons didn't harm anyone below, focusing solely on the velociraptors. May, what's going on? Why are you shooting? Callson's questioning voice echoed from within the plane as Melinda pursued the fleeing velociraptors. Who told you to attack? Didn't I tell you not to attack them? Before Callson could finish his words, a strange, angry voice echoed from within the plane. However, the sound did not affect Melinda's actions. She continued to control the aircraft's cannon to attack the fleeing velociraptors. Just when she was about to kill all the velociraptors, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked the injured velociraptor. If Melinda had not reacted quickly, the person would have been torn to pieces by the cannon in the next moment. With the attack line blocked, Melinda had no choice but to land the plane. Do you, S.H.I.E.L.D, want to destroy humanity? I've told you many times before, we can't kill them, we can only drive them back to their own time. As Shen Fei and Melinda exited the plane, they saw the figure blocking the velociraptors, raging at Callson. Chapter 343 Ancient Invasion, Part 2. Dr. Carter, calm down, facing the angry middle-aged man. Although Callson wanted to explain something, the middle-aged man seemed not to want to listen at all. At the same time, 2 men and 1 woman ran to the injured velociraptor, as if giving it first aid. You're here? After seeing Shen Fei appear, Callson's nervous expression finally relaxed. Callson and Melinda are old partners. Of course, he knew that Melinda was able to launch the attack before because of Shen Fei. What's going on? Shen Fei looked at the people who were treating the velociraptor and asked Callson. Here's the thing, Callson said the information he had not said before, and also introduced the person who blocked the front of the plane. Professor Nick Carter, a famous professor in England, is a doctor and expert in many fields such as biology and mythology. He is a rare high-level talent. This is James Lester, head of the Anomaly Research Center. The reorganized S.H.I.E.L.D, while no longer a wanted individual, was no longer as powerful as before. If it were the pre-disbanded S.H.I.E.L.D, encountering such an anomaly would have been the immediate response, but now, S.H.I.E.L.D was forced to cooperate with the English authorities. What are you doing? Stop, Shen Fei was about to speak when another incident occurred. After Melinda's cannon fire, the velociraptors suffered heavy casualties. Only the 3 at the back were seriously injured, thanks to Dr. Carter's intervention. 2 escaped. S.H.I.E.L.D agents were closing in on them, but this time, someone intervened, seemingly fearlessly standing in front of the S.H.I.E.L.D's guns. Get out of the way, Melinda coldly pushed the young woman aside. Then, with her automatic rifle, she dispatched 1 velociraptor. The other was dispatched by Lance and 2 S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Previously, the inability to attack the raptors had caused numerous casualties among S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Now that she knew she could, Melinda was unyielding. If it were a child, Melinda would have held back, but a raptor? Melinda showed no mercy. The severely injured raptor was completely dead. The Quinjet's cannon was no match for a mere raptor. Do you know what you've done? Carter and his men were furious at the loss of 2 raptors. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent in the face of their anger. If it were the old S.H.I.E.L.D, who would dare yell at an S.H.I.E.L.D agent like that? Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched. S.H.I.E.L.D's continued existence was due to the rapid changes in the world. Aliens, and humans, as guardians, and other anomalies had emerged. Rather than forming their own organization to combat these, it was better to let S.H.I.E.L.D take action. After all, they had the experience. The anomaly is over there. Shen Fei ignored what was happening over there. This was S.H.I.E.L.D's business, and he was only here to deal with the anomaly. What exactly do you S.H.I.E.L.D want to do? Callson was about to speak when the man named Carter walked right up to Callson and shouted. Lester, is this the so-called expert you hired? After saying this to Callson, he walked over to the man named James Lester. Dr. Carter, calm down. I think they must have a reason for doing this. Compared to the angry Carter, Lester was much calmer. Sir, could you explain why you attacked them? Lester said, turning to Shen Fei and asking. When Callson introduced Shen Fei's identity, he didn't mention his identity as a magician, but only said that he was an expert on singularities. Why attack? That's really interesting. Didn't you see they were killing people? Shen Fei looked at Carter, whose face was still angry, and said softly. You're S.H.I.E.L.D singularity expert. Since you're researching singularities, you should know that the world beyond is an ancient past of this world. Any slight change could have a significant impact on the present world, potentially even leading to the extinction of humanity, Carter demanded loudly, his gaze fixed on Shen Fei. Carter now understood that it was Shen Fei's fault that S.H.I.E.L.D had taken action against the velociraptors. After hearing Carter's words, Shen Fei gave him a blank look before turning to Callison and saying, "I don't have that much time to waste. Take me to the singularity." Shen Fei didn't bother arguing with someone like Carter, who believed he possessed absolute truth. While Carter was a rare talent, his limited knowledge limited his understanding of the world, leaving him with only his own limited knowledge. He didn't realize this was a complete anachronism. He had no time to explain, he might as well resolve the matter. Afterward, whether he could return to Kinsmoon World and bring his supplies, or continue exploring new dimensions, it would be a good option. Shen Fei's attitude made Carter's face turn grim. Callison, who was standing nearby, had also witnessed this. After a slight shake of his head, he immediately said, "This way." He led the way, followed by Melinda and Lance. "Fitz, I didn't expect something like this to happen." Several S.H.I.E.L.D agents stood guard at the Singularity's location. Simmons and Fitz were observing the Singularity through their instruments. As scientists, the allure of a Singularity was immense. So much so that after the others led the raptors away, they immediately ran out, leaving Barbie, who had been assigned to protect them, helplessly following them. "I really want to go over and take a look," Simmons said, his tone filled with longing for what lay beyond. It's possible he would have already made it if Barbie hadn't been so determined to stop him. Although Fitz himself objected to going in, he couldn't refuse Simmons's request. Barbie's reason for adamant opposition was simple: someone was already trapped in the other world. The Singularity's duration was unknown, it could persist for years, or vanish at any moment. Under these circumstances, Barbie couldn't risk Simmons and Fitz, two geniuses. If they entered and the Singularity closed, they'd essentially be dead. Even if they survived, they couldn't return. "If you want to go, just go," Shen Fei said, arriving nearby and hearing Simmons' words. "Can we go?" Simmons exclaimed excitedly. "Of course," Shen Fei said, leading the way toward the Singularity. Simmons, stunned for a moment, then excitedly frantically picked up his equipment and asked Fitz for help. "Is that okay?" Callison asked hastily. The previous S.H.I.E.L.D agent's fall on the other side had already left him heartbroken. If Simmons and Fitz were to suffer, it wouldn't just be heartbreak. "Don't worry, I'm here," with the others present. Shen Fei didn't elaborate. He simply gave Callison a wink and led the way through the Singularity. After a brief hesitation, Callison followed by Simmons, Fitz, Barbie, Lance, and the others. "Hurry, Fitz, hurry," after crossing the Singularity and gazing at the completely unfamiliar world. Simmons couldn't even take in the rare spectacle. He shouted, urging Fitz to quickly set up his equipment. This is the real Jurassic era. The Singularity they had crossed was located on a platform midway up a mountain. As soon as they emerged, they could see the swarms of ancient beasts in the distance below. "Simmons, Fitz, don't delay too long." Callison, equally astonished by the wondrous Jurassic spectacle, gazed anxiously at the Singularity behind him. "I really want to see them up close." After equipping his equipment, Simmons gazed down at the ancient beasts below with a look of deep emotion. "No." As soon as Simmons finished speaking, Callison immediately objected loudly. This place was not far from the Singularity in the back. If something happened, they could escape quickly. If they went too deep and the Singularity closed, it would be the end. The S.H.I.E.L.D agents who disappeared before were because they went too deep. "Okay, it's almost time. We should go back." After observing for a while, Shen Fei spoke immediately after sensing the situation in the Singularity. Although he could go back directly even if the Singularity closed, there were not only S.H.I.E.L.D people here, so Shen Fei still had to keep a low profile. "Go back." After hearing Shen Fei's words, several people on Callison's side immediately helped Simmons and Fitz pack up their equipment and quickly crossed the Singularity. A few minutes after they passed, the Singularity flashed a few times and immediately disappeared. "You're being irresponsible to all of humanity," Carter erupted again in the conference room at the Singularity Research Center. After leaving the Singularity, Lester spoke with Callison, and then the group held a meeting. S.H.I.E.L.D personnel and those involved in the Singularity Research Center sat distinctly on opposite sides of the round table. How ridiculous! If human society could be destroyed so easily, humanity would have long since become extinct, Shen Fei said calmly, observing the enraged Carter. "What do you know about time?" What grounds can you draw to conclude that killing those ancient creatures will affect the present and the future? On Earth, he considered himself second to none in his understanding of time. He possessed the time stone. Without waiting for Carter to speak, Shen Fei continued, I've reviewed your data. Singularities have appeared more than once in history. You don't think the people of that era had scientific theories like yours, sending back all the creatures that had passed through them? Shen Fei's words cut Carter off. You're speculating on time with human ideas. Do you think you're a god? Even His Majesty Odin of Asgard wouldn't dare say that. Then what makes you so sure there's no impact? Aren't you a human, too? Shen Fei's words immediately angered the young men behind Carter. Why am I so sure? It's simple. I've consulted Asgard on this matter. Of course, Kamar-Taj couldn't be mentioned, so Asgard was the only option. Asgard came up. The young man who spoke was immediately speechless. It seems Westerners also think the moon is rounder abroad. No, it should be the moon on other planets. These people didn't dare to speak, undoubtedly intimidated by the four Asgardians. In fact, if anyone could go to Asgard and spend some time there, they would definitely be disappointed. I can say this because I've personally experienced it. Carter was silent for a moment, then spoke solemnly. I know many people won't believe this, but it's my personal experience. While there was a singularity in my previous world, there wasn't a singularity research center. Furthermore, Claudia has become a changed person. As Carter spoke, everyone present fell silent. I didn't make this up. I experienced it firsthand. Your actions will inevitably have serious consequences. Is that your basis? I'm sorry to say this, but I have to tell you one thing, your basis is wrong. Are you saying that everything I experienced was fake? I made it up to deceive you? Carter's voice suddenly rose. No, I believe what you say. All I can say is that when you crossed the singularity, you accidentally crossed into a parallel world. This world is not the same world you were in before. Parallel world. Shen Fei's words seemed to have a profound impact on Carter. What makes you say it's a parallel world, then what makes you say it's not? Norse mythology has appeared, aliens have appeared, parallel worlds are normal, Shen Fei said, standing up. Alright, I've given you my explanation. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. With that, Shen Fei left. The Marvel Universe has countless parallel worlds, some normal, others with far more serious problems than our current world, like the one with the X-Men. Helen? Another self-righteous person. The fact that Coulson had summoned him wasn't just a singularity issue, the real problem was a woman named Helen. Helen was Carter's wife, and she shared Carter's problem, self-righteousness, though hers was far more severe than Carter's. On the surface, Carter and Helen were a loving couple. Even after nearly 10 years of disappearance, Carter had been desperate to find her. Little did he know, Helen had long been involved with one of Carter's graduate students. Helen, missing for a decade, recently reappeared and predicted humanity's demise. This is why the Singularity Institute sought help from S.H.I.E.L.D, and why Coulson sought her out. If humanity's future weren't at stake, the Singularity Institute would never have revealed its singularity. Wouldn't it have been better to keep its research private? In reality, the ancient creatures captured by the Singularity, which Carter and the young people around him thought were being returned to their former worlds, were all confined to a military research facility. Furthermore, Carter and his associates are strictly hypocritical. One of them even kept an ancient creature in his care and never saw it returned. Chapter 344 Ancient Invasion, End. The next day, inside the Forest of Dean, at a new singularity, Simmons and Fitz, as usual, observed the singularity through their instruments, while Shen Fei reviewed the magical data on his tablet. Helen has appeared. Just then, Melinda emerged from behind, phone in hand. Have you caught her? Shen Fei immediately put the tablet away and asked. No, we're hunting her deep in the forest now, Melinda said, looking at Barbie and Lance. I'll leave this here to you. Don't let Simmons and the others get away with it. With that, Melinda ran deeper into the forest. I'll go too, Shen Fei nodded to Barbie and Lance, then chased after Melinda. He was deeply curious about Helen, who is hell-bent on becoming humanity's savior. You're too slow. Get on board. After catching up with Melinda, Shen Fei immediately unleashed his broomstick and magically conjured 2 transparent seats for Melinda to sit on. Melinda sat down without hesitation. Shen Fei then immediately cast a disillusionment charm. Although the Forest of Dean was sparsely populated and, due to the singularity, it was sealed off, Shen Fei remained steady just in case. Lead the way, Following Melinda's guidance, the broomstick quickly flew deeper into the forest. Although the dense trees obscured his view and made flying difficult, Shen Fei's current strength presented no problem. If he were to compete in the Quidditch World Cup in Harry Potter World right now, he would surely win the championship. Using his observation haki, Shen Fei quickly arrived at the location. Gunfire erupted, and the sound of the gunfire indicated the intense fighting. After discovering the location, Shen Fei immediately stopped his broom. Exposing himself to Melinda, Calson, and the rest of the S.H.I.E.L.D team wasn't a big deal. The problem wasn't just S.H.I.E.L.D personnel, but also personnel from the Singularity Research Center. Clone troops? I thought it was Germa 66, Shen Fei thought, glancing at the identical bodies around him. While cloning might be frowned upon, research in the field has never ceased, especially in the area of organs. The number of people worldwide in need of organ replacements is enormous. Mastering this technology would easily make one a billionaire. This is precisely why the underground organ trade is rampant. While this practice is less prevalent in developed or peaceful countries with robust laws, it's rampant in chaotic regions. The United States used to be a very rampant market, but things are better now because fewer people are buying organs. As the saying goes, no trade, no harm. The reason, of course, is nanomedical technology, which can regenerate organs. Although Shen Fei hasn't publicly announced this technology, since the Avengers already have it, how could they possibly hide it from some of the bigwigs in the US? Organ cloning is one application of cloning technology, and the same applies to human cloning. To Shen Fei, clones are also human, but to some, they aren't considered human. Just like the Vinsmoke family's clone troopers, they can be killed at will and used as shields. Similarly, to some, clones are just tools. Clone troops are far more useful than regular troops. Regular troops may be afraid of death, but clone troops don't have that problem. Furthermore, clone troops don't require pensions or responsibility. Regular troops would be held accountable if they suffered too many casualties, but for clone troops, that's not the case. Of course. Due to various technical limitations, even the Marvel Universe couldn't field a clone army. While clones have low attrition rates, their practical impact was insignificant. That's because Earthlings valued them highly. Even the Kree wouldn't create a clone army in the entire universe. These clones may have an advantage in numbers, but their combat effectiveness is completely lacking. Shen Fei, sensing the battle ahead through his observation haki, shook his head. These clones' actions were too simple, and they seemed to have very low intelligence. Let's go. Melinda, after inspecting the bodies of the clones, immediately drew her pistol and rushed forward. Helen, what are you trying to do? As Shen Fei and Melinda reached Calson's side, they heard Carter's voices yelling from the other direction. If the soldier from the Singularity Research Center hadn't pulled him back and immediately redirected him, he would have been killed in a moment's silence. The biggest danger in these special operations is exposing one's position. What's going on? Melinda asked immediately after reaching Calson's side. Helen broke into the Singularity Research Center and stole a supposedly very important item. Calson immediately shared his knowledge. It seems Melinda's ex-husband is dead, but it's a shame about Calson's cellist. Calson and Melinda's rapport gave Shen Fei some insight into their relationship. Shen Fei's involvement had changed many aspects of the current S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Simmons and Fitz finally got married, Calson's arm was intact, and Shen Fei had already dealt with General Hale. Calson likely wouldn't be resurrected again, claiming that death was his superpower. Calson's experience was truly unique, having been resurrected several times. As the battle dragged on, the number of clone troopers around Helen dwindled, but Helen seemed unfazed, crouching on the ground, seemingly busy with something. Oh no. She's trying to open a singularity and escape. Catch her, as Calson yelled. Shen Fei naturally noticed Helen's movements. She held a strange device in her hand, which caused a singularity to suddenly appear not far from her. She then ignored her men and entered the singularity. The singularity then began to flicker, seemingly disappearing. I see. With these words, Shen Fei vanished from Calson's presence, passing through the singularity just as it was about to vanish. So many singularities. As he passed through the singularity, Shen Fei was stunned by the sight before him. Over a dozen singularities appeared before him, each located within a short distance of the others. Helen was currently crossing one of them. How interesting. The unexpected situation made Shen Fei abandon the idea of immediately capturing Helen. He wanted to see what she was up to. With this in mind, Shen Fei cast the disillusionment spell and followed Helen. Singularity within singularity. Is this a maze in a game? Passing through 6 singularities in a row gave Shen Fei the feeling of walking through a maze in a game. If he hadn't been following Helen closely, he might have lost her. After all, with so many singularities, who knows if Helen would travel through time to get one? Are we finally there? After passing through another singularity and seeing that there were no more singularities ahead, Shen Fei immediately realized that they had arrived. We're finally there. Perhaps because they had arrived, Helen looked very excited. She took out a natural science magazine from her shoulder bag, flipped through it a few times, and then immediately threw the magazine in her hand and walked forward. Lucy, the ancestor of mankind. After Helen left, Shen Fei walked to the magazine that was thrown away. After seeing the content on it, a mocking smile appeared on his face and he shook his head. Scientists have always had different arguments about where humans came from. So, this should be the time period when the ancestor of mankind existed. Did she keep traveling through singularities just to reach this time point? With his suspicion, Shen Fei waved his hand, and a ball of fire fell onto the magazine on the ground. The next moment, the magazine turned to ash, which drifted away with the wind and disappeared into the air. Are they poisoning Lucy, the ancestor of humanity? Shen Fei, who had been following Helen, spotted a group of ancient apes drinking from a stream. He immediately ran upstream and poured a bottle of suspicious liquid into the water. The reaction of the operation fruit revealed that it was highly toxic. You've always been clamoring to protect humanity, so why would you poison the ancestor of humanity? Shen Fei's voice suddenly rang out behind Helen, startling the relieved Helen. When she turned to look at Shen Fei, she was holding a black automatic pistol. Who are you? How did you get here? Helen looked at Shen Fei with a look of alarm. I followed you here. I said you haven't answered my question yet. I heard from Dr. Carter that you've been talking to him about protecting the future of humanity. Humanity has no future at all. Instead of this, why don't I create new humans? Helen didn't know if it was because the pistol in her hand gave her confidence, or if she wanted to confide something, but she kept nagging Shen Fei, saying things like no matter what he did, the future of humanity would be destroyed, and that such humans had no meaning to exist, etc. Shen Fei wanted to laugh out loud after hearing these words. Ho ha ho ha! Finally, Shen Fei couldn't help laughing out loud, with a mocking smile that made Helen's face turn very ugly in an instant. You, a history teacher, actually want to become the creator of new humans, the god of new humans. It really makes me laugh to death. Helen was a teacher, and she was far behind Carter in terms of knowledge. Shut up, or don't blame me for being rude. The mocking words made Helen couldn't help but yell. You're welcome, just rely on that weapon in your hand, Shen Fei said as he waved his hand, and the gun in Helen's hand immediately flew into his hand. It was not the ability of the surgery fruit, but the use of true energy. Who are you? The weapon in his hand suddenly flew out, startling Helen. It doesn't matter who I am. Do you know why I've been following you, knowing what you were going to do, but never stopping you? Without waiting for Helen to speak, Shen Fei continued, because there's no need. Lucy is the ancestor of humanity. Only people like you would believe such nonsense. Millions of years ago, of course, you can say whatever you want now. As long as you have the right to speak, no one can truly prove it. It's like someone saying Antarctica is fake, that it doesn't exist, and that anyone who claims it exists is lying. It's like the Truman Show or The Frame, where everything around you is fake. Because there's no need. Humanity won't become extinct. What makes you think that? Helen retorted. It's simple. Someone won't allow humanity to perish. God, hell, they won't allow it. What about the Great Flood in the Bible and Noah's Ark? God, hell, how could they exist? As a scientist, Helen naturally didn't believe in myths. How long have you not watched the news? Shen Fei looked at Helen leisurely and said with a smile, Asgard has really appeared in front of the world. Aliens have attacked New York before. Don't tell me you don't know these things. What did you say? Helen looked at Shen Fei in astonishment. In fact, Helen didn't know these things, but it was not her fault. Although the Asgard and S.H.I.E.L.D incidents were very big, there were many news and newspapers were reporting them all the time, but who made Helen dream of being the savior at that time? Helen, who had stayed in the singularity for a long time, had never paid attention to the news in the real world. It seems that you really don't know. What a pity, Shen Fei said, and waved his hand again, cutting off Helen's shoulder bag with sword energy, and then grabbed it. This thing can open the singularity, which is really interesting. After taking a quick look at the instrument that Helen had used to open the singularity, Shen Fei crushed it with one hand. Although this thing was strange, it was of no use to Shen Fei, and it still required a specific place to open the singularity, not anywhere. In addition to this instrument, there was also a strange metal short stick in his shoulder bag. According to Carlson, it was an item stolen by Helen from the Singularity Research Center. So that's it, it's used to locate the singularity. It looks like it might be an item from the previous civilization. So, the instrument that opens the singularity should be the same. So, the end of humanity that Helen saw would not be the end of the previous civilization. Thinking of this, Shen Fei smiled helplessly. Okay, I have to go, goodbye, Shen Fei said, pointing the gun in his hand at Helen, and shot her dead with one shot. This thing is a nice antique, take it back and put it together with the sword in the stone. After killing Helen, Shen Fei directly appeared in front of the singularity with a secret door. After passing through the singularity, he sealed it off. This cycle repeated many times. After sealing off many singularities, Shen Fei finally appeared in the real world through the secret door. After inheriting the position of Supreme Sorcerer, Shen Fei also inherited the collection of the Ancient One. Don't look at Kamar-Taj as being very poor. In the original story, Dr. Strange and Wong had no money to eat. But in fact, any item in Kamar-Taj would be a treasure that would be fought over outside. Take the sword in the stone for example. If England were to take it out, I'm afraid it would go crazy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, New Dimension, Part 1. It should be fine for now, so that's it. Any other scientist would undoubtedly be intrigued by such a mysterious entity as the singularity and would want to trace its origin, but Shen Fei wasn't particularly interested. There was no need, not to mention the unfathomable Marvel Universe. Traveling through time and space isn't a difficult feat in this world, those 3 magical stones can do it, and immortals can even travel through time by harnessing specific tidal forces. The reason for this problem ultimately stems from the existence of the 6 Infinity Stones. To restore normalcy, the only way to restore it is to make them disappear. Didn't you catch Helen? Melinda asked immediately upon seeing him return alone to the S.H.I.E.L.D. airbase. No, there are many singularities within that singularity, and when I investigated them one by one, there was no trace of her. Shen Fei kept quiet about Helen's death, to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, he did share some of the events following the singularity. Such a magical place exists. I really want to see it, Simmons spoke up as Shen Fei finished. Don't even think about it. I've sealed all the singularities there. At that moment, Carlson approached and said, Lester said they've discovered something new and asked us to go over there. This is a troubling situation. Based on our investigation and the information provided by Dr. Carter, Helen's goal may be to use the singularity to reappear during Lucy's time, thereby ending humanity, Lester said solemnly after Carlson and his group appeared in a spacious tent at the singularity's temporary base. We must stop her, or she will truly end humanity, Carter said anxiously. Carter's anxiety was not lost on his students, nor on Lester. After all, this was a matter of life and death for humanity. Carlson's expression didn't change much, but everyone's eyes turned to Shen Fei. If it were before, Carlson would have been extremely anxious. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was responsible for this kind of work. However, Shen Fei's appearance directly disproved Carter's previous theory. Furthermore, since they knew Shen Fei's true identity, they naturally had to rely on Shen Fei's opinion on such matters. You keep calling for human extinction, and you really think you're the savior? You and that Helen, you really are a couple, Shen Fei sneered at the inquiring glances of Carlson and the others. Seeing the indignant looks on Carter's faces, Shen Fei interrupted him before he could speak. Dr. Carter, I don't know how you determined that Lucy was the ancestor of humanity, but I can tell you one thing, times have changed. Don't tell me you don't know that Asgard in Norse mythology has appeared and that Earth is Midgard, one of the 9 realms. Under such circumstances, you're still talking about Lucy. Shen Fei shook his head helplessly. Shen Fei stood up and headed outside. There was no point in arguing with someone like Carter. While it was true that people like him were rare on Earth, that didn't mean they were necessarily right. Carter and Helen's theories reminded Shen Fei of the flat earth theory he'd encountered in his previous life. Honestly, if it weren't for chance encounters, Shen Fei wouldn't have even heard of it. He also couldn't believe there were still people who supported it in modern society, and quite a few of them. These people didn't believe in the flat earth theory at all. They believed that all theories and mathematical formulas proving the Earth's roundness were fabricated and deceptive, as if they were the protagonists of the Truman Show. There was no point in arguing with such people, because you can never wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Sorry, Carlson and the others left shortly after Shen Fei left. Won't you explain why? Carlson asked directly after returning to the S.H.I.E.L.D. plane. Does this need further explanation? You all know Asgard, Thor, and Loki, and you've met Mephisto. Given this, how true do you believe history is? Shen Fei's words silenced everyone present. The appearance of the mythical figure had already profoundly impacted their perspectives. During the silence, Shen Fei then asked, "Why don't I see Sky?" Sky's hacking skills were rarely used these days, since she was now Carlson, S.H.I.E.L.D's most powerful figure. But precisely because of this, Shen Fei was curious about her absence. If Sky had been there, Carlson might not have needed to look for her earlier. Sky found her mother, Carlson immediately explained. I see. Carlson's words surprised Shen Fei. He had thought the Inhuman situation had been resolved. He had forgotten Sky's mother's name, but he did know some details about her. Her tragic experience had driven her to seek revenge against the world. After this time, the Inhuman who can control electricity should join us. It seems that he is a pair with Sky. Unfortunately, he died together with Hive in the original book. Okay, things are almost done here. I'm going back first. Contact me if there is any news. Shen Fei nodded to Carlson, and directly drew a golden mystical door in the plane and returned to his villa in New York. After returning to the villa, Shen Fei opened another mystical door and went directly to the temple in New York. He then checked the situation of the three major temples and the barrier. After all, he is now the Supreme Sorcerer, and he also needs to do some of the work of the Supreme Sorcerer. Odin hasn't appeared yet, which means that there is still some time before Hela is freed and Thor III is released. If Hela is freed, Asgard will usher in Ragnarok. If it can be avoided, of course it should be avoided as much as possible. Shen Fei had his own plan. If Hela appeared, he would defeat her if he could, but if he couldn't, he would cast her to a remote, desolate planet. This way, even if Hela could return to Asgard on her own, it would take a considerable amount of time. He could repeat this strategy again, and it could also be used against Thanos. Doctor Strange hadn't used it because it was merely a delaying tactic that wouldn't change the outcome. However, for Shen Fei, it was still useful. He could use this time to grow stronger. Tony, you're building the armor again. After inspecting the barrier, Shen Fei called Stark. Through video, he could see Stark in a massive laboratory, crafting the Iron Man suit. How did you find time to talk to me? Stark paused upon seeing Shen Fei, and a robotic arm handed him a glass of energy drink. I'm going to Xander. Interested in joining us, Shen Fei said, opening a mystical portal and appearing in Stark's laboratory. Finally, one day, I'll definitely figure out how to confine space, Stark muttered softly as Shen Fei appeared directly before him. Wait a minute, Stark then immediately left the laboratory, returning dressed in casual clothes. A rare opportunity to visit an alien planet certainly wouldn't be uninteresting for Stark. Let's go. Xander was bustling as always. People from every race in the universe could be seen roaming the streets. The Nova Empire, the Sovereign, and the Kree Empire were the three largest nations in the galaxy. Of course, that was just the size, not the power. In terms of true strength, Thanos and Asgard, with Odin, were far more powerful than these three. If ego, lurking in the shadows, was included, the three empires wouldn't even rank in the top three. Originally, Asgard's territory encompassed more than just the 9 realms. At the time, Odin was still at the peak of his power, and with Hela still around and the Valkyrie Legion fully assembled, Asgard could have expanded to other star systems. However, after conquering the 9 realms, Odin abandoned his ambitions. This led to Hela's rebellion, nearly wiping out the once galaxy-shattering Valkyrie Legion. Shen Fei was deeply apprehensive of Hela, a figure who could crush even Thor's hammer. Of the three great empires, the Nova Empire was the most open, while the Kree Empire was less so. The Kree, ruled by the nobility, was essentially a cosmic version of the empires of the Zelda. The Kree's nobility reigned supreme, and their supposedly inviolable honor remained a sacred rule. The leader of the raiders in S.H.I.E.L.D., who came to Earth to collect the gravitonium after its destruction, acted for his family, even having a tradition of drinking a decisive battle to the death. And that's just the looters. One can only imagine what the upper echelons of the empire are like. Such an empire is undoubtedly home to numerous revolutionary forces, but due to the vast disparity in power, the Kree's actions are seen as mere farce by the upper echelons. The Kree's biomodification technology is renowned throughout the universe, and those within the empire possess immense power, such as Ronan the Accuser, who can deactivate the Power Stone without dying. However, the Kree Empire has been plagued by significant challenges in recent years due to the presence of Captain Marvel, whose hyperdrive-derived power is, if not celestial, then near celestial. If it were an empire within a planet, Captain Marvel's might would have overthrown it long ago. However, the Kree Empire is an interstellar empire, encompassing a vast territory. Even Captain Marvel can only temporarily protect the revolutionary forces, unable to make any real impact on the Kree's leadership. Of course, the primary reason for this is Captain Marvel's soft-heartedness. If she possessed S.H.I.E.L.D's dominance, the Kree Empire would have been overthrown long ago. Back then, this person released all those who harmed her, including Ronan, her accuser. Of course, Captain Marvel's mercy is actually a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, such immense power in the hands of an ambitious individual would cause even greater problems. Captain Marvel's superluminal speed is truly superluminal, allowing her to travel between planets spontaneously. Unlike Kizaru's Pikachu fruit, which, while incredibly fast, still falls far short of the speed of light. In the original story, Iron Man Stark's spaceship lost power in space, and it was this power that carried him back to Earth. With such power and speed, even the Celestials would struggle to defeat her. At least, if Ego faced Captain Marvel, he would be no match. Compared to the Hulk, this person truly rose to prominence overnight. Another person who rose to prominence overnight is, of course, Scarlet Witch. As for Sovereign, the country is truly closed to the outside world. Outsiders are completely invisible, save for locals and invited guests. With the entire galaxy in this state, the Nova Empire's planet of Xandar naturally prospered. Energy Matrix, unfortunately, it seems so hard to obtain. The Nova Empire's most powerful technology was, of course, the Energy Matrix. It could be connected to form a powerful defensive network, capable of both defense and attack. Sir, you're here. After Shen Fei and Stark had a brief tour of Xandar's scenery and the various cosmic races, they arrived at the intermediary. Upon seeing Shen Fei, the intermediary's face immediately lit up with a flattering smile. Shen Fei's compliments were simple: the customer is king. He had purchased a great deal from the intermediary. In the real universe, there are no laws protecting civilizations. Whether a civilization can emerge victorious depends primarily on its strength and luck. Countless civilizations have been wiped out by predators. Similarly, with the universal currency of the universe, one can easily acquire a vast array of advanced technology on the cosmic black market. Does the cosmic orb have any information? Shen Fei certainly hadn't come here for science or technology. He'd already obtained it. His main goal now was the cosmic orb, or the Power Stone. Shen Fei knew the Power Stone was on a desolate planet, but he didn't know its name. He had no idea he'd be traveling to the Marvel Universe, so he hadn't bothered to memorize planet names. He did remember the Soul Stone's location on Vormir, but what good was that? He had no way of obtaining it. He wouldn't sacrifice those closest to him. As for using hypnosis, either himself or someone else to obtain the Soul Stone, it was simply out of the question. It was the Soul Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Thinking they could get it so easily was a gross underestimation of the Soul Stone. Hypnosis alone wouldn't work. Hiring someone might be able to do it, but there was a problem. Sacrificing someone close to them wouldn't be the answer. Shen Fei could force someone to do it, but this would go against his usual behavior, so of course he wouldn't do that. In the end, he could only do that after Thanos got the Soul Stone. Chapter 346, New Dimension, Part 2. I'm not sure yet, but don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as I have any information. The intermediary responded to Shen Fei's question with a look of "I'll take care of it." Shen Fei sneered inwardly. He knew the intermediary's character well, and he didn't believe his words at all. There were many people in the universe interested in cosmic orbs, including collectors. However, most of these people had no idea what was inside the cosmic orbs. They simply wanted them because they were unique and valuable. Just like collectors on Earth, Shen Fei was able to purchase items from the intermediary thanks to the collector from the void. Without him, Shen Fei would have never been able to raise so much money so quickly. Shen Fei had made a fortune from the collector by acquiring rare creatures from the worlds of Harry Potter and One Piece. This collector had a strong collecting habit, collecting anything rare and unseen. This person is also a powerful figure in the universe. His exclusive possession of the void reveals his immense strength. The void is a planet formed from the skull of a celestial being, rich in precious resources. Without sufficient strength, this place would have been seized long ago. Even when Thanos later came to seize the reality stone from the collector, despite severely damaging his place, the collector survived. His ability to survive Thanos' clutches speaks volumes about his strength. Shen Fei didn't believe the intermediaries' words because they only sold the cosmic orb to the highest bidder. While Shen Fei was considered wealthy, he still far surpassed the wealth of the cosmic elite. Shen Fei didn't say much, as the intermediary naturally preferred the highest bidder. "This is what I need this time. Prepare it quickly," Shen Fei said, pulling out a chip and handing it to the intermediary. It contained the information Stark needed. Although he had already acquired a considerable amount of information, his research focused on biochemistry, a significant difference from Stark's. The technology Stark needed this time was primarily aerospace technology, spacecraft, which was currently the most lacking on Earth. Of course, Shen Fei would pay for it, as Stark had no cosmic currency. The information was quickly acquired. For the intermediary, the technology Stark needed was obsolete and easily obtainable. Let's go back. After acquiring the information, Shen Fei and Stark explored Xander for a while before leaving. Stark had originally considered seeing a few alien women, but upon seeing the unusual species, he immediately abandoned the idea. Shen Fei shared the same sentiment. It must be said that Star-Lord's father, Ego, was truly unpretentious. He would take on any exotic species. Shen Fei had no particular interest in alien beauties, not even the beautiful Gamora. Star-Lord, having grown up among the Marauders, naturally had a different aesthetic. Looks like we can only wait for Star-Lord to retrieve the cosmic orb. After some consideration, Shen Fei decided that he could only wait. Not only did he not know the planet where the cosmic orb was located, but even if he did, it wouldn't be the same. After all, the cosmic orb was on a different planet from the Soul Gem. Vormir, where the Soul Gem was located atop the highest mountain, and with a red skull as its guardian, it was easy to find. But the cosmic orb was different. It was located on a desolate planet. And finding it within that planet was no easy feat. Even Star-Lord had to rely on specialized technology that seemed to be able to restore the planet's past life to find it. Shen Fei didn't possess that kind of technology. Even if the intermediary didn't have it, it was likely designed and manufactured by someone within the Marauders. The Marauders' continued existence in the universe certainly had its own unique characteristics. Star-Lord's adopted father, Yondu, possessed a powerful weapon called the Whistle Arrow, a powerful weapon for eliminating enemy troops. Controlled by a specific rhythm, it could appear and disappear with incredible force. If the opportunity arose, Shen Fei would truly love to see it in person. "I'm going back, no need to see you off." Returning to Earth, Shen Fei immediately left Stark. His departure didn't bother him, as Stark was already immersed in the science and technology he had just acquired. In the Kinsmoon world, the Yin-Yang family. "Master Imperial Master, long time no see. You've emerged from seclusion." Shen Fei, arriving at the Yin-Yang family's gate, happened to encounter Xinghun as he emerged. "So it's Guardian Xinghun. Yun's Hongjin should be here, right?" Shen Fei asked, smiling at Xinghun. He had come to the Yin-Yang family immediately upon returning to this world because he wanted Yun's Hongjin to begin refining the gathering immortal pills as soon as possible. This time, he had gathered a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, enough for dozens of pills. Yun's Hongjin is inside. "Master Imperial Master, please come this way." "Thank you, Guardian Xinghun," Shen Fei said, preparing to enter. To his surprise, Xinghun, who was supposed to be leaving, also entered. "If Guardian Xinghun needs anything, please do so, Your Excellency." "Grand Master, you're so polite. It's just a minor matter. I can handle it later. It's a rare occasion for you to come, so Xinghun is happy to accompany you, as long as it doesn't interfere with the Guardian Xinghun's business." "Greetings, Grand Master." Perhaps due to the notification from the Yin-Yang clan, Yun's Hongjin was already waiting outside when Shen Fei arrived at the Yin Yang clan's gold division. "You're welcome. I'm here to see you because I need your assistance. You're so polite, Grandmaster. If you have anything, just let me know. Let's talk inside." After entering the gold division's main hall, Shen Fei directly stated his purpose. He then took out a large number of wooden boxes and placed them on the hall. "This is it." Yun's Hongjin and Xinghan stared at the boxes that had suddenly appeared in the hall in shock. Even with the extraordinary power of yin-yang magic, they had never seen anything like this, a mustard seed containing Mount Sumeru. After a deep glance at Shen Fei, Yun's Hongjin and Xinghan began to open the boxes. The medicinal herbs contained within also astounded them. Even though the yin-yang family, blessed with Qin's support, was extremely wealthy, they had never encountered so many medicinal materials capable of refining the gathering immortal pill. If this batch of pills were successfully refined, Qin's power would undoubtedly increase significantly. A single expert wouldn't necessarily have much impact, but if there were a dozen or so, the situation would be completely different. "Please rest assured, Master Imperial Master, I will do my utmost to complete the task as quickly as possible." After a brief inspection, Yun's Hongjin stopped. "Thank you for your hard work." Refining the gathering immortal pill wasn't a difficult task for Shen Fei at this point. The only reason Shen Fei didn't do it himself was because he didn't have the time. "Yun's Hongjin, don't expect to go out to sea this time. Just stay in Shenyang as an alchemist." Shen Fei didn't mind displaying his strength and prowess towards the yin-yang family. For example, the boxes he had seen earlier were contained within the envelopes created by the traceless extension spell. He would provide some items directly to Ying-Zhang and Qin, but some, such as the PIM particles and the special envelopes created by the traceless extension spell, would not be available, at least not for the time being. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give it up. The traceless extension charm was nothing to Shen Fei. Stark and Pepper both had it. He didn't use it to prevent the Qin from developing a habit. The traceless extension charm's greatest use for the Qin was, of course, for transporting supplies. During the Warring States period, logistics were paramount in warfare. Sometimes, the number of civilians serving in the logistics sector exceeded the number of regular troops. With a large-scale means of transporting supplies, these corvées could be eliminated, which was crucial for a nation. Shen Fei's main reason for not providing it was that he feared that Ying-Zhang would unify the Six Kingdoms too quickly. The Qin dynasty fell in its second generation, largely because it unified the Central Plains so quickly, leaving no time to strengthen local rule. Qin was already stronger than the Six Kingdoms, and removing the logistics system would only accelerate unification. Although Shen Fei discussed this with Ying-Zhang, he was the future Qin Shi Huang, and he wasn't sure he would listen. In reality, Shen Fei's presence meant that the speed of unifying the Central Plains no longer mattered. As long as Ying-Zhang lived, he could steadily strengthen his rule over the Six Kingdoms. Lord Donghuang. Shortly after Shen Fei left the Yin-Yang clan, a tall, dark figure appeared out of nowhere before Xinghan and Yun's Hongjin, who stared at each other in bewilderment. It was none other than the Yin-Yang clan's supreme leader, Donghuang Tai. He ignored Xinghan and Yun's Hongjin's greetings and, with a gentle lift of his hand, a wooden box from the hall flew into his hand. Donghe Tai then gently opened the box and examined the medicinal herbs within. "Lord Donghuang, could he be?" Xinghan began to speak, but Donghuang Tai raised his hand to stop him. "I already know what's going on. Yun's Hongjin, please deal with it as soon as possible." "Xinghan, you should go do your thing." "Yes, Lord Donghuang, ninth young master really knows how to enjoy himself." Shen Fei entered a private room on the 5th floor of the Sun and Moon Villa and saw Han Fei and Xinu standing on the balcony. One hand held an exquisite wine glass, the other wrapped around Xinu's delicate body. "I seem to have disturbed you." "Sorry." As the two separated as if by electric shock, their eyes fixed on him, Shen Fei's face turned slightly embarrassed. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come in. "Lord Imperial Master, don't you know how to knock?" Xinu's face flushed deeply. "Sorry, but I just want to congratulate you too. I'll go downstairs to take a look." Shen Fei's words seemed to make Xinu even more embarrassed. And she hurriedly left the room. This Sun and Moon cottage was the modern manor Shen Fei had the Gongshu family build. After a period of preparation, it opened for business. Shen Fei wasn't particularly gifted at naming, but after recalling the Sea Moon Cottage in Shanghai City, he chose the name Sun and Moon Cottage. The Sun and Moon Cottage's business model was modeled after modern clubs, clubs, bars, cafes, fine restaurants, auction houses, and other venues. It could be considered a comprehensive club. With the added bonus of Shen Fei's status as Imperial Preceptor, the Sun and Moon Cottage is now arguably the most upscale destination in the entire Qin state. Of course, there are no special services. Xinu and Yingjie are currently in charge. Master Imperial Preceptor, it's been a long time since we last met. Upon seeing Shen Fei, Han Fei's expression was filled with emotion. Of course, his emotion wasn't about seeing Shen Fei, but rather the changes in Qin. Qin was now thriving, while the other 6 states remained largely unchanged. If this trend continued, Qin's unification of the Central Plains would be just around the corner. Yes, long time no see. By the way, I heard someone is trying to revive the alliance of the 6 kingdoms. Do you think it has a chance of success, Brother Han? After emerging from confinement, Shen Fei immediately looked at the intelligence provided by Yingjie. He hadn't been interested in this information at first, but he was surprised to learn that someone was secretly colluding with the 6 kingdoms. After some thought, Shen Fei guessed who was behind this. If Yingjie was indeed Changping-jun, the right prime minister, he couldn't be unaware of the changes in Qin. If these changes continued for a few years, Qin would become increasingly powerful, and his Qinglong plan would likely be impossible to achieve. In this situation, with no way to assassinate Yingjie, the best option was to revive the alliance. What do you think, Imperial Master? Han Fei asked with a smile after a moment's silence. As for me, I think it's a complete failure. No matter who is trying to revive the alliance, it's a sure thing. Shen Fei smiled and shook his head slightly. Oh, I'd like to hear more. It's simple. If the kings of each state had the courage to form a coalition, the 6 kingdoms wouldn't be in its current situation. Excuse me, Brother Han, do you think the king of Han has the guts to join the coalition and attack Qin? Shen Fei's words immediately silenced Han Fei. He knew his father well. Given Han's geographical location, it was impossible for him to initiate an attack on Qin. It couldn't be helped, it was simply too close to Qin. The same goes for the other 6 kingdoms, Shen Fei said, a hint of sarcasm on his face. The 6 kingdoms haven't been destroyed yet. Even if Changping-jun was powerful, he couldn't persuade the kings of the 6 kingdoms. Even if he exaggerated a threat from Qin, it would be useless because he didn't have a direct experience. Shen Fei's words made Han Fei's face darken. In fact, Han Fei had participated in the coalition and even wrote a letter to his father and 4th brother, deeply analyzing the situation in Qin, Han, and the entire Central Plains. Unfortunately, his father and 4th brother paid no attention. Han Fei could only lament this outcome. Kido has become the president of the Hunter Association. It seems Paristan didn't cause any trouble in this Hunter election. After leaving Han Fei's place, Shen Fei left the Qin's moon world. He didn't meet Yingjie, but simply delivered some books. Yingjie didn't need anyone to dictate his decisions. He then arrived in the Hunter world. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, Gon wasn't seriously injured, Killa's sister wasn't rescued, and Netero, still blamed for the Chimera Ant's appearance, stepped down. After reviewing some intel on the Hunter world, Shen Fei found nothing noteworthy besides the change in the Hunter Association's president. So, he contacted Ada and Robin and recounted the events of Zelda, the sisters of the underworld. Eseth, Akim, Kurom, Chelsea, they're all women, right? Ada's words left Shen Fei completely lost. It was just an accident. They're talented, and it would be a shame for them to stay in their original world, Shen Fei could only explain. Okay, don't worry. We know each other well. Even if we have the desire, we don't have the courage. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Even if I did, if you've already succeeded, I can pretend I never said it. Shen Fei couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. It was the truth. Okay, are you free to come back now? I'll introduce you to each other. Unable to refute, Shen Fei could only change the subject. Not now. We're in the ruins. Let's talk when we're free. With that, Ada hung up, leaving Shen Fei speechless. Do you like this place? Since Ada and Robin didn't want to go back just yet, Shen Fei wouldn't force them. Then let's continue exploring. After discovering that everything was mostly settled in each world, Shen Fei immediately decided to head to the new one, trying to increase his strength before Hila escaped and Thanos arrived. Chapter 347 Under One Person, Part 1. Xiang Sihu Group, Feng Heo, what a familiar name. This is Under One Person, Looking at the advertisements displayed on the street screens, Shen Fei immediately understood what this dimension was. Under one person, a world populated by extraordinary beings. Under one person, the 8 great uncanny skills. Thinking of the world under one person, Shen Fei's first thought was, of course, the 8 great uncanny skills, and a smile crept across his lips. The wonders of the 8 great uncanny skills were a powerful addition to his current abilities, especially the 6th storage immortal thief. This skill could elevate his physical abilities to the level of a 4 emperor. In this world, the 6th storage immortal thief could only slow aging, but in the pirate world, relying on its devouring power, it could perfectly absorb the vitality of food, greatly enhancing its physical fitness. The 6th storage immortal thief, also known as the Sage Thief, could, if cultivated to a high level, steal the very life force of heaven and earth, effectively achieving the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Of course, this was only theoretical. Achieving this level was not easy. While the 8 great uncanny skills are incredibly magical, mastering them requires talent. The older generation of masters of the 8 great uncanny skills either died or went into seclusion, proving that the 8 great uncanny skills are not invincible. It all depends on who wields them. The old celestial master, unrivaled in the world with just the golden light curse, demonstrates that it all depends on the person wielding them. However, for Shen Fei, this is nothing. Not to mention that Kamar-Taj's magic inherently elevates the soul. The resources he possesses alone are beyond the reach of any user of the 8 great uncanny skills. Just like the 6th treasury immortal thief, if he were in the pirate world, as long as his aptitude wasn't too poor, he could develop a physique on the level of a 4 emperor simply by eating his way through. Soul confinement and general requisition, if combined with the magic of Kamar-Taj, this is a perfect match. The 6th treasury immortal thief was what Shen Fei needed right now, and so was soul confinement and general requisition. The method of controlling spirits wasn't crucial, the key was the method of subjugating them. In a world under one person, obtaining spirits was a difficult feat, but for Shen Fei, it was surprisingly easy. The spirit is the soul, and Kamar-Taj possesses a method for expelling souls from the human body. Even the mighty Hulk was still blasted out by Ancient One with a single blow. Similarly, the other 8 great techniques could be fully utilized in Shen Fei's hands. With his innate resources, Shen Fei already stood above these ordinary people. For an ordinary person in a world under one person, acquiring the 8 great techniques might be extremely difficult, but for Shen Fei, while somewhat troublesome, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Nandotuang Express Company, it seems to be correct. After learning about the S.H.I.E.L.D group, Shen Fei discovered the equally familiar courier company. Feng Bao, the clever one, doesn't want billion Zhang Julin, doesn't listen to gossip's huge Qing, and is as poor as a Taoist priest. But first, I have to get money. Money is easy to come by in modern society, especially with Shen Fei carrying a large amount of high-quality gold. While the source is questionable, that's not a problem. This world might come to me later, so I can't be too reckless. The first thing to consider is my identity. Identity in modern society isn't like in the Zanmei world, where no one investigates it. To avoid future trouble, Shen Fei didn't apply for an identity in this world's China. Instead, he flew a stealth Quinjet across the sea, paid to obtain an identity there, and also obtained a large amount of funds overseas. While it was a bit cumbersome, it was necessary to avoid further trouble. After all, this was modern society, and it wasn't possible to be as unscrupulous as in Zanmei's world. Of course, there were extraordinary people overseas, but because of the 8 wonders, Shen Fei didn't stay there for long. Perhaps after acquiring the 8 wonders, he could explore overseas, perhaps to a certain island nation. The Luotian Grand Ceremony is about to begin. This is a perfect opportunity to capture the 6th treasury immortal thief. Shen Fei easily obtained information about the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion online, including a video of the old Heavenly Master's speech. In modern society, most aliens have blended in with the common people. Unless they reveal themselves, no one knows they are aliens. Similarly, the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion is merely a Taoist sanctuary to ordinary people, unaware of its status within the alien world, let alone the old Heavenly Master's unrivaled power. This is a perfect opportunity to establish the FIFA group in this world. Shen Fei didn't intend to interrupt the Luotian Grand Ceremony. If he did, it would be troublesome if the ghost who was the 6th treasury immortal thief didn't show up. After all, the world is so vast, and if he truly wanted to hide, Finding him would be a real hassle. The Oasis virtual reality game can't be released for now. Let's get some common technology first. Starting a company in modern society is easy. Simply hire a headhunter to help recruit people. Nanbuke University, Zhang Chulin, walking the bird under the moon, inside a luxurious villa in Beijing. Thanks to Red Queen's skills, Shen Fei quickly found Zhang Chulin's information, even finding a photo someone had taken of him walking the bird under the moon. Let's check on Feng Bao. After checking on Zhang Chulin, Shen Fei was checking the list of people at Nadertong. Just then, Red Queen suddenly sounded an alarm. What's going on? The sudden alarm left Shen Fei perplexed. Someone's tracking them down. Red Queen's voice boomed over the speakers. Erase all traces immediately. Upon hearing Red Queen's words, Shen Fei immediately told her to stop investigating. It's surprising that Red Queen could be detected. Could it be her? After a moment's silence, Shen Fei immediately remembered someone with unfettered control over the internet, a temporary worker who had appeared in the Chengduo chapter. Is he a congenital mutant? The mutants under one person are divided into congenital and acquired. Congenital ones are those with special abilities, much like psychics, cultivating ki and using it to increase their strength. Acquired ones are ordinary people who cultivate ki through various techniques to increase their strength. While congenital mutants have a higher starting point, unfortunately, the true masters are all acquired. The ability to freely control the network is certainly impossible to acquire through cultivation. So it can only be a congenital mutant. One has to admit, this person is quite lucky. In ancient times, this ability would be completely useless, but in modern times, it's the equivalent of artificial intelligence. Did you see how Red Queen was discovered? Of course, cultivation can't control the network. It doesn't exist in the hunter world. Many of the hunter world's telepathic abilities are actually related to the network. Jin's team has users with this ability. After all, telepathy is cultivated through the power of one's will. Even the ability to create a refrigerator has been cultivated, not to mention the internet. Many people with the ability to materialize can materialize phones and laptops. It's a nerd's dream. What happened to Zhuang? As Shen Fei instructed Hong how to erase all traces of his online presence, an unusual intelligence report suddenly rang out from a secret base in the northeast. A figure then appeared beside a transparent glass jar and spoke into a nearby computer. The jar was filled with a strange liquid, containing a woman with a missing lower body and strange tubes inserted throughout her body. For an ordinary person, losing their lower body would undoubtedly mean certain death, but this woman seemed to be alive. This woman was undoubtedly Gao Zhuang, one of Nadertong's 7 temporary workers. His father was the head of Nadertong's northeast region, and this, combined with Zhuang's unique abilities, was the fundamental reason he remained alive. Only a national-level capability could sustain his life. Someone's hacking into the internet, a gentle female voice rang out from a nearby speaker. Who is it? Have they caught them? The person who spoke was naturally Zhuang's father. His voice was a little nervous because he knew his daughter very well. On the internet, his daughter was almost invincible. Under normal circumstances, the alarm wouldn't sound at all. It would only sound when something unexpected happened. No, the other party reacted quickly and was very powerful. After I discovered it, they immediately deleted all traces. I only know that they are from the capital. This was also Shen Fei's carelessness. Because of his confidence in Hong Hao, Shen Fei didn't ask Hong Hao to cover up. Fortunately, he acted quickly, otherwise her address might have been found. I reported the information immediately. A hacker who was not caught by Zhuang appeared. Of course, such a thing could not be delayed. The other party gives me a very similar feeling. He may have innate abilities similar to mine. Zhuang's voice rang out again. I'll have the higher-ups pay more attention to this. I was a bit careless. I guess I'll have to be more careful next time. It seems we can't invade Nadertong. Forget it, let's think of another way. Shen Fei had Red Queen invade Nadertong, not just to find Feng Bao, but also to search for information about the alien world. As a company that manages aliens, Nadertong undoubtedly possessed a wealth of information about the alien world, even including numerous martial arts manuals. Speaking of martial arts manuals, the world of Under One Person undoubtedly possessed far more than the Qin dynasty. Furthermore, this world already distinguished between martial arts and sorcery, and the term sorcerer had already been coined. Having arrived in this world, Shen Fei naturally sought to acquire more cultivation techniques. Of course, this wasn't just for his own cultivation. The Taoist and yin-yang techniques he practiced were considered top tier, even in this world. He wanted the techniques so he could bring them to the Qin world. In the Qin world, the only physical training technique was the armoring technique, but this world boasted techniques like the golden bell cover, iron shirt, and the 13 Taibao, as well as numerous other martial arts from various schools. Furthermore, the Shaolin Temple's 72 unique skills were also present. Bringing all these techniques to the Qin world would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the various schools of thought. If the Qin world had developed to its modern level over 2,000 years, it would likely be no less powerful than this one. The Qin world undoubtedly held the upper hand. While the old heavenly master was immensely powerful, Bei Mingzi, Guguzi, and Dong Huangtai might not be his match. There were even those who had reached the Yuhu realm, but within Qin's moon, there were Xiao Li and Xiao Pixu. Even those at the Yuhu realm couldn't match the incarnation of the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady's tears. Shen Fei also wanted to know, if the cultivation system of under one person were brought to the Qin dynasty world, the collision of two worlds that were almost identical might lead to the existence of the Yuhu realm. Whether the destructive power of this Yuhu realm could compare to the admirals and four emperors of the pirate world was another matter. The key point was the significant extension of lifespan that the Yuhu realm represented. The admirals and four emperors were destructive enough, but they couldn't extend lifespan. The alien network is quite impressive. There were online communities dedicated to aliens, and even newspapers dedicated to reporting on the alien community. The Jia family's object control technique is quite good. I almost forgot about it. Seeing the introduction of the Jia family on the alien network, Shen Fei realized that he hadn't thought of it before. So, martial arts still depend on the person. Even if I practice the golden bell cover now, I should be able to beat the old heavenly master to pulp. Speaking of which, this era doesn't have any concept of alchemy, but weapon refining is very advanced. Ma Xianhong's divine machine 100 refinements is practically a cheat, capable of mass-producing magical weapons. He has no combat experience himself, but he used them to single-handedly defeat all the temporary workers, including Baron and Xiaoliuking. In the end, it took Wang Yi's Fenghao Qimen to defeat him. Furthermore, his self-cultivation furnace can be used not only to refine magical weapons, but also to refine people. An ordinary person only needs to take a trip inside the self-cultivation furnace to possess Qi. While this makes it difficult to improve further, it can certainly produce extraordinary people in large quantities. If the true person pill were released, countless people would flock to it. Without the existence of alchemists, there would be no need for the gathering immortal pill. The true person pill alone would be enough to make countless people vying for it. After all, one pill could save decades of hard training, allowing the younger generation to catch up with the older generation. Ma Xianhong doesn't care about the divine machine 100 refinements. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of the Luotian Grand Ceremony before it even begins, so I can go get it from him. But where's his new Biao's village? Ma Xianhong named his faction the New Jijiao and his residence the New Biao's village, a testament to his ambition. He's comparing himself to the Tongshan patriarch, who advocated for all teachings. While ambitious, he's also unfortunate because he's so tactless and wishful. Even with Shen Fei's current power, he wouldn't dare act like Ma Xianhong in this world. He truly believes nuclear bombs are vegetarian. In modern society, someone with Zhuang's abilities surpasses most otherworldly beings. After all, only a handful of expert otherworldly beings can withstand direct firearms. In ancient times, Ma Xianhong's actions might have led to great success, but in modern times, forget it. He seems to have forgotten that the Jijao was the loser in the conferred God's War, and the name New Jijao is unlucky. Chapter 348 Under One Person, Part 2. At the foot of the mountain in New Biao village. There's really no hiding at all. Shen Fei stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the dense forest halfway up the mountain, and shook his head slightly. Shen Fei had originally thought New Biao village would be difficult to find, but who would have thought that through the internet, and not even the Inhuman network, its location would have been discovered. This was mainly due to the free movement of sect leader Ma Xianhong. Biao village was home to many ordinary people who had learned about the Inhuman world through various channels but had no way of joining it. After all, the best time for cultivation is during childhood. After adulthood, cultivating would only yield half the results. Then, by chance, they discovered the new Jijao, which offered a method for transforming ordinary people into Inhumans. Many people flocked to it, attracted by its reputation. After becoming inhumans through the cultivation furnace, some, feeling out of place, posted information online, but such information barely made a splash. Just like the internet in Shen Fei's previous life, it was filled with all sorts of nonsense, including stories of Qin Shi Huang sending money. Without knowing the truth, most people would have been skeptical. It was Shen Fei's dedicated attention to this kind of information that led him to find such information on the vast internet. For most ordinary people, suddenly gaining power one day, some would naturally want to hide it, but many would become somewhat unbridled due to their power. Furthermore, Ma Xianhong also provided these transformed beings with numerous magical weapons. With these transformed beings and magical weapons, even Xiao-Li, a veteran master of Quanxing, was severely injured. Remember, these transformed beings were once ordinary people with no prior training. The power of the magical weapons was even more evident in Ma Xianhong. He relied on the magical weapons he possessed to defeat many enemies alone. Such strength is beyond the reach of the younger generation, not even the older generation, not even the 10 lords. With all the temporary workers, Feng Bao, Xiao-Li, Baron, and Wang Yi, it would be possible to defeat the 10 lords without the help of the old celestial master. Unfortunately, despite Ma Xianhong's powerful ideals, he overlooked one key point: modern society is a complex place. Not everyone who transforms into an inhuman wants to stay in Zimbiao village. Furthermore, many inhumans, unable to endure the hardships of Zimbiao village, have left. Zimbiao village may sound appealing, but it's essentially just an ordinary rural village. Furthermore, its location in the mountains creates a harsh environment, making it difficult for those accustomed to city life and those with significant wealth to maintain a long-term presence there. Why are all the people in the mountains wealthy? The reason is simple: without money, life is difficult. Who has the time and energy to travel to an unknown mountain village? Only the wealthy can afford such a trip. It's safe to say that those who can afford to go to Zimbiao village are at least white-collar workers. Who are you? Shen Fei was spotted as he approached Zimbiao village. Two figures jumped down from a tree in front of him and intercepted him. Excuse me, is this the new Biao village? I'm Wei Zhuang, and I've come here because of your reputation, of course. Shen Fei didn't use his true identity at this point. After all, the company was keeping an eye on the situation here, and he didn't want to cause any trouble, so he changed his face and borrowed the name of Gigu's second uncle. Are you a superior? Yes, Shen Fei nodded directly. He wasn't pretending to be ordinary, as that would cause unnecessary trouble if he had to enter the body cultivation furnace. Besides, Ma Xianhong didn't forbid true superiors from entering. The new G-Virus had 12 supreme roots. Let's meet the supreme roots master first. Upon hearing Shen Fei's statement that he was a true superior, the two men's attitudes immediately changed. The difference between transformed and true superiors was significant, not just in terms of key content but also in combat experience. In the new G-Virus, true superiors were all supreme roots, with transformed below them. You want to join Biao village? Soon, Shen Fei, led by the two men, met Chu Rang, one of the 12 supreme roots. Under Chu Rang's guidance, Shen Fei met the other supreme roots and officially joined. After allocating a house and some fields to Shen Fei, Chu Rang left. It wasn't until that evening that Shen Fei met with sect leader Ma Xianhong. Ma Xianhong welcomed Shen Fei and then, after having another high-level aptitude candidate, Jin Yuang, test Shen Fei became the 13th high-level aptitude candidate. Ma Xianhong's philosophy was very attractive to ordinary people, but it had no appeal to true extraordinary people at all. Furthermore, his goal seemed to be primarily to target ordinary people. The extraordinary people who came to join him all had their own reasons. Some were hiding from debt, some wanted Ma Xianhong to heal their illnesses, some were avoiding enemies, and some were just there to watch the fun. Only a few high-level aptitude people truly sympathized with Ma Xianhong's philosophy and joined him. Master Zhao Gizhun, Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he looked at the affable Master Zhao. Ma Xianhong welcomed everyone, even the most cunning creatures. Shen Fei remembered Master Zhao Gizhun vividly, having been devoured by Xiao Zizhe and subsequently used by him to frighten the converted. Forget it, leave it to Xiao Zizhe. Shen Fei considered himself relatively ruthless towards the bad guys, but compared to Xiao Zizhe, he was on a completely different level. Given that, Shen Fei decided not to deal with Zhao Gizhun. He knew his punishments couldn't match Xiao Zizhe's. Those beliefs are quite firm. The ordinary people who remained in Biao village had been there for quite some time, including several CEOs with their own companies. With their wealth, they could have lived comfortably in Biao's village, but Biao didn't allow them to bring in supplies, forcing them to rely on their own labor. This was the reason many couldn't stay. Those who persevere today, in addition to yearning for the extraordinary, are also driven by a rebellion against the pressures of urban work. Using sword energy to plow the fields and harvest, Fu Rong's luck is truly unfortunate. Fu Rong, one of the 12 Supreme Gen innates, is a master of sword energy. Her strength is considered exceptional in the extraordinary world, comparable to Zhuge and others. However, her luck hasn't been much better. She's always met scumbags, and now, deeply in debt, she's come to Biao village to avoid them. She doesn't share Ma Xianhong's philosophy. So when the temporary workers attacked New Biao's village, Fu Rong didn't intervene. Fortunately, despite the scumbags she encountered, she only lost some money, not herself. After all, she's a master of sword energy, and she's a relatively traditional person. Her boyfriend's attempts to tamper with her proved insurmountable. However, Fu Rong is the only one with such strength who lives in such a miserable state. No one else would flee to a rural village in the mountains to avoid that. Making money is easy for a mirage, especially one as powerful as Fu Rong. It's even easier, even without violating company rules. In modern society, large corporations and conglomerates are often connected to the mirage world, or even masters of it themselves. Take Feng Zhanghao's Xiangxiu Group, for example, a massive corporation with a market capitalization of 300 billion. Even if an ordinary person were to take down such a large conglomerate, they would ultimately lose control. Even the slightest trickery used by a mirage would pose a deadly threat to ordinary people, especially those with innate supernatural powers, making it difficult even for a company to uncover their true abilities. For example, none of the 10 lords owns a large corporation or conglomerate. Lu Si, one of the 10 lords, is the Lu family's sole political master, and their authority is undeniable. The same is true of Jiajiazhuang in the West, though it fares much better because the majority of its members are military personnel, and their object manipulation techniques are highly effective in military combat. While the world appears peaceful on the surface, conflict persists behind the scenes, especially in a world populated by superhumans. The hidden struggles can be incredibly dangerous, and even within the Jia family, many have suffered casualties. With Fu Rong's strength, she remains steadfast and refrains from using it to bully ordinary people. This is a truly rare quality. Shen Fei believes that with such strength, he would never have suffered such a miserable fate. The company later took the initiative to pay off Fu Rong's debts, but in reality, they didn't want such a well-behaved expert to be forced to break the rules. If this were to happen, the company would also face difficulties. Fu Rong is no ordinary superhuman. Not to mention Zhuge subsequent affection for her, her background alone is remarkable. In modern society, mastering sword energy isn't easy. This is the self-cultivation furnace, where superhumans and special equipment can be created. After a few days in Biao's village, Shen Fei finally saw Ma Xianhong and Xu Rang temporarily leave the mountain for some business. So, Shen Fei immediately headed to the back of Biao's village, where the self-cultivation furnace was stored. Many people only notice the cultivation furnace's ability to transform in humans, completely ignoring its ability to create space to hold devouring sacs, even living beings. In modern society, devouring sacs are incredibly useful, for example, for storing modern weapons or for transporting goods, as with an Atatuang Express. Having a large number of devouring sacs significantly increases productivity. If it were just for transforming in humans, Shen Fei might not have been too concerned, but adding the ability to create devouring sacs would change things. Even with his traceless extension spell, which allows him to create special equipment, he wouldn't consider the devouring sacs useless. Slaughterhouse. It must be said that Ma Xianhong seemed completely confident in the people of Biao village. At this moment, the cultivation furnace was completely defenseless, unlike when Billion later ambushed a large number of Ruhua, white dolls, and black dolls when she attempted to destroy the furnace. Therefore, Shen Fei easily reached the furnace's edge and, using the power of the surgery fruit, chopped it to pieces. There are traces of the Gongshu family's mechanical arts. This is truly intriguing. Although Shen Fei hadn't studied mechanical arts in detail, he did have some understanding of them, Having received considerable information from the Gongshu family due to the white tiger and vermilion bird mechanical devices. Although the traces were minimal, Shen Fei could still see traces of the Gongshu family's mechanical arts on the body cultivation furnace. Speaking of which, could the founder of the Divine Machine 100 refinements be a descendant or successor of the Gongshu family? Shen Fei knew all of the 8 wonders, but he knew very little about their creators and the first user. A living being, with a complete meridian system, cutting open the body cultivation furnace, Shen Fei naturally saw its core, a strange, fleshy being. The world of Under One Person wasn't just about the mysterious origins of the 8 wonders. The temporary worker, who appeared to be a man but had the appearance of a woman, was accompanied by a mysterious, jelly-like being. It seems the current cultivation furnace isn't completely finished yet. Ma Xianhong will need the cooperation of the sorcerer's huge queen to complete it. This means we can't take it with us now. After scanning and storing the data on the cultivation furnace, Shen Fei restored it. Ma Xianhong was a genius. Shen Fei questioned whether even if he had practiced the Divine 100 refinements, he wouldn't necessarily be able to match Ma Xianhong's skill in weapon refinement. This wasn't because Shen Fei lacked Ma Xianhong's talent, but rather because he lacked his focus. Even after practicing the Divine 100 refinements, Shen Fei wouldn't focus primarily on weapon refinement, but rather on the combat aspects of the Divine 100 refinements. The upper limit of the Divine 100 refinements is extremely high. At its highest level, it can refine anything. During his battle with the temporary workers, Ma Xianhong refined the black pipe and Feng Bao's clothes, transforming them into weapons. He even refined Feng Bao's kitchen knife, Ikamoto 0.01. Such abilities are truly formidable in combat. Wei Zhuang, I didn't expect you to be interested in refining weapons. After Ma Xianhong returned, Shen Fei found an opportunity to demonstrate his mechanical skills in front of him, much to his surprise. Among the many high-caliber individuals, only Chu Rang showed some talent for refining weapons, having been taught the Divine 100 refinements. It's just a hobby, Shen Fei said, remaining silent. He had studied mechanical skills out of curiosity, never expecting them to be useful now. Mechanical skills and refining share certain similarities. Ma Xianhong's childhood talent for mechanical skills also led him to be taught the Divine 100 refinements. Starting today, you'll help too. The current self-cultivation furnace wasn't perfect, requiring much improvement. Fortunately, Ma Xianhong had a large number of ruhus to operate it, so the odd jobs didn't require human intervention. Ma Xianhong didn't care about the Divine 100 refinements, one of the 8 great skills, which had drawn countless casualties. He had memorized the entire content and would teach anyone who wanted to learn. Shen Fei had only been assisting Ma Xianhong for 2 days when he gave him the book Shenji Bai Lian, Divine Machine 100 Refinements, and asked him to study it. This generosity made Shen Fei a little embarrassed. However, despite his embarrassment, he immediately memorized the book and saved a copy on his tablet. It was undeniable that the Shenji Bai Lian was truly profound. Other refiners would brag about creating a few magical weapons in their lifetime, like Quan Xing's Yuan Tao, who had created the 9 dragon set in his lifetime, earning him widespread fame. Ma Xianhong, however, was completely mass-producing magical weapons. If the power of the Shenji Bai Lian were to be leaked, refiners everywhere would go crazy. The same would be true for the major families, and even at the national level. These magical weapons were the equivalent of modern technological weapons. Military forces already had many extraordinary people, and equipping them would definitely reduce casualties significantly. Unfortunately, most people were focused solely on the population red line of the transformed and ignored other aspects. Those who knew about them would not reveal them. Master, don't you think the sack is too big and difficult to carry? Can it be changed into a bracelet, ring or other shape? Chapter 349 Luotian Grand Ceremony, Part 1. I see, indeed. Shen Fei's words immediately set Ma Xianhong in deep thought. Before this, he had never considered the devouring sack's problems. Anyone who'd read a novel would likely only have a dimensional ring, standard equipment. But Ma Xianhong had never read a novel before. He'd been hiding from place to place since childhood, and finally settled down, devoted himself to studying the Divine Machine 100 refinements. For Shen Fei, creating a dimensional ring on his own using the Divine Machine 100 refinements was a long shot. Mastering the Divine Machine 100 refinements wasn't easy. But Ma Xianhong was different. He was a genius at refining artifacts. If you were to do it, he might be able to create a dimensional ring in no time. In fact, Ma Xianhong and Xu Rang had already created a similar magical weapon, the Jade Ring. It was a defensive weapon, and an autonomous one at that. It was a high-level magical weapon created by Ma Xianhong. It was paired with another offensive magical weapon, the Gilded Ruai, a Ruai-shaped magical weapon that could transform freely into a variety of weapons. However, this weapon was later stolen by Fang Baobao. It must be said that Su Si's education was quite effective. While the magic weapon created by Ma Xianhong could be considered a magical treasure, strictly speaking, it could only be called a magical instrument. Due to the changing times, there are almost no items in today's society that can truly be called a magical instrument. Just as in modern society, no one has reached the realm of transcendence, even someone as powerful as the old heavenly master hasn't reached it yet. The devouring sack, the gilded ruai, and the jade ring are all considered high-level magical instruments. Below these are low-level magical instruments, which are carried by transformed humans and some high-level cultivators. Currently, low-level magical instruments abound in Zimbiao village, even Shen Fei possesses one. However, high-level magical instruments, especially the jade ring and the gilded ruai, are only possessed by a few high-level cultivators who joined from the beginning, such as Chu Rang. The other high-level cultivators carry low-level defensive magical instruments. A low-level defensive magical weapon, when activated, coats its body with a layer of flowing qi. Because it's a low-level magical weapon, this qi layer isn't very defensive. Repeated or powerful attacks will shatter the weapon. Even so, it's still incredibly powerful, as it's passively defensive and will activate upon encountering a malicious attack. Xiaolooking felt her transformed being carrying this low-level magical weapon. It's not that Ma Xianhong can't equip all of Wu's superior Genkin with high-level magical weapons, after all, they can be mass-produced. It's just that Ma Xianhong doesn't want to do so. If all 12 superior Genkin possessed high-level magical weapons during the company's siege of Zimbiao village, the subsequent battle would be incredibly difficult for the company. Shen Fei, of course, didn't warn Ma Xianhong about this, lest anyone else in the company get into trouble. Shen Fei didn't want the world to be plunged into chaos because of his arrival. Ma Xianhong's sister actually disagreed with his philosophy, but Ma Xianhong's stubbornness forced his adopted sister to agree, and she was left to clean up the mess afterward. Currently, high-level magical instruments called devouring sacks are the most common in New Biao village. After all, they're space-spanning equipment, practically everyone needs them, and they eliminate the hassle of carrying luggage. The spaces within devouring sacks vary, but even the smallest can easily fit several people. Jin Yuang, one of the 12 supreme roots, possessed a devouring sack filled with dozens of Ruhu puppets, which he intended to use to siege Wang Yi during his battle with Wang Yi. Modern society has profoundly influenced the lives of extraordinary people. Even the burly Jin Yuang, surprisingly fond of maid outfits, possessed a Ruhu in his possession. They're truly defenseless. Even White Huo and Black Huo don't mind others knowing about it. During his time studying with Ma Xianhong, Shen Fei had gained a deep understanding of him. It's safe to say that if it weren't for resource constraints, Ma Xianhong wouldn't even mind sharing his powerful magical instruments with others. The more powerful the instrument, the more demanding the materials required. With the resources of Ma Xianhong's New Biao village, it's impossible to gather the materials needed to create his instruments. The materials were likely provided by his stepsister, Chu Tong. It can copy the moves of otherworldly beings, even innate abilities. This divine machine 100 refinements is truly insane. The more Shen Fei encountered divine machine 100 refinements, the more he felt that the 8 wonders were so absurd they shouldn't have been seen. They could already use Qi as energy. Of course, for Shen Fei personally, the more absurd the 8 wonders, the better. Ruhua, White Huo, and Black Huo's power came from the Qi beads at their core, which could be replenished artificially. Of course, it's impossible to say that Ma Xianhong was completely selfless. While he certainly had other purposes for building the self-cultivation furnace, his primary goal was to restore his lost memories. Qi truly is omnipotent, capable of granting Ruhu such intelligence. If Stark had encountered this situation, he would have undoubtedly investigated thoroughly. However, Shen Fei wasn't particularly curious. In fact, he wasn't too surprised. In the Qin dynasty, the Gongshu family's mechanical engineering had similar effects. For example, the mechanical snake toy Gongshu Zhou gave Shen Fei could be controlled. And then there was Gongshu Zhou's trump card, Po Tu Qilang. While Po Tu Qilang lacked combat power, the mechanical engineering within it was far more advanced than Po Tu Sanlang and the mechanical White Tiger. Guangxuzhou used it to disrupt the Maoist mechanical engineering. Po Tu Qilang's control was similarly powered by Qi. This guy is truly remarkable. That day, Shen Fei finally met a remarkable individual, the one who could instantly conquer heaven, earth, and air in his dreams. To be more precise, not in his dreams, but within his inner world. Under one person's world has a vast array of cultivation systems, unmatched by anything in the Qin dynasty world. While the various schools of thought in the Qin dynasty each possess their own unique methods, they still lag far behind under one person's world, having developed over 2,000 years. Taoism, in this era, has now branched into dozens of sects, large and small, including Zhangai and Quanzhen. With so many schools, their cultivation systems differ significantly. And this world's cultivation also touches upon the soul. The Quanzhen practice of dual cultivation of both body and soul is exceptionally powerful. Longhu Mountain is even more impressive, with a presence of the old heavenly master in the enigmatic heavenly master degree. Beyond Taoism, there are also Buddhism, Shaolin, Lingai Temple, and others, each boasting countless extraordinary skills, including the legendary Yijinjing. Furthermore, there's the art of talismans, a specialty of the Maotian Shenking sect. Taoist master Zhao Gizhen, one of the 12 supreme-rooted persons, is a traitor to Maotian. Modern society is characterized by impatience, and the Maotian sect requires 3 years of cultivation to pass down a talisman. Therefore, achieving mastery in talismans would require at least a decade. For those eager for quick success, such a long wait is unacceptable. This is why Zhao Gizhen injured his fellow disciples, stole some talismans, and after descending the mountain, he preyed on ordinary children, cultivating the 7 evils body formation. Modern society has funeral homes and crematoriums, rather than the mass graves of the past. This situation is extremely unfriendly to those who practice talisman techniques. For example, the corpse-carrying tribe of Xiangxi is completely obsolete in modern cities. Liu Yannian's desire to join Quanxing is understandable. Imagine your peers going to school and playing outside, while you're surrounded by rotting corpses. Anyone would feel resentful. The key is that after all the hard work of learning the art of corpse carrying, you're not allowed to practice it. It's a strange feeling. Shen Fei wasn't happy about this either. After all, this was considered non-cultural heritage, and Liu Yannian's parents didn't want to treat their daughter this way, but the tradition had to be passed down. Fortunately, modern society has the profession of forensic medicine, which at least makes it possible for the corpse-carrying clan to be put to good use. Shen Fei was also very curious about the corpse-carrying techniques of Xiangxi. After all, it could control corpses and zombies, and Moonlight Mariah's ability also controlled zombies. Perhaps a clash of the two would occur. It could even clash with Qin Shi Mingyu's corpse exorcist. Shen Fei even suspected that the corpse-carrying clan inherited the sorcery of the Baiyu people. Others, such as those who could blow their air, could expel a person's soul from their body. In mythology, blowing air was a technique used by the legendary Heng and Ha generals. In mythology, the Heng and Ha generals might be at the lowest level, but that was a mythical world, and even at their weakest, they were still beings beyond the Yuhu realm. Of course, those who could blow their air in this world didn't possess the power of the Heng and Ha generals. With so many cultivation methods, strictly speaking, they can be broadly divided into two categories, martial arts and sorcery. While Qin's Moon's martial arts aren't completely separate, in this world, the distinction is clear. The primary difference between the two lies in the inner realm. However, sorcerers aren't easy to cultivate. 9 out of 10 sorcerers are madmen, a true description of the sorcerer. If a sorcerer fails to maintain their true heart, they can easily become mad. This madness manifests primarily as being trapped in the inner realm and unable to escape. Whether or not one can escape the inner realm has nothing to do with strength, it depends on one's resolve. Just like the elders of Wudang, some have escaped the inner realm. The reason sorcerers are like scientists in the alien world, seeking the secrets of heaven and earth. This quest raises the eternal question of who I am, where I come from, and where I am going. Furthermore, what is the real world? Is the inner realm necessarily false? Is the real world necessarily real? Is it truly real? Even Shen Fei couldn't answer such a question. It was like someone claiming that the world before his time travel was simply a reflection from another higher dimension, unreal. Just thinking about such a question would make your head spin. The remarkable person Shen Fei had mentioned earlier was a sorcerer practitioner named Zhao Nian. Originally a senior programmer at a computer company, he stumbled upon the sorcerer's cultivation method. Leveraging his programmer credentials, he forced himself to practice using self-taught Keeman knowledge. Perhaps due to his strong logical thinking, he succeeded. After entering the inner realm, he never woke up and is now a vegetative state. Even in this state, Shen Fei admired him greatly. Being able to enter the sorcerer's inner realm without a teacher would have been a completely different outcome if he had come from a family of sorcerers. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. After he became vegetative, his mother tried to wake him up, but to no avail. If it weren't for his chance encounter with Ma Xianhong, he would likely have remained a vegetative state for the rest of his life. However, that was after Zhuge appearance. Ma Xianhong currently had no better solution for Zhao Nian. The cultivation furnace allowed others to enter Zhao Nian's inner realm, but Ma Xianhong's sorcerers were too weak to awaken him. Within his inner realm, Zhao Nian's power was infinitely enhanced, becoming a kind of creator god, his wishes fulfilled. Aside from a sorcerer with a deep family background like Zhuge, perhaps only Chen Jingke, one of the 10 masters of the Shuzi sect, could awaken him. The Wuhao Keeman was the foremost family of sorcerers. Their ancestor, Zhuge Wuhao, had once reached the realm of Transcendental Realm. However, after the disappearance of Zhang Zhenren, the last master to reach the realm, no more masters of the realm had appeared. Some speculated that the lack of masters in the past few centuries was caused by Liu Ji, who severed the dragon vein and blocked the path to the realm of Transcendental Realm. The emergence of the 8 great skills was likely the product of a desire to avoid a path cut off. The 36 thieves were all prominent figures in their respective sects. If they hadn't been in trouble, the vast majority of current sect leaders and aristocratic family heads would have been replaced. Only the legendary Transcendent Realm cultivators could attract such individuals to join forces. After all, given their status at the time, they possessed both power and wealth, and ordinary gifts would have been unattractive. While this speculation is highly plausible, foremost, the 36 thieves were the 36 thieves. Shen Fei, after learning more about the situation, had no objection to this, as they were the cause of the most turbulent times of that era. If it weren't for the internal strife within the alien world caused by the 36 thieves, and the subsequent humiliation, even if they truly wanted to form a brotherhood, they could have done so after driving out the external enemies. It was clearly an invasion by foreign enemies, but the most elite experts in the alien world perished at the hands of their own people, leaving the domestic alien world weakened. With such a result, it's no wonder that many of the older generation are so wary of the 36 thieves. We must find a powerful sorcerer. The self-cultivation furnace also needs a sorcerer to advance further. Ma Xianhong was somewhat disappointed that Zhao Nian had not been awakened, and his mother was also deeply saddened. However, Ma Xianhong finally comforted her mother, saying, "I'm trying to find a solution. How many of the vegetative states in this world are due to exposure to Keeman secret manuals? Since ancient times, talents have emerged from the common people, given the opportunity. Unfortunately, secret manuals are not so easy to obtain." Chapter 350 Lu Ocean Grand Ceremony, Part 2. The Tourism Bureau is the most powerful authority in this world, right? Companies are way behind. At the foot of Wuding Mountain, Shen Fei looked ahead at the staircase leading up to the mountain, the bustling crowds flowing by, and smiled, shaking his head slightly. In modern society, the scenic mountains and rivers once dominated by major sects have now become almost universal tourist destinations. No matter how powerful a sect is, they must give way to the Tourism Bureau and even cooperate with its promotional strategies. During the Lu Ocean Grand Ceremony, the old Celestial Master even went out of his way to assist the Tourism Bureau's leaders in taking photos and videos. Of course, the Tourism Bureau didn't go too far. For each major sect, only the front mountain is considered a tourist destination, while the back mountain is the sect's headquarters. Similarly, the disciples of each major sect are divided into 2 groups: ordinary disciples, primarily responsible for the facade of the major Taoist temples and other mundane matters, and true disciples, naturally, who are taught the methods of cultivation. These disciples are not responsible for mundane matters, but primarily practice. Generally speaking, ordinary disciples earn the money to support these new disciples. This is the so-called poor in literature, rich in martial arts, without sufficient resources, Practicing martial arts is extremely difficult. This rich doesn't simply refer to wealth, it encompasses many aspects, of which wealth is only one. Cultivation methods, a mentor, and so on are all necessary. For example, if Zhao Nian from Xinbeiao village had a mentor, he would have become a true sorcerer by now, rather than being in a vegetative coma. This is a world with a superhuman realm. Over the years, many cultivation methods have been circulated. Why is it that only a few can successfully cultivate? Even those who do succeed face various problems. Sorcerers are in a vegetative state, while martial artists suffer from insufficient blood and qi, leading to widespread illness. Take, for example, Tai Chi, the most popular form of martial arts online. This was true in Shen Fei's previous life, and it's the same in this world. However, only Wu-Tang disciples can truly master it. Online, it's just form, without the flow of qi, just fancy moves. Shen Fei, taking advantage of the mission, traveled to Wudang Mountain with the sole purpose of acquiring authentic Tai Chi. Even the Wudang Mountain Feng Hao Qimen, or Feng Hao Qimen, was ranked second to it. Feng Hao Qimen, one of the 8 great techniques, was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Upon witnessing its power for the first time, Zhuge Qing nearly lost his resolve. Remember, he was the descendant of a family of sorcerers, Zhuge Wu Hao. However, precisely because of its incredible power, Shen Fei didn't value it highly. Unfortunately, Feng Hao Qimen prioritized talent over talent. Many of the older generation of Wudang Mountain masters had failed to successfully cultivate it, and some had even become trapped in its inner realms and unable to escape. Even if Shen Fei wanted to practice such a technique, he would only do so slowly after the Thanos situation was resolved. Furthermore, the 8 great techniques weren't invincible. If they were truly so powerful, the older generation who mastered them wouldn't have perished and been forced to hide. The old celestial master is now unrivaled in the world with his golden light mantra. Back then, Master Zhang was also unrivaled with his Tai Chi, and his ability to reach the realm of immortality was due to his creation of Tai Chi. Shen Fei's previous understanding of Tai Chi was that it was a powerful martial art that used softness to overcome hardness. However, after gaining a deeper understanding, he realized he was mistaken. Tai Chi is not merely about using softness to overcome hardness, but about the harmonious integration of yin and yang. Tai Chi's Tai Chi power, with one hand yin and the other yang, can be transformed into many different forms of force. Its strength rivals even the renowned Baijiquan, a powerful fist. If this kind of Tai Chi were brought to the Qin dynasty world and passed on to the Taoists Bei Mingzi and Xiao Meng, perhaps unexpected results would be achieved. Although the back of Wudang Mountain was difficult to access, it was nothing for Shen Fei. The Taoists who blocked his path, though also extraordinary beings, were powerless to stop him. He even walked right past them, unnoticed. The Taoist principle of harmony and indifference was simply not something 2 ordinary extraordinary beings could detect. Poverty-stricken Taoist Master Wang, upon entering the back of the mountain, Shen Fei quickly spotted Wang Yi. It wasn't that he was particularly impressed by Wang Yi, but rather his laid-back demeanor. Perhaps only Wang Yi could be compared to him in all of Wudang Mountain. Because he had been incredibly intelligent since childhood, coupled with his immense wealth and the ability to have whatever he desired, Wang Yi had always felt that worldly matters were meaningless, which led to his desire to become a Taoist priest. In this respect, Wang Yi was far superior to Wang Bing. Perhaps it was this mindset that allowed Wang Yi to rapidly advance in the Feng Hao Qimen, becoming the only contemporary master of the complete Feng Hao Qimen. Shen Fei stared at Wang Yi for a moment. Then as he quietly walked past, Wang Yi immediately jumped down from the tree. Shen Fei had previously seen Wang Yi, lazily sprawled on the trunk of a large tree. It feels like someone's watching me. Wang Yi looked around, but finding nothing, he immediately lay down again on the tree trunk. Are you very perceptive? Shen Fei, hiding to the side, watched Wang Yi lie down again before leaving. Wang Yi's own strength was nothing to Shen Fei, but with the Feng Hao Qimen technique added to the mix, it was a different story. Scripture Pavilion. Shen Fei avoided several Taoists along the way and headed straight for the Sutra Pavilion in the Taoist temple in the back mountains. It housed numerous Taoist canons and martial arts manuals. As a renowned Taoist sect, Wudang Mountain boasted more than just Tai Chi. It possessed dozens of martial arts manuals, many of which were inspired by the cotton palm technique learned from Tai Chi by ancestors. Why is it that most people in the world believe that Tai Chi is a martial art that uses softness to overcome hardness? It's largely because most Wudang martial arts are based on soft power, with almost no hard power. Wudang Mountain can't be blamed for this, just like Confucianism later degenerated. There are many Tai Chi disciples practicing in Wudang Mountain, but only one young disciple, Wang Yi, has truly mastered its essence. Wudang Mountain is of Taoist origin, and Taoism generally advocates non-contention. There's a huge difference between hard power and non-contention. Found it, Tai Chi manuals are easy to find in Wudang Mountain. In fact, Tai Chi manuals are also easy to find outside. The reason Shen Fei didn't look for them, but came directly to Wudang Mountain, is because only here can you find the most basic Tai Chi. Tai Chi outside has basically been modified to form its own style. Tai Chi is easy to learn but difficult to master, because the essence of Tai Chi, like the Tao Te Ching, is realm and comprehension. Someone's coming, a master at that. Have we been discovered? Just as Shen Fei was watching the Tai Chi, his senses sensed someone approaching from outside the sutra library. Shen Fei immediately pulled out a mask and put it on. Young man, I'm not sure what you're looking for. Perhaps Joe can help you, a hunched old man slowly spoke after appearing about 3 meters behind Shen Fei. Zhou Meng, the current head of Wudang. Shen Fei knew who this old man was. Now that he was in Wudang, he needed to find out about some of the famous figures and heads of Wudang Mountain. The alien world has 2 major governing organizations. One is the Natatuang Express Company. However, this company generally doesn't interfere too much in alien world affairs, only intervening in major disturbances or when aliens attack ordinary people. Normally, the alien world is governed by the 10 lords. Therefore, for some, the 10 lords are the most powerful individuals in the alien world. In reality, this is only a partial view. Beyond the 10 lords, there are also numerous masters. For example, the Wudang sect lacks any of the 10 lords, yet can you say the Wudang sect isn't powerful? Other Taoist branches like Shenking Maoshan, Lingbao, Maishan, and King Wei all boast formidable masters. Add to that the aristocratic families from various regions, and you've got a veritable sea of experts. The 4 great clans of Wang, Lu, and Gao don't represent the entire world. At least this huge Wuhao clan and the Jia village clan in the west are no less formidable. And the Tang clan of Sichuan is more of an aristocratic family than a sect. Truly powerful aristocratic families wouldn't even attempt to compete for the mere title of the 4 clans. Take, for example, the legendary Kong clan, a clan that remained largely hidden during the Qin dynasty. There's a saying about dynasties lasting 100 years and a family lasting 1,000 years. Of course, this is merely rhetoric. Many families that hoped to survive for more than 1,000 years have vanished into the dust of history. Therefore, aristocratic families that have managed to survive for more than 1,000 years are few and far between. The longest of the 4 so-called families has only lasted a century. But the Kong family is truly a millennial family, over 2,000 years old. There's nothing they can do about it, their ancestors are so powerful. Greetings, Master Zhou. I have great respect for Master Zhang, and therefore am deeply interested in the Tai Chi he left behind. Please forgive me for coming uninvited, Shen Fei said, waving the Tai Chi manual in his hand. Since you're so thoughtful, you could just come in openly. Why act so? This was typical of the Wudang sect. If it were any other aristocratic family, Shen Fei's actions would have been an immediate outburst of war. If it were the Lu family, one of the 4 great families, it would have been a fight to the death. I apologize, but I have personal reasons and cannot appear. Master Zhou, please forgive me. Since you're not able to appear, then forget it. If you like the books here, you're welcome to take them. Zhou Meng's attitude surprised Shen Fei. Not only did he not hold him accountable, but he also allowed him to take the secret manuals without hesitation. Master Zhou, you're too polite. This one book is enough. While the Wudang sect possesses numerous techniques, Shen Fei, unfortunately, despises all of them. It's a rare opportunity to meet Master Zhou. I'd like to ask for some Tai Chi instruction. Is that possible? With Shen Fei's current memory and strength, he could already use Tai Chi from just a glance. Originally, Shen Fei had planned to learn on his own, but now that he had met a Wudang elder, asking for guidance was a completely different matter. I think the bamboo forest in the back mountain is quieter. Master Zhou, please, Shen Fei said, not waiting for Zhou Meng to refuse, and headed outside. Please, inside the bamboo forest, Shen Fei faced Zhou Meng and immediately launched into the opening Tai Chi stance. If anyone else had used their newly learned Tai Chi against Zhou Meng, it would have been a slap in the face, but Shen Fei's situation was certainly different. Please, as Zhou Meng finished speaking, Shen Fei moved, charging at Zhou Meng. He unleashed the advanced Banlan Chui, a Tai Chi technique. Of course, Shen Fei didn't unleash his full strength, he came to learn Tai Chi, not to kill. Facing Shen Fei's attack, Zhou Meng immediately parried Shen Fei's punch with Tai Chi cloud hands. Shen Fei's Banlan Chui was a powerful technique, but when faced with Tai Chi cloud hands, the force was immediately neutralized by the soft power of Tai Chi cloud hands. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, each of Shen Fei's attacks neutralized by Zhou Meng's soft power. You only parry and don't fight back, so don't blame me for being rude. After several rounds of attacks, Shen Fei, realizing Zhou Meng wasn't actively attacking, unleashed a full set of Tai Chi punches. While Shen Fei held back, Zhou Meng was no small figure after all, he was the head of Wudang, so Shen Fei naturally needed to demonstrate some strength. The collision of their ki instantly destroyed the surrounding bamboo forest. Such a massive ki surge couldn't be hidden from the Wudang masters. However, to Shen Fei's surprise, only two people emerged from the back mountain bamboo forest. One was a middle-aged Taoist priest, none other than Zhou Meng's direct disciple, Taoist Yunlong. If nothing unexpected happened, he would likely be the next Wudang sect leader. The other was naturally the impoverished Taoist Wang, Taoist Yunlong's direct disciple. Master, who on earth is actually sparring with Grandmaster, and using Tai Chi? How should I know? Taoist Yunlong's face darkened at Wang Yi's question. He was well aware of his master's prowess, but the other man, using unskilled Tai Chi, had managed to match him, suggesting he was even more powerful than Zhou Meng, the Wudang sect leader. In the current world of the Inhumans, individuals of such prowess were rare, but they certainly wouldn't wear masks to confront Zhou Meng and Wudang. Is this soft power? Shen Fei's fight with Zhou Meng gave him a clear understanding of soft power. His fighting style had always been forceful, a hallmark of the pirate world. There was no such thing as using softness to overcome hardness, it was all about hardness against hardness. This fight also revealed a flaw in the Qin Dynasty world, the vast majority of martial arts focused on the sword. Looks like I'll have to find some boxing techniques to practice. Bajiquan would be a good choice, as the saying goes, Tai Chi brings peace to the world, while Bajiquan can determine the fate of the world. Zhujiqing's Bajiquan was on par with Wang Yi's. With Shen Fei's current strength, combined with Bajiquan, a single punch could potentially collapse a mountain. Thank you, sect leader Zhou Meng, for your guidance. As time passed, Shen Fei, noticing sweat beading on Zhou Meng's forehead, immediately withdrew and retreated several meters. I didn't expect there were still figures like you in the alien world. Truly the new generation is pushing the old generation forward. Shen Fei's withdrawal made Zhou Meng feel relieved, yet also deeply shocked. After such a long battle, the opponent seemed as if nothing had happened, his aura as steady as before. Senior, you're too polite. I'll take this as an apology for bothering you for so long. Shen Fei was silent for a moment, then he produced a true immortality pill and tossed it to Zhou Meng across from him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.